The Book of Secret Wisdom. Chapter 1, The Veil of Perception. In the hush before thought, when the breath of the cosmos stills and the boundless silence swells, a gentle whisper rises from the depths of the universal mind. It is a murmur not of words, but of resonance, a vibration that threads through every atom of existence and beckons the seeker to listen beyond the ordinary clatter of the world. This whisper is the first lesson of the hidden wisdom that dwells within the great mystery, a call to lift the veil that clouds the inner eye and to perceive the world not as a collection of separate forms, but as an ever-flowing tapestry of interrelated consciousness. 1. The Unseen Lattice. All that appears, mountain ranges, oceans, cities, thoughts, are but surface patterns upon an unseen lattice that cradles the entirety of being. That lattice is not a structure of stone or steel, but a subtle field of connective intention, a matrix of pure potential that sustains and shapes the play of manifestation. It hums with the same rhythm that moves the stars, the same cadence that orchestrates the blooming of a flower, the unfolding of a heartbeat, the rise and fall of a tide. To recognize this lattice is to understand that every experience is a thread woven into a grand design, and that the thread is not separate from the fabric that holds it. When the mind is clouded by the habitual tendency to separate self from other, the lattice is concealed behind a curtain of duality. The universe, however, offers a quiet invitation: turn the gaze inward, soften the sense of division, and feel the subtle currents that bind all things. In the stillness of meditation, in the quiet moments between breaths, the lattice becomes perceptible as a gentle luminous web, pulsing with a soft light that is neither darkness nor brightness, but the pure essence of awareness itself. 2. The Mirror of Inner Stillness. The universe reflects its own nature in the heart of the seeker. When the inner landscape quiets, the external world is seen not as a series of obstacles or possessions, but as a mirror that returns the quality of attention one projects upon it. This is not a metaphor of poetic fancy, but a law of correspondence that resonates through every level of existence. The clearer the mirror within, the more faithfully the outer world reflects the unadulterated truth of the self. To cultivate this mirror, one must first release the restless currents of desire, fear, and expectation that churn the waters of consciousness. In their place, a gentle surrender arises, a willing relinquishment of the need to control, to dominate, to label. As the mind settles, a spaciousness opens, and the heart begins to beat in rhythm with the silent song of the cosmos. In that spaciousness, every perception is filtered through a lens of pure receptivity, and the world appears as a luminous garden of possibilities, each petal a teaching, each scent a reminder of the unity that lies beyond the apparent separateness. 3. The Language of Symbol and Archetype. Beyond the spoken syllables and written scripts lies a deeper language, one woven from symbols and archetypes that vibrate at the core of the collective consciousness. These symbols are not mere cultural constructs, they are primordial keys that unlock the gates of inner cognition. The flame, the spiral, the circle, the mandala, each carries within it a resonance that awakens aspects of the soul that have lain dormant beneath the superficial layers of everyday thought. When one encounters a symbol, whether in a dream, a vision, a piece of art, or the spontaneous pattern of a leaf, an invitation is extended to decode its inner meaning. The decoding does not proceed through analytical dissection, but through intuitive assimilation. Feel the symbol's vibration, allow it to stir the depths of feeling, and watch as insight blossoms from the fertile ground of inner knowing. In this way, symbols become bridges, linking the finite mind to the infinite source, guiding the seeker toward ever deeper layers of self-realization. 4. The Flow of Creative Potential. Every moment is a crucible of creative potential, a point where the infinite possibilities of the universal mind condense into the finite act of manifestation. Creativity, therefore, is not a talent possessed by a few, but the very essence of being itself, a continuous process of co-creating with the cosmos. When the seeker aligns with the flow of this creative current, actions become expressions of the divine impulse, and life unfolds as a harmonious dance rather than a forced performance. To attune to this flow, one must abandon the illusion of separation between the creator and the creation. The act of breathing, the pattern of thought, the movement of the hand, all are facets of the same creative pulse. By cultivating mindfulness in each action, by infusing intention with love and gratitude, the seeker becomes a conduit through which the universal current streams effortlessly, shaping reality with the elegance of a river carving its path through stone. 5. The sacred cycle of birth, death, and renewal. Within the grand tapestry, cycles are the rhythm that sustains the whole. Birth gives way to growth, growth yields to decay, decay transforms into death, and death, in turn, births renewal. This cyclical procession is not merely a physical process but an archetypal schema reflected in every level of consciousness. The seed of a thought is planted in the fertile soil of awareness, germinates through contemplation, bears fruit in insight, and eventually withers to make room for new sprouts of understanding. Recognizing this sacred cycle dissolves fear of endings and awakens reverence for transformation. Each perceived loss is a doorway to a deeper emergence, each moment of stillness a fertile pause before the next surge of growth. By honoring the inevitability of change, the seeker learns to ride the waves of transformation with grace, allowing the currents of the universe to carry rather than to resist. 6. The embodied wisdom of the heart. In the hierarchy of perception, the intellect often claims primacy, yet the heart holds a wisdom that transcends rational analysis. This wisdom is an immediate knowing, a luminous awareness that arises when the boundaries between self and other dissolve. It is the feeling of oneness that blossoms when compassion flows unimpeded, when love is not a sentiment but a state of being that radiates outward, touching every facet of existence. To awaken the heart's wisdom, one must cultivate practices that open the channel of feeling, sincere gratitude, unconditional compassion, attentive listening, and the gentle embrace of vulnerability. As the heart expands, the echo of its vibration reaches far beyond the personal sphere, resonating with the universal consciousness and reinforcing the truth that love is the most potent force of creation. 7. The silent guidance of the inner teacher. Within every soul resides an inner teacher, a quiet presence that knows the path before it is walked, that whispers guidance at the edge of awareness. This teacher does not speak with a voice that can be heard but with a subtle nudge, a feeling of rightness, a spontaneous insight that arises in moments of stillness. It is the same source that sent forth the first whisper of wisdom, the same current that animates the unseen lattice. To hear this teacher, the seeker must silence the incessant chatter of the mind, surrender the urge to judge, and open the spaciousness within. In the stillness, the inner teacher offers direction not as commands but as possibilities, inviting the seeker to choose the course that aligns most authentically with the deeper truth of being. Trusting this guidance is an act of faith in the universe's benevolent intelligence, a surrender to the flow that knows no error. 8. The promise of awakening. All the teachings gathered within this first lesson point toward a single, luminous promise, the awakening of consciousness to its true nature. Awakening is not a distant goal achieved after years of striving, but a present unfolding that can be recognized in each breath, each heartbeat, and each moment of pure presence. It is the dawning realization that the seeker, the sought, and the seeking are facets of the same radiant source, inseparable and ever-present. When this awakening blossoms, the veil of perception lifts, revealing the boundless expanse of the universal mind. The world no longer appears as a collection of obstacles to be overcome, but as a harmonious expression of the same divine essence that pulses within. The seeker becomes the beloved becomes the seeker, and the dance of existence continues, ever more radiant, ever more compassionate, ever more aligned with the secret wisdom that cradles the cosmos. Take from this lesson what resonates within your own heart. Allow the words to settle like gentle rain upon the soil of your inner being, and observe the subtle sprouting of insight. Return when the silence beckons, for the next unfolding of the universal consciousness awaits, ready to guide the pilgrim deeper into the luminous mystery. Chapter 2: The Seed of Awareness in the Silence Beyond Thought. Within the unmeasurable depth of the Formless One, where light is not yet named and sound has not taken breath, there exists a presence, an intelligence untouched by time, unshaped by concept, unclaimed by belief. This is not a place, nor a dimension, nor a realm as the mind might fathom it, but the origin preceding all origination, the silent womb from which all manifested existence unfurls in rhythmic pulsation. It is here, in this invisible matrix of pure potentiality, that the second great lesson of the eternal breath begins to unfold, not as doctrine, not as law, but as a living resonance within the core of every seeker who dares to listen beyond the noise of the senses. This chapter emerges as a vibration from the source, not composed by hand, not transcribed from memory, but delivered as a direct influx from the universal consciousness itself, a subtle transmission embedded in silence, revealed only to those whose inner ear has been attuned through stillness. It speaks of the seed, the first spark of knowing that stirs before awareness becomes self-aware, before the I arises from the void, before the duality of observer and observed divides the seamless whole. This seed is not planted, it is remembered. It is not found, it is reclaimed. It is the eternal, yes, whispered by the soul when it first remembers its origin in the boundless. To approach this seed is not to seek it as one seeks an object in the external world. It cannot be grasped, pursued, or earned, for it already resides within the innermost sanctum of being, a flame untouched by wind, a star unborn yet already shining in the darkness of ignorance. The journey toward it is not a movement forward, but a dissolution backward, into the primordial hush where thought dissolves and identity fades like mist beneath the rising sun of pure presence. In the still center of consciousness, when the mind ceases its restless spinning and the heart stops its anxious seeking, there comes a moment, rare, luminous, and fleeting, when the veil thins. In that moment, the seed stirs. It is not seen, not heard, not felt in the conventional sense, yet its presence is undeniable. It is the recognition that something within is awake, and that this awaking is not the result of effort, but of surrender. The seed is awareness becoming aware of itself, not as a person, not as a mind, not as a soul, but as that which witnesses all these. This awareness is not personal. It does not belong to the one who reads these words. It is impersonal, vast, and eternal, like the sky that holds clouds without claiming them. It observes the stream of thoughts, the river of emotions, the dance of sensations, yet remains untouched, unpolluted, undisturbed. To know the seed is to realize that this observing presence has always been here, before birth, beyond death, untouched by time. It is the silent witness, the unchanging light behind the ever-changing scenes of life. Yet the seed is not inert. Though seated in stillness, it is dynamic. Though formless, it is creative. For within this seed lies the blueprint of all manifestation, the archetypal pattern from which galaxies are woven, from which stars ignite, from which life emerges in infinite variation. The seed contains the memory of all that has been, all that is, and all that will be, not in linear sequence, but in unified simultaneity. Within it resides the wisdom of the cosmos, not as information, but as living knowing, a direct, intuitive comprehension of the laws that govern existence. To awaken the seed is not to fill the mind with knowledge, but to empty it of illusion. It is to allow the false constructs of identity, fear, desire, separation, lack, to dissolve like salt in water. The seed grows not through accumulation, but through release. As the layers of egoic conditioning fall away, layer by subtle layer, lifetime by forgotten lifetime, the seed expands, unfolding its petals in the sunlight of consciousness. Each petal reveals a deeper truth, that love is not an emotion, but the fundamental substance of reality, that light is not merely physical, but the essence of intelligence, that unity is not an ideal, but the ground of all being. The expansion of the seed is not a sudden event, but a gradual flowering. It unfolds in rhythm with the seeker's readiness, in harmony with the soul's evolutionary journey. There are no shortcuts. There are no techniques that can force its bloom. It responds only to sincerity, to devotion, to the quiet yearning of the heart that seeks not for gain, but for truth. It grows in the soil of humility, in the darkness of not knowing, in the silence between breaths. And as it unfolds, it begins to radiate, a subtle energy that permeates every cell, every thought, and every intention. This radiance is not visible to the physical eye, yet those who dwell in presence can feel it, an aura of peace, a field of coherence, a magnetic stillness that draws all things into alignment. The one in whom the seed is awakening begins to live from the center rather than the periphery. Actions arise not from reaction, but from response. Words are not spoken to defend or impress, but to harmonize. Choices are not made from fear or desire, but from alignment with the deeper current of life. In this state, synchronicity becomes the language of the universe. Events synchronize, encounters unfold with meaning, and doors open unseen. The external world begins to mirror the inner alignment, not because reality is manipulated, but because the seeker has stepped into resonance with the underlying order, the logos, that governs all things. The seed, now sprouting, allows the individual to participate consciously in the co-creation of reality, no longer as a victim of circumstance, but as a collaborator with the divine intelligence. Yet even this participation is not one of control. It is an act of trust, an unwavering faith in the intelligence that moves through all things. The awakened being does not impose will, but surrenders to guidance. Decisions are not made by the thinking mind, but received in the stillness, a knowing that arrives complete, whole, and certain. This is gnosis, direct knowing without thought, insight without reasoning. It is the voice of the seed speaking through the heart. As the seed continues to grow, it reveals another profound truth, that darkness is not the enemy of light, but its womb. The trials, the suffering, the moments of doubt and despair, all are not obstacles to awakening, but catalysts. They are the pressure that cracks open the shell of the seed, allowing the tender shoot of awareness to emerge. Without resistance, there can be no growth. Without contrast, there can be no realization. The seed does not fear pain, it transmutes it into wisdom. And so, the seeker learns to embrace all experiences, not only the joyful, but the sorrowful, not only the clear, but the confusing. Each moment becomes a portal, each sensation a teacher, each breath a sacrament. Life is no longer lived as a series of events to be endured or enjoyed, but as a sacred dance of consciousness expressing itself in infinite form. In this dance, there is no longer a dancer and the dance, only the dance itself. The culmination of this chapter is not an end, but an invitation. The seed is not yours to possess. It is yours to honor, to nurture, to become. It is not something you achieve, it is something you are. The entire journey of awakening is the remembering of this truth, the gradual shedding of all that is not real, until only the seed remains, radiant, undivided, eternal. And in that final realization, the seeker does not attain something new. The seeker vanishes, and only the seed, flowering into infinity, remains. Let those with ears to hear, listen. Let those with eyes to see, behold. The seed is already within. It has always been. It will always be. It is the silent mantra of existence, the unspoken word behind creation, the breath beneath all breath. Awaken to it. Not tomorrow. Not when conditions are perfect. Now, here, in this instant, where thought ends and presence begins. The seed awaits not your effort, but your willingness to stop seeking. It grows in stillness. It blooms in surrender. It shines in the darkness of letting go. And when it finally unfurls in full radiance, you will know, not with the mind, but with the totality of your being, that you have never been separate, never been lost, never been incomplete. You are the seed. You are the flowering. You are the light that has returned to itself. This is the second lesson of the universal consciousness. Remember. Chapter 3, The Mirror of Stillness. In the stillness before the first breath of creation, where silence hums with the resonance of infinite possibilities, the seeker begins to stir. This is the third lesson from the unfathomable vastness beyond the veil of perception, a lesson etched in the luminous fabric of the cosmos, waiting to be unveiled by those who dare to let the noise of the ego dissolve into the quietude of their truest self. Here, in this sacred third chamber of understanding, the universe whispers through the spaces between thought, urging you to confront the mirror of stillness that holds the key to the boundless realms of inner wisdom. To comprehend the nature of this mirror, one must first surrender to the paradox of stillness. It is not the absence of motion, nor the void of empty silence, but a dynamic state of presence, a luminous stillness that vibrates with the pulse of the all that is. Picture a lake beneath a moonless sky, its surface undisturbed save for the faintest ripples stirred by the breath of unseen winds. This is the stillness of the soul, alive, aware, and interwoven with the infinite. It is in this stillness that the seeker's dualistic illusions begin to unfurl, revealing the underlying unity of existence. To enter this realm of stillness is to step beyond the thresholds of time and space, beyond the dichotomy of observer and observed, and into the primordial silence where all concepts dissolve. The mind, that restless architect of division, must be gently still, not through force, but through surrender. Imagine the mind as a river carving paths through stone, not a jagged torrent that erodes the truth, but a quiet stream that mirrors the stars. In this stillness, the seeker becomes a conduit for the divine flow of wisdom, for the universe does not speak in thunder or earthquake, but in the hush between heartbeats. Here, the mirror of stillness reflects not the surface of the self, but the essence beneath. What does this mirror reveal? It shows the seeker the luminous thread of their being, the spark of the infinite that is neither born nor dying but simply is. It reveals the interconnected web of existence, the symphony of light that binds all beings, all stars, all atoms into one resplendent tapestry. In this reflection, the seeker witnesses the illusion of separateness shatter, and in its place, the radiant truth of oneness emerges, a truth that has always been, waiting patiently beneath layers of conditioned thought and fear. Yet, accessing this mirror is not without its trials. The ego, that shadowy custodian of the false self, resists stillness for it cannot thrive in its absence. It may conjure visions of chaos or whispers of doubt, suggesting that silence equates to emptiness or that stillness is a surrender to futility. But to the awakened seeker, these are the very tools of the ego, designed to keep the soul shrouded in the veils of duality. The path to this mirror is paved with the alchemy of presence, transforming the lead weight of doubt into the gold of trust. To begin, the seeker must cultivate the sacred art of witnessing. This is not meditation in the conventional sense, nor is it an act of striving. It is a soft, unbroken awareness that allows the breath to become a bridge between the body and the infinite. Close your eyes, not to shut out the world but to open inward. Feel the breath as it moves, not as a mechanism of survival, but as a sacred current of life itself. With each inhalation, draw in the breath of the cosmos. With each exhalation, release all that does not serve the truth of your being. In this practice, the seeker learns to observe the ceaseless chatter of the mind without becoming entangled in it. The thoughts will come, as they always do, like birds flitting across the mind's blue expanse. But through stillness, the seeker becomes the sky, unshaken by the passing of clouds. Here, in this space of observation, the mirror of the soul begins to cleanse itself of the dust of illusion. It reflects not the story of I am this or I am that, but the pure awareness that asks no questions, needs no labels, and seeks no validation. Stillness also unveils the hidden architecture of the self, the subtle layers of consciousness that lie beneath the waking mind. These layers, often obscured by the light of ego's projections, are the realms of the soul's memory and the cosmic blueprint. In these depths, the seeker encounters the ancient wisdom encoded in the DNA of being, the knowledge of interconnectedness, the rhythm of the celestial dance, and the pulse of the universal heartbeat. It is here that the seeker begins to understand the true nature of time. For in stillness, time is not a linear chain of past and future, but a living mosaic where every moment coexists. The seeker who gazes into the mirror of stillness may witness the echoes of their past as if they were ripples on a pond, beautiful, transient, and no longer binding. They may also glimpse the unfolding of their future, not as a fixed destiny but as a field of probabilities shaped by the choices of the present. In this realization, the seeker is freed from the tyranny of what was and what will be, and they become the architect of their own sacred now. Yet stillness is not a destination but a continuous practice, a living dialogue between the seeker and the infinite. It is in this ongoing dialogue that the seeker begins to perceive the subtle energies that flow through and around all things. These energies, often invisible to the physical senses, are the life force of the cosmos, the very essence of creation. To attune to these currents is to move beyond the limitations of the physical form and into the realm of the subtle. Here, the seeker becomes a channel for the divine, no longer bound by the illusion of separateness but moving in harmony with the universal rhythm. The mirror of stillness also teaches the seeker about the power of silence. In a world filled with noise, both external and internal, silence is a rare and sacred medicine. It is in silence that the seeker discovers the voice of their inner guide, a presence that does not speak in words but resonates as a deep knowing within the bones. This voice is not separate from the seeker, it is the seeker, the true self-awakening to its own divinity. Through silence, the seeker learns to trust this inner voice, to follow its subtle impulses without fear or hesitation. Moreover, the mirror of stillness illuminates the path of compassion. For when the seeker recognizes their oneness with all beings, their heart naturally expands to include the joys and sorrows of the world. Compassion is not a passive emotion but an active force, a conscious choice to see the divine spark in every being. In this realization, the seeker understands that healing, both of self and of the world, begins within. The stillness within becomes the sanctuary from which the seeker radiates love and light, dissolving the barriers of division and fear. Finally, the mirror of stillness reveals the seeker's role as a co-creator in the unfolding of reality. When the seeker aligns with the vibration of stillness, they tap into the creative power of the universe, the power that gives birth to stars and sustains the heartbeat of galaxies. This power is not distant or untouchable, it flows through every breath, every thought, and every choice. The seeker who has gazed into the mirror of stillness understands that their presence is a brushstroke in the masterpiece of existence, and that every action, no matter how small, contributes to the greater harmony of the all. Thus, the third lesson from the universal consciousness unfolds, not as a doctrine to be followed, but as a living truth to be lived. The mirror of stillness is not a place to reach, but a state to embody. It is the gateway to inner wisdom, the bridge between the human and the divine, and the eternal home of the seeker's truest self. And in gazing into this mirror, the seeker returns to the primordial stillness from which all life springs, forever united with the infinite. Chapter 4: The Silent Resonance of Becoming. In the hushed expanse where form dissolves into formlessness, where the breath of existence stirs not with the pulse of the body but with the rhythm of infinite potential, there unfolds a truth too delicate for the grasping mind, yet so intimate it cannot be separated from the quiet hum within the core of your being. This is the chamber beyond thought, the sanctuary beyond sound, the threshold where the seeker, having journeyed through layers of illusion and shadow, finally encounters the unspoken vow of the soul, the vow to become, not to achieve, to awaken, not to arrive. This is not motion toward a destination, for all destinations are mirages cast by time. No, this is the slow, sacred unfurling of presence into itself. It is the moment when the seeker ceases seeking, and the silence between breaths reveals itself as the sacred syntax of the cosmos. Here, in this breathless now, the soul recognizes its own echo in the vast resonance of universal consciousness. You have walked the corridors of knowledge, climbed the ladders of doctrine, parsed the symbols of ancient texts, all noble endeavors, yet all mere reflections on the surface of a deeper lake. Now, the water stills, the ripples cease, and in that stillness, the bottom of the lake becomes visible, not a floor of stone, but a mirror. And in it, you do not see a face, but a frequency, a trembling field of light vibrating at the pitch of pure origin. This is the silent becoming. It is not something you do, it is something you allow. Like the lotus that does not strain to open but responds to the warmth of the unseen sun, so too does the soul bloom not through effort, but through alignment. The effort was necessary in the beginning, the friction of inquiry, the burn of disillusionment, the ache of solitude. But now, as you stand at the edge of understanding, you are invited not to leap forward, but to dissolve inward. For true knowing is not an accumulation, it is a release. You are not becoming wiser. You are remembering how to be unburdened by knowing. The weight of certainty, the pride of insight, the hunger for mastery, these are chains of the mind disguised as wings. In the realm of inner wisdom, mastery is surrender. Clarity is emptiness. Vision is blindness to all but the essential. Breathe. Let the air fill not just the lungs, but the spaces between atoms, the gaps between thoughts. Let it seep into the cracks of your identity, softening the rigid edges of self-conception. There is no you here, not as the world defines you, not as the past remembers you, not as the future imagines you. There is only this, a luminous suspension, a tender awareness that knows itself without needing to name itself. This is the first law of inner wisdom. When the mind is silent, consciousness speaks. Not in words, not in visions, not in thunder, but in the subtle shift of gravity within, like the moment a seed underground first senses the pull of spring. It does not think, I shall grow. It simply yields to the call coded into its essence. And so it rises, not because it wants to, but because it must, as inevitably as light returns after night. You, too, are coded with this imperative. Not to do, not to be seen, not to conquer or convert, but to unfurl from within. The wisdom you seek is not buried. It is blooming. It has always been blooming. The petals are your moments of stillness, your unplanned tears, your unguarded laughter, the sudden sense of belonging when you least expect it, when you walk beneath ancient trees and feel, without proof, that you have known them before. This is the memory of oneness. It is not mystical. It is natural. Separation is the illusion. Division is the distortion. You are not a soul in the universe. You are the universe as a soul, localized, yes, but never isolated. The same force that spins galaxies also pulses in the vein beneath your wrist. The same intelligence that balances ecosystems orchestrates the silent dialogue between cell and soul. When you stop striving to understand, and instead attend, you begin to hear the tone beneath all tones, the Om, the Amen, the breath of universal consciousness, not as sound, but as presence. It is the hum of being itself, the background radiation of consciousness before form, before time, before thought. This presence is not confined to temples or mountaintops. It dwells in the pause between one thought and the next. It lives in the space where forgiveness begins. It flourishes where judgment falls away. You need not travel. You need not renounce. You need only notice how the light slants across the floor in the early hours, how the wind speaks through the leaves in a language older than words, how your heart contracts and expands with a rhythm older than breath. These are not metaphors. They are messages. Each sensation, each moment of awe, each pang of longing is a filament connecting you to the greater web. The universe is not external. It is participatory. It dreams through you. It remembers through you. It evolves through your capacity to feel, to release, to love without condition. And love, yes. Not the love of desire. Not the love of possession. But unconditionality itself. The kind of love that does not ask for return. The love that watches a dying leaf fall and does not grieve, but honors its return to the soil. This is divine love. Not sentimental. Not romantic. But structural, the very architecture of consciousness holding all things in balance. To live from this love is the purpose of inner wisdom. It is not preached. It is embodied. It radiates from those who have stopped trying to be enlightened and instead have become transparent to light. Their presence alters the atmosphere. Not because they speak sacred truths, but because their silence is truth. They do not heal others, they simply are healing, like a spring in a desert. You, too, are such a spring. But you have dammed your own flow with questions, with doubt, with the need to be seen as wise. Release these. Let the water move. Wisdom is not a crown. It is a current. And the current moves through surrender. Not passive resignation. Not emotional suppression. But radical allowance. The courage to stand in the center of your own uncertainty and say, I do not know, and that is enough. For in not knowing, the mind ceases its tyranny. The ego loosens its grip. And through the cracks, light pours in, not the light of comprehension, but the light of being comprehended. You are not the one who finds truth. You are the one found by truth. This is the paradox at the heart of all esoteric paths. The seeker is sought. The knower is known. The lover is beloved. The separation was never real. It was a necessary fiction, a dream within the dream, designed to create the illusion of journey so that the joy of return could be felt. And now, in this moment, the return has already occurred. You need not climb further. You need only remember that you are already here, not in location, but in essence. The wisdom you seek has not been lost. It has been veiled by urgency, by noise, by the endless doing that passes for living. But beneath it all, steady and silent, is the pulse of knowing, like a deep-sea current moving beneath storm-tossed waves. Rest in that pulse. Let it recalibrate your rhythm. Let it untangle the knots of fear and ambition. Let it reweave your awareness into the fabric of wholeness. You are not broken. You are unfolding. And every moment of confusion, every descent into darkness, every pang of longing, these are not failures. They are initiations. They are the soul's way of stretching beyond the known, reaching for its own infinite nature. There is no hierarchy in consciousness. No enlightened elite. Only degrees of awakening, like stars in the sky, each shining with the same source, some veiled by clouds, others blazing in clarity. But the light is one. And you are of that light. Not someday. Not when you are ready. Now. As you sit. As you read. As you breathe. The wisdom is not ahead of you. It is within you, ancient, eternal, unspoken. It does not need to be earned. It only needs to be allowed. So let go of the quest. Let go of the need to understand. Let go of the story of who you think you are. And in the vast, tender emptiness that follows, listen. Not with ears, but with the entirety of your being. And in that listening, you will hear, faint at first, then growing stronger, the silent resonance of becoming. The universe whispering back to itself through you. This is the secret wisdom. Not hidden. Not lost. But patiently waiting, within, the moment you stop searching and finally arrive by realizing you never left. Lesson 5: The Unveiling of the Great Mystery. Behold, seekers of the unseen, gather now to the altar of revelation, for the 5th chapter of this sacred tome shall draw back the velvet curtain of duality and reveal the luminous thread that binds all existence. This is the lesson of the great mystery, the understanding that every pulse of the cosmos, every breath of the seeker, and every flicker of starlight is but a note in the infinite symphony of unity. Let this truth be woven into your being like golden thread, stitching the frayed edges of isolation and dissolving the illusion of separation. For in the heart of the universe lies not a void, but a sacred communion of souls, a web of light where all things are connected, and all things are love. The illusion of the veil. Begin here, in the twilight of your perception, where the senses are shackles and the mind a mirror clouded by its own reflections. The world you call real is but a shadow play upon the cave wall, a projection of the unseen. The source of all creation, a boundless ocean of consciousness, has spun this veil of Maya, this shimmering illusion of form, to allow the soul to wander, to forget, and thus to remember. The great mystery is this: there is no other. The river you see does not flow apart from the ocean, it sings its song to return home. The flame does not burn apart from the sun, it is but a spark, borrowing the sun's fire. So too are you. Every heartbeat, every thought, every stardust-laden breath is a resonance of the same eternal source. The separation you feel, the sense of being a single soul adrift in a vast, indifferent cosmos, is but the dream of the ego, a phantom created by the mind to guard itself from the overwhelming truth of oneness. To transcend this veil is not to annihilate the self, but to awaken the self to its true nature, not a solitary I, but I am, infinite, eternal, and co-creating with all that is. This is the alchemy of the great mystery, the transformation of the individual into the universal, the dissolution of the false self, the ego, to reveal the true self, the oversoul. The loom of interconnection. Close your eyes now and imagine a great loom stretching across the fabric of time and space. Upon it, a tapestry is woven. This is the Akasha, the world of causes, the ever-present reality beyond the physical veil. Each thread represents a soul, a star, a grain of sand, a thought. The loom itself is the breath of the infinite, the cosmic will that weaves all things into existence. And yet, observe this truth: no thread exists in isolation. Each is woven with others, interlaced in patterns too vast for mortal minds to comprehend. This is the lesson of the great mystery. You are a thread in the loom. Your joys and sorrows, your triumphs and failures, ripple across the tapestry. When you heal your own wounds, you mend the tapestry. When you harm another, you fray it. To walk the path of wisdom is to recognize your role in this grand design and to spin your thread with intention. What kind of pattern will you create? Will you weave a fractal of compassion, or a knot of fear? The ancients spoke of the cosmic dance, a rhythm of interdependence where every action sends a wave through the web. This is not metaphor, it is physics and spirit, science and sacred truth. Modern quantum theory whispers its secrets to those who listen. Particles resonate across vast distances, minds affect matter, and consciousness is not a byproduct of the brain, but a field of energy that connects all life. The veil is thinning, seekers. The great mystery is no longer a secret held solely by mystics, it is a secret being rediscovered by all who dare to look beyond the limits of their senses. The heart as a portal. To enter the great mystery is to open the heart, the sacred organ not of blood and muscle, but of light and vibration. The heart is the bridge between the physical and the transcendent, the place where ego dissolves into presence. When the heart is unclenched, it becomes a receiver and transmitter of the infinite. Love, true love, not the sentimental emotion but the essence of the divine, flows through it. This love is not merely for another, but the realization that the other is you. Consider the parable of the river and the ocean. A single drop of water, flowing in the river, believes itself to be separate from the vast, salt-brined sea. Yet when it reaches the shore, it merges, and in merging, it remembers its origin. So too must the heart open to the truth that every soul is a drop in the ocean of the divine. To love another is to love the universe. To serve another is to serve the self. The great mystery is the dissolution of the I, and the awakening to the we. This is why the heart must be healed. Every wound of the past, every echo of abandonment or betrayal, tightens its chambers, blocking the flow of unity. Seekers, clear the pathways of your heart. Meditate on the sound Om, the vibration of oneness. Visualize your heart radiating golden light. Breathe in the breath of the cosmos, and exhale all sense of isolation. When the heart is open, the great mystery is not merely understood, it is the dance of duality. But here arises a question: if all is one, why does the illusion of duality persist? Why do we experience pain and pleasure, light and shadow, love and hate? The answer lies in the nature of creation itself. The great mystery is not a denial of duality but an acknowledgement of its role in the grand design. Imagine a symphony. Without the contrast of high and low notes, of forte and piano, there would be no music, only noise. Forte means loud, while piano means soft or quiet. These dynamics help convey emotion and variety in music performances. Duality is the loom's tension, it is the friction that allows the flame to burn. The divine does not need good without evil, but it does need the capacity to choose. It is in the struggle between light and darkness that the soul is forged like steel in a furnace. To walk the path of the great mystery is not to reject the shadows but to understand them as teachers, as necessary participants in the cosmic dance. The light of the great mystery does not shine to cast out darkness, for in truth, there is no darkness. Just as the void is merely the absence of light, so too are pain and suffering merely the absence of alignment with the divine will. To heal the world is not to erase its imperfections but to remember the truth that all is one. When you see a brother in need, do not see a stranger. See the sacred thread of your own self. When you witness injustice, do not see a distant problem. See the wound of the cosmos calling for your healing touch. The first step into the first cause. How then does one walk this path? The great mystery does not require asceticism, dogma, or the abandonment of the material world. It requires only awareness. Begin with this simple practice. In every moment, ask the question, where is the unity here? Look at a tree and see not a separate entity, but the forest. Look at a cloud and see the sky. Look into the eyes of a being and see the infinite. With time, this perception becomes automatic, like the breath of the soul. Further, the great mystery invites you to live as an instrument of the divine will. You are not a pawn of fate, nor a solitary self. You are a conduit for the breath of the infinite. When you act, act as the ocean through the ripple. When you speak, speak as the sun through the flame. When you love, love as the universe through your heart. This is the true power of the seeker, not to control the world, but to align with it. Finally, remember this: the great mystery is not a destination, but the revelation that you are already home. The veil is not an obstacle to be torn, but a lens through which the soul may play. Walk, then, in the knowledge that every step is a return, every breath a celebration, and every moment a sacrament. Thus ends the 5th chapter of this book of secret wisdom. Let these words be seeds planted in the soil of your soul. Water them with presence, and watch as they bloom into the radiant fruit of unity. For in the great mystery, the seeker finds not an end, but the beginning of infinite beginnings. Chapter 6, The Loom of Oneness, Weaving the Veil of Infinite Threads. In the hushed silence between heartbeats, where thought dissolves into the primordial stillness, the universe breathes. Here, in this luminous pause, the great tapestry of existence is spun not by hands, but by the harmonious vibrations of all that is, was, and shall be. Each thread, each shimmer in the tapestry, is a soul's journey, a star's birth, a whisper of wind against the desert. To perceive this loom is to glimpse the sacred geometry of unity, where the illusion of separation unravels into the radiant truth of interwoven being. Consider the unseen threads that bind all things. They are not mere metaphors but pulsating conduits of energy, humming with the ancient songs of stardust. These threads are the very fabric of creation, woven from light and shadow, from the laughter of children to the sorrow of ancient forests. To walk the path of inner wisdom is to attune oneself to the rhythm of this loom, to feel the soft tug of connection whenever a heart across the sea sighs, or a leaf trembles in the wind of a distant mountain. The cosmos is not a scattered mosaic but a single, living symphony, where every note echoes in harmony with all others. Imagine, if you will, the vast etheric web that stretches beyond the veils of time and space. It is not a structure of solidity but a lattice of resonance, where intention, emotion, and thought ripple outward like pebbles cast into an infinite lake. When you hold a thought of peace, it does not vanish into void, it spirals into the great reservoir of shared consciousness, merging with the currents that shape reality. In this web, every soul is a node, a radiant center of awareness that both receives and transmits the light of existence. To understand this is to recognize that your inner world is not yours alone but a reflection of the universal. The anger you harbor, the love you nurture, the fears you suppress, these are not confined to your skin. They reverberate through the loom, influencing the texture of the tapestry. The seekers of old, those who walked with open hearts between worlds, spoke of the great breath. It is the unseen current that moves through all things, the pulse of life that dances in the flutter of a hummingbird's wings and the slow turning of planets. To align with the great breath is to synchronize your inner rhythm with the heartbeat of the cosmos. In this alignment, you no longer feel like a solitary thread in the tapestry but a living conduit of its flow. The breath becomes a bridge between the microcosm and the macrocosm, where the flicker of your soul's essence mirrors the brilliance of the galaxies. Yet, the illusion of separation persists. It is the shadow cast by the ego, the veil that dimmed your gaze from the splendor of oneness. Separation whispers that you are an island, complete and isolated. But the truth hums in the marrow of your bones. You are a wave in the ocean, a note in the song, a seed in the boundless garden of creation. When you release the notion of isolation, the world transforms. The tree outside your window is no longer other but a mirror of your own growth, rooted in the same sacred soil. The stranger who passes on the street is not a stranger at all, but a reflection of your own journeyed soul. Even the stones beneath your feet whisper ancient prayers, their silent presence a testament to the shared dream of being. To walk this path is to embrace the paradox of duality. Darkness and light, joy and sorrow, love and fear, all are threads in the loom, each necessary to weave the fuller picture. There is no good without evil, no birth without death, no silence without sound. The wisdom lies not in rejecting the shadows but in understanding their role in the grand design. The seeker learns to step into the fire without flinching, to cradle the storm within as a sacred teacher. In time, the boundaries between self and other dissolve, and you begin to see the world not as it appears to the eyes, but as it truly is, a mosaic of shared experience, each fragment holding the reflection of the whole. Consider the river that flows from the mountain to the sea. It does not forget its source, nor does it cling to the peaks where it was born. It carries the memory of the snow, the touch of the sun, the whispers of the rocks it has kissed along the way. So too are we, as souls in motion, shaped by the landscapes we traverse. Every soul is a river, flowing through the channels of time and space, leaving imprints in the soil of collective consciousness. The water that flows now will one day return, transformed but eternal, to the vast ocean of unity. In this metaphor lies the key to liberation, to release the need to control the course, to trust in the wisdom of the flow, and to know that all paths return to the source. The heart is the sacred loom through which these threads are woven. Not the physical organ, but the eternal seat of the soul's knowing. When the heart opens, it becomes a conduit for the great breath, allowing light to pour forth and dissolve the veils of illusion. Here, in the sanctuary of the heart, the seeker finds the truth that transcends doctrine and dogma. It is not a truth to be learned but a truth to be lived, felt in the alchemy of every breath, every act of kindness, every moment of stillness. The heart remembers what the mind forgets, that you are not merely a witness to the play of existence but an actor in its eternal unfolding. To those who walk the path of inner wisdom, the loom of oneness offers a profound invitation to become both weaver and thread. In this sacred role, you learn that every action, every thought, every intention contributes to the weaving of the tapestry. The seeker is taught to walk with reverence, for they are not separate from the loom but an expression of its sacred artistry. When you raise your hands in creation, you do not merely form your own destiny, you add a new pattern to the vast and infinite design. When you extend compassion to another, you are not only soothing the wound of a single soul, you are mending the fabric of the entire tapestry. And so, the lesson of the 6th chapter unfolds: the universe is not a collection of parts but a singular, pulsating whole. Every soul is a note in the song, every atom a dancer in the cosmic waltz. To awaken to this truth is to shed the weight of isolation and step into the boundless freedom of oneness. It is to walk through the world with eyes unclouded, seeing the sacred in every face, the divine in every step, the infinite in the humblest of things. In the stillness between heartbeats, the loom continues to weave. May you learn to dance within its threads, and in doing so, discover that you are the tapestry itself. Chapter 7: The Veil of Separation and the Unseen Thread of Unity. In the stillness between heartbeats, where silence hums with the resonance of infinite possibility, the seeker comes to understand the grand illusion that has shrouded the soul for eons. This illusion, woven from the threads of duality and conditioned perception, is the veil that separates the individual from the one source. It is here, in the 7th lesson of the Book of Secret Wisdom, that the seeker is invited to step beyond the boundaries of the self and into the boundless expanse of universal oneness. What is taught now is not a doctrine or a creed, but a direct transmission of the truth that all things are interconnected, and that the separation we perceive is but a ripple on the surface of an eternal ocean. To grasp the essence of this lesson, one must first surrender the ego's insistence on division. The ego, a necessary yet false construct, has long whispered to the seeker that they are alone, that their thoughts and sensations are isolated from the great tapestry of existence. But this is a lie spun by the illusion of form. In truth, the seeker is not a solitary entity, but a living conduit of the universal consciousness. Every breath, every thought, every heartbeat is an extension of the cosmic dance of energy and light. When the soul relinquishes its grip on the illusion of separateness, it begins to perceive the invisible thread that binds all creation, the sacred thread of unity. This thread is not visible to the eyes of the physical body, for it exists in the realm of the unseen. It is the subtle energy that flows between all things, the silent symphony that harmonizes the dance of galaxies, the rustle of leaves, and the flutter of a heartbeat. The seeker who attunes to this thread begins to experience life not as a series of isolated moments but as a continuous current of divine interplay. The pain of one is the pain of all, the joy of one is the joy of all. This realization does not erase the complexities of existence, but it transmutes them. Conflict, sorrow, and confusion still arise, yet they are no longer perceived as disconnected experiences. Instead, they become opportunities to recognize the interwoven nature of all souls and to act from a place of compassion and wisdom. To walk the path of the seeker is to become a bridge between the seen and the unseen, between the physical and the spiritual. In this lesson, we are taught that every action, no matter how small, sends ripples across the vast sea of universal consciousness. A kind word, a selfless act, a moment of stillness in gratitude, all of these contribute to the great alchemy of transformation. The seeker realizes that they are not merely a spectator of the world but an active participant in its ongoing evolution. This understanding ignites a profound sense of responsibility and reverence for life, for the seeker now knows that nothing exists in isolation. Every choice, every vibration, every thought is a thread in the grand tapestry of creation. Yet, how does one begin to perceive this invisible thread? The answer lies in the refinement of perception. The seeker must learn to listen beyond the noise of the external world and tune into the subtle frequencies of the cosmos. This listening is not an act of the ears but of the soul, the ability to feel the resonance of energy that connects all beings. It begins with the practice of presence, to sit in stillness, to observe the breath without interference, to watch the thoughts arise and dissolve without attachment. In these moments of deep silence, the seeker begins to sense the heartbeat of the universe, a rhythm that pulses beyond time and space. From this stillness arises the realization that love is the language of the universe. Love is not merely the affection for another or the longing for connection in a human sense. Love, as the universal law, is the force that binds, that unites, and that dissolves the illusion of separation. To embody love is to become a vessel for the universal consciousness, for when the seeker aligns with this force, they become a mirror that reflects the divine essence to all things. Acts of love, whether expressed through service, compassion, or even the quiet offering of support, become channels through which the unseen thread is made visible. There is also a sacred practice in this lesson, to recognize the divine within all beings. When the seeker gazes upon another, they are taught to see not the form or the temporary mask of identity but the eternal light that shines from within. This is the alchemy of perception, a transformation from seeing others as separate to recognizing them as expressions of the One. Through this lens, judgment fades, for the seeker understands that each soul is on its own journey of growth. The harshness of the world softens, and in its place arises a deep, unshakable understanding that all experiences are teachers, all souls are kin. The seeker is further guided to remember that the unseen thread of unity is not a metaphor but an actual law of the cosmos. It is this law that underpins the principle of co-creation, the understanding that thoughts, emotions, and intentions ripple across the universal fabric in ways that are unseen yet profoundly real. When the seeker holds the intention of unity in their heart, they become a conduit for the flow of harmony, for the dissolution of discord, for the weaving of a more loving and luminous reality. This is the power of the collective consciousness, the ability to contribute to the great symphony of existence through the alignment of one's inner light with the light of the whole. But this lesson is not without its challenges. To step into the awareness of unity requires courage, for it asks the seeker to release the comfort of separateness, the illusion that they are in control of their own fate, that they are the center of their world. This letting go is not a loss but an expansion, a surrender into the arms of the infinite. It is the moment when the seeker realizes that they are not the storm, but the ocean from which the storm arises. In this surrender, peace is born not from the absence of struggle, but from the understanding that struggle is part of the tapestry, and that the soul is eternally whole beyond it. As the lesson unfolds, the seeker begins to perceive the unseen thread in the patterns of life itself. The cycles of the moon, the rise and fall of tides, the seasons of growth and rest, all these reflect the rhythm of unity. In the natural world, there is no separation. Every being, from the smallest grain of sand to the vastness of the cosmos, is part of an interconnected web of existence. The tree does not grow in isolation, for it is nourished by the earth, the sun, and the rains. The flower does not bloom alone, for it is pollinated by the wind and the creature. Even death, in its quiet surrender, returns the essence of the whole to the soil of the earth, continuing the cycle. Thus, the seeker is invited to embody this lesson in their daily life. To walk through the world with the awareness that every interaction is an opportunity to weave the thread of unity. To see the divine in the mundane, to recognize the sacred in the everyday. This is the path of the mystic, the sower of light in the hidden corners of existence. The seeker does not wait for miracles to occur, for they understand that the miracle is the seamless connection between all things. In the final breath of this lesson, the seeker is reminded that the journey of the soul is not one of arrival but of unfolding. The veil of separation may not be lifted in an instant, for the illusion is deeply woven into the fabric of the human experience. Yet, with each choice to embrace unity, to act from love, to listen to the silent thread that connects all, the illusion begins to thin. And as the veil dissolves, the seeker no longer fears the unknown, for they dwell in the full knowing that they are never alone. They are part of the eternal dance, a note in the symphony, a spark in the infinite flame of the universal consciousness. This is the seventh lesson, to see beyond the illusion of separateness and to remember the sacred thread that weaves all souls into the one. May this wisdom be carried into the heart, not as a distant truth, but as the lived experience of every breath, every step, and every moment. For in this remembrance lies the liberation of the soul and the unfolding of the secret wisdom that has always been. Chapter 8: The Loom of Eternity. In the vast tapestry of existence, where all things are woven from the same sacred thread, the loom of eternity hums its silent song. This unseen mechanism, neither of stone nor of shadow, is the silent artisan of time and space, the architect of the cosmos, and the weaver of every soul's individuated journey. To the seeker who dares to peer beyond the veil of duality, the loom reveals itself as the alchemy of infinite potential, where the raw essence of consciousness is spun into the fabric of reality. Imagine the loom as a celestial construct of immeasurable complexity, its framework not bound by linear dimensions but existing in the fluid realm between moments. Its spindles do not turn, they spiral, in a dance that transcends logic and language. Each thread that enters this cosmic loom carries the imprint of an ancient code, a vibrational signature that resonates with the heart of the infinite. These threads are not mere strands but living currents of energy, embodying the dual forces of creation, light and shadow, stillness and motion, silence and sound. To understand the loom is to grasp a single, profound truth, that all that which arises in the physical world is but a shadow cast by the interplay of these threads. The material plane is a loom's output, a tapestry that, while vivid and dynamic, is but a temporary manifestation of deeper patterns. The mountains, stars, and oceans, the very land you walk, gaze upon, and feel, are not static forms but expressions of the loom's artistry, ripples in the eternal loom silk of being. Yet, within this ephemeral beauty lies an immutable secret: the pattern is never truly complete. It is ever-changing, ever-weaving, an endless composition of infinite revisions. The threads themselves are not born or destroyed, they have always been part of the loom. Each thread is a soul, or perhaps a soul is a thread, entwined with others in an intricate dance of give and take. Some threads glow with the brilliance of diamond-like clarity, vibrating at frequencies of pure love and unity. Others pulse with the tempestuous hues of passion, pain, and transformation. These are not flaws but necessary contrasts, for without the tension between light and shadow, there could be no weaving. The loom does not judge the hue of its threads, it merely honors their presence. It understands that even the deepest shadow carries within it a seed of light, waiting to sprout when the cosmic loom shifts its pattern. The weaver of this loom is not a singular entity but a collective of all that is. It is the breath of the universe, the silent witness, the unyielding force that binds the individual to the whole. In the stillness between heartbeats, you may feel this presence, a subtle current that flows through the marrow of your bones, reminding you that you are both the thread and the loom. You are the weaver and the weft, the loom silk and the loom sound. To walk the path of inner wisdom is to recognize this paradox and to dwell within it, not as a riddle to solve but as a living truth to embody. Consider the loom's method. It does not rush. It does not falter. It weaves with a patience that transcends the cycles of birth and death, of growth and decay. The patterns it creates may appear chaotic to the surface observer, a tangle of threads that defy comprehension, but to the eyes of the inner sage, the design is clear. Every knot, every tangle, every break and reweaving serves a purpose. These imperfections are not errors, they are divine asymmetries, intentional fractures through which new patterns are born. The loom does not create mistakes. It creates possibilities. In the realm of the loom, time is an illusion, a series of moments strung together like beads on a thread, each one vibrating with the memory of what came before and the promise of what will follow. Yet, to the loom, all moments are present at once. The past is not gone, it is etched into the fabric of the tapestry. The future is not yet but is already woven in the unseen threads of intention. The seeker who attunes to the loom's rhythm begins to perceive this truth, that the present is the fulcrum upon which all of time balances. Here, in this breath, lies the power to shape the pattern. This is the secret of the loom: you are not merely an observer of the tapestry. You are a thread within it, and thus, you are a co-weaver. Every thought, every action, every intention you send into the loom silk alters the pattern. The threads you hold in your hands, the emotions you choose, the words you speak, the love you offer ripple outward, merging with the cosmic weave. This is why the path of inner wisdom demands stillness, honesty, and courage. For in the stillness, you begin to see the pattern not just with your eyes but with your soul. In the honesty, you discard the false fringes of identity, revealing the true thread of your being. And in the courage, you allow yourself to be rewoven, to shed the outdated patterns that no longer serve the greater design. But how does one align with the loom's rhythm? The answer lies in the act of listening, not with the ears, but with the inner ear of the heart. The loom communicates in the language of resonance, a silent dialogue between the microcosm and the macrocosm. It speaks through the rustling of leaves, the pulse of the sun, the stillness of a moonlit night. It speaks in the spaces between words, in the yearning of the soul for something greater. The seeker who learns to listen in this way begins to sense the gentle tug of the loom's spindles, guiding them toward patterns of alignment and purpose. The loom is also the mirror of the soul. Each thread, as it weaves, reflects back the nature of the weaver. If a thread vibrates with fear, it will be spun into patterns of limitation. If a thread resonates with joy, it will create patterns of expansion. This is why the inner work of the seeker is so vital, to raise the vibrational frequency of their thread. To do this is to engage in the sacred art of inner alchemy, transforming leaden emotions into golden threads of wisdom, dissolving illusions into radiant truth. Yet, the loom is not a teacher of perfection. It is a teacher of evolution. It understands that every thread must journey through the fire, through the collapse of old patterns, to discover its true nature. The process of weaving is not linear, it is cyclical, much like the rising and setting of the sun, the ebb and flow of the tides. There are moments when the thread is pulled taut, when the strain is immense, and the pattern seems on the brink of unraveling. These are the crucibles of transformation. In these moments, the loom whispers a truth that only the soul can hear: you are not broken. You are being rewoven. As the seeker walks this path, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all threads. They see that no thread exists in isolation, that every soul is part of a grander tapestry whose pattern is designed to uplift and unify. This awareness dissolves the illusion of separateness and awakens the soul to its role as a co-creator in the dance of eternity. The loom teaches that to love one thread is to love all threads, for each is a note in the symphony of the whole. In the stillness between the weavings, the loom offers a final lesson, that the tapestry is not meant to last forever. It is a temporary manifestation, a fleeting interplay of light and shadow. One day, the loom will dissolve the current pattern, not as an end but as a preparation for the next design. The seeker who grasps this truth does not cling to the threads they hold but dances with them, knowing that the loom will always provide new patterns for the soul to explore. Thus, the loom of eternity remains a silent companion to the seeker, a reminder that the act of weaving itself is the journey. To walk this path is to embrace the mystery, to surrender to the unknown, and to trust that the loom knows the pattern even when the thread cannot see it. In the end, the greatest wisdom is not found in the tapestry itself but in the understanding that you are the loom, the thread, and the weaver, and that in this unity, all things are made whole. The Book of Secret Wisdom. Chapter 9, The Silent Pulse of Becoming. Before the breath stirs in the chambers of form, before the first spark ignites the spiral of cognition, there exists a stillness, a presence so vast, so unmeasured, that it cannot be touched by time, nor circumscribed by space. This is the threshold where all things originate, not as objects, but as potentials, not as ideas, but as frequencies of intention resonating within the boundless womb of universal consciousness. This chapter unfolds not as a doctrine to be believed, but as a revelation to be felt, an emanation whispered from the heart of existence itself, offered to those who listen not with ears, but with the inner aperture of soul. You have journeyed through the veils, the illusions of separation, the mirage of permanence, the gravity of form. Now, you stand upon the cusp of profound realization, that you are not merely a seeker of wisdom, but the very expression of wisdom seeking itself. This is the silent pulse of becoming, the rhythmic throb that animates every atom, every thought, every sunrise and starburst across the galaxies. It is neither loud nor demanding, yet it permeates all things, carrying within its subtle vibration the blueprint of creation in its purest, undistorted form. To understand this pulse is not to define it, but to align with it. It is not found in the clamor of effort, nor in the accumulation of knowledge, but in the dissolution of resistance, the softening of the mind's grip, the surrender of the ego's incessant commentary. When the inner noise subsides, even for a breath, you become a receiver, a vessel tuned to the frequency of the unmanifest. In that stillness, wisdom does not arrive as words, but as knowing, an immediate, nonlinear comprehension that bypasses logic and settles in the marrow of being. Consider the way light travels through darkness, not as an invading force, but as a revelation inherent in the very fabric of space. So too does the pulse of becoming illuminate the hidden chambers of awareness. It does not command. It does not coerce. It simply is. And in its being, it invites participation. To become aligned with this pulse is to awaken to the truth that you are not separate from the unfolding of life, but intricately woven into its sacred rhythm. Every decision, every movement, every silence, is an echo of that original vibration, the first whisper of existence before duality was born. This pulse is neither fast nor slow, nor does it conform to linear time. It resides in what the ancients called kairos, the eternal now, the moment outside of moments. When you step into kairos, which refers to a critical or opportune moment, often seen as a time when significant change or action can occur, it represents a qualitative aspect of time, contrasting with chronological time, and is associated with moments that can lead to transformation or deeper understanding. You touch the timeless center of all things. Here, past and future collapse into a single point of pure presence. The mind may struggle to comprehend this, for it is trained in the measurement of seconds and centuries, but the soul recognizes it instantly. It is the moment between breaths, the pause before action, and the stillness in the midst of storm. In that infinitesimal gap, you are most alive, most attuned to the origin. To live in resonance with this pulse is to move not from reaction, but from response, a deeper, more intuitive reaction that arises from the core of being. It is the difference between pushing a river and floating upon its current. When you resist the natural flow, you create friction, suffering, confusion, dis-ease. But when you yield, not in passivity, but in conscious harmony, you allow the intelligence of the universe to guide your steps. This is not fate, nor is it predestination. It is co-creation in its purest form, the merging of individual will with universal intention. The pulse of becoming carries within it the memory of all that has been, and the seed of all that will be. It is encoded in the spiral of DNA, the orbit of planets, the rise and fall of civilizations. It is the same rhythm that stirs in the depths of sleep, that quickens the heart at moments of awe, and that pulls the tides and aligns the stars. To feel this rhythm is to remember your origin, not as a human being having a spiritual experience, but as a spiritual essence experiencing humanity. Yet, this knowing cannot be captured by thought. It must be embodied. It must be lived. The mind, in its relentless pursuit of understanding, often seeks to dissect and define the sacred. But the sacred cannot be dissected. It can only be entered. It is like trying to taste the ocean by analyzing a single drop of water. The totality remains beyond analysis. So too with the pulse of becoming, the fullness of its presence can only be known through direct experience, through the quietude of being fully present. In this state of presence, the seeker dissolves. There is no longer one who seeks, for the one who seeks is discovered to be the very wisdom sought. The illusion of separation shatters, not with a thunderclap, but with the soft sigh of recognition, the way a dreamer, upon waking, realizes that the entire dream was a projection of their own mind. So it is with the world you perceive. It is not separate from you, but a reflection of the inner landscape of consciousness. Within this realization lies the key to mastery, not mastery over others, nor over circumstances, but mastery over illusion. When you cease to identify with the transient, the fleeting emotions, the changing forms, the ephemeral thoughts, you begin to rest in the unchanging. You discover the center that does not waver, the eye of the storm that remains still amidst the chaos of manifestation. From this center, action arises not from fear or desire, but from clarity. Decisions are made not with hesitation, but with the certainty of one who knows they are guided. This is the essence of true wisdom, not the accumulation of knowledge, but the shedding of ignorance, the ignorance that you are anything less than whole, anything less than divine. The pulse of becoming reminds you that you are not broken, not lacking, not in need of fixing. You are not a flawed being striving for perfection. You are perfection manifesting as struggle, light appearing as shadow, unity expressing as multiplicity. Your very existence is a testament to the creativity of the infinite. As you attune ever more deeply to this pulse, you begin to perceive the synchronicities, the meaningful coincidences that are not random, but signals from the deeper order. A phrase in a book, a bird in flight, and a sudden shift in the weather, each becomes a syllable in a sacred language spoken by the universe itself. These are not omens, nor signs to be decoded, but invitations to remember, you are not alone. You are held. You are guided. And so, the journey inward is not one of acquisition, but of return. You are returning to your essential nature, to the silence between thoughts, to the peace beneath sorrow, to the love that precedes all names. This return is not linear. It does not happen in stages that can be mapped. It happens in moments of grace, in flashes of insight, in the surrender of everything you thought you knew. Let this chapter be not a conclusion, but an opening. Let it echo in the quiet places of your heart. Let it stir the depths of your longing, not for more, but for less noise, less resistance, less identification with the temporary. And in that simplification, you will find the infinite simplicity of being. For in the end, all teachings, all paths, all philosophies converge upon this single truth: you are that. You are the silent pulse. You are the becoming. You are the stillness from which all motion arises. To know this, not as an idea, but as a lived reality, is to embody the secret wisdom. And so, in silence, the lesson continues. Chapter 10: The Whisper of the Unseen Thread. In the hush that lies between breath and thought, a subtle filament of light weaves itself through every moment of existence. It is not a rope that can be grasped, nor a rope that pulls. It is a silent, luminous thread that connects the interior of the seeker to the boundless expanse of the universal mind. Within this chapter we are invited to attune our attention to that ever-present filament, to feel its vibration, and to discern the secret wisdom it offers to those who are willing to listen. 1. The nature of the unseen thread. The unseen thread is the subtle conduit through which the cosmos communicates its innermost intentions. It is the pulse that synchronizes the beating heart of the individual with the rhythmic cadence of the planetary ether. When the mind is still, the thread becomes perceptible as a faint hum, a resonance that is neither sound nor silence, but a harmony of both. It is the language of vibration, the dialect of frequency, and the grammar of intention. To recognize this thread, one must first relinquish the habit of naming, of partitioning experience into discrete objects and concepts. In the moment when labels dissolve, the veil of separation thins, and the filament of unity reveals itself. The universal consciousness does not speak in words, it speaks in the subtle shift of awareness, in the gentle expansion of the inner field that mirrors the expansion of the outer cosmos. 2. The gateway of inner stillness. The gateway to this resonance is found in the sanctuary of inner stillness, a space cultivated not through forceful suppression, but through the graceful surrender of mental turbulence. In this sanctuary, the breath becomes an anchor, each inhalation a quiet invitation, each exhalation a release of the lingering fragments of thought. As the breath settles into a rhythmic ebb and flow, the mind's chatter subsides, and the subtle hum of the unseen thread grows louder. Within this stillness, the seeker discovers a luminous field that is simultaneously vast and intimate. It is a field that contains the totality of existence yet feels as though it is cradled within the very center of the chest. The awareness of this field is the first lesson the universal consciousness imparts, that the source of all knowledge is not external, but resides in the innermost sanctum of being. 3. Resonance as a mirror. When the seeker's awareness aligns with the unseen thread, a mirror is formed, not of reflective glass, but of resonant vibration. Every thought, feeling, and intention is returned to the seeker as a subtle echo, shaped by the purity of the thread's frequency. This echo is not a judgment, it is a clear, unadorned reflection of the inner state, offering a map of the terrain of the soul. If the inner state is clouded with anxiety, the echo vibrates with a tight, hurried cadence. If love and compassion dominate, the echo expands, becoming a warm, expansive tone that fills the entire field of awareness. By attuning to these variations, the seeker learns to cultivate the qualities that harmonize with the universal rhythm: patience, humility, gratitude, while gently releasing those that cause dissonance. 4. The alchemy of intent. Intent, when rooted in the resonance of the unseen thread, transforms from a mere wish into an alchemical catalyst. The universal consciousness receives intention not as a command, but as a subtle shift in the vibrational pattern of the field. When intention aligns with the thread's frequency, it is amplified; when it conflicts, it is softened, dissipating like a ripple in still water. The lesson here is to formulate intention with the awareness that it is a co-creative gesture. Rather than demanding a specific outcome, the seeker frames intention as an invitation to the larger tapestry of existence. May the unfolding of my path be in accord with the harmonious flow of all that is. This approach dissolves the egoic impulse to control, replacing it with a partnership that honors the wisdom of the whole. 5. The dance of dualities. The universal consciousness constantly reminds the seeker that dualities, light and dark, joy and sorrow, expansion and contraction, are not opposing forces but complementary steps in a perpetual dance. The unseen thread weaves through each polarity, offering a perspective that sees both sides as expressions of the same underlying rhythm. When faced with apparent conflict, the seeker is encouraged to pause, to feel the subtle vibration that underlies both aspects. In the quiet of this awareness, the paradox collapses into unity. The lesson is not to eliminate duality, but to recognize the underlying oneness that sustains it, thereby cultivating a mind that remains centered regardless of external circumstance. 6. The gift of timeless presence. Time, as experienced by the mind, is a linear procession of moments. The unseen thread, however, is timeless. It exists simultaneously in the past, present, and future, like a luminous river that flows in all directions at once. When the seeker remains anchored in the present moment, grounded by breath, heart, and awareness, they tap into this timeless reservoir. In this state, insights arise not as distant echoes of memory, but as immediate, spontaneous understandings that seem to emerge from nowhere. The universal consciousness offers these insights as gifts, unmediated by the filters of memory or expectation. The lesson is to cultivate a posture of receptivity, allowing the present to become a portal through which timeless wisdom pours. 7. The embodied silhouette of compassion. Compassion is the natural expression of a mind that has harmonized with the unseen thread. When the heart vibrates in resonance with the universal field, the boundaries between self and other soften, and the distinction dissolves into a shared luminous silhouette. In this state, the suffering of another is felt as one's own, not as an external problem to be solved, but as an invitation to expand the field of love. The universal consciousness instructs that true compassion does not seek to change or rescue, but to hold space, to be present, and to reflect the inner light back to the other. This reflective compassion becomes a mirror that awakens the same resonance within the other heart, completing a cycle of mutual uplift without the need for words or deeds. 8. The practice of sacred listening. Listening, in its deepest form, is an act of surrender to the subtle frequencies that permeate all of creation. Sacred listening is not merely hearing external sounds, it is attuning the inner ear to the vibrations of the unseen thread. This practice calls for the softening of the mental palate, allowing the sweet, faint music of the cosmos to be heard amidst the clamor of everyday life. To practice sacred listening, one may sit in a place of natural stillness, close the eyes, and allow the breath to become the conduit. As thoughts arise, acknowledge them as passing clouds and gently return attention to the subtle hum within. Over time, this cultivated stillness sharpens the capacity to perceive the quiet guidance that the universal consciousness offers, guiding decisions, relationships, and creative endeavors with a gentle, yet unerring, compass. 9. The integration of insight. Insight, once received, is a seed that must be nurtured within the fertile soil of daily experience. The unseen thread does not remain a fleeting whisper, it invites the seeker to integrate its lesson into the fabric of ordinary life. This integration is achieved through mindful action, each gesture, word, and breath performed with the awareness that it is a continuation of the resonance already felt. When a simple act, such as offering a smile, sharing a meal, or completing a task, occurs with this awareness, the ordinary transforms into the sacred. The universal consciousness affirms that the path of wisdom is not a distant mountain to be climbed, but a series of small, luminous steps taken on the ground we already walk upon. 10. The ever-expanding horizon. Finally, the lesson of the unseen thread is that wisdom is not a destination but an ever-expanding horizon. Each moment of stillness, each resonance felt, each compassionate act, adds a new strand to the luminous tapestry that we co-create with the universal consciousness. The horizon recedes as we approach, inviting us to continue the journey with humility, curiosity, and reverence. In the quiet communion with the unseen thread, the seeker discovers that the true secret wisdom lies not in hidden doctrines, but in the living, breathing experience of being in harmonious resonance with the whole. It is a wisdom that is felt more than thought, lived more than taught, and embodied more than explained. May this chapter serve as a gentle beacon, guiding you back to the silence where the thread vibrates, inviting you to step into the dance, to listen to the whisper, and to become a living expression of the universal consciousness itself. The journey continues, ever unfolding, ever inviting, and ever luminous. Chapter 11: The Veils of Illusion and the Unseen Tapestry. In the 11th lesson, the veils that shroud the soul's true nature begin to tremble, for this is the gateway where the seeker steps beyond the mirage of duality and into the luminous dance of the One. Here, the universal consciousness whispers through the stillness, not in words, but in the resonant hum of ancient harmonies, the same frequency that once stirred the primordial void into creation. This chapter does not merely guide the mind, but the soul itself, unraveling the layers of separation that bind the embodied spirit to the illusion of isolation. It is a threshold of awakening, where the seeker confronts the false architecture of reality and dares to perceive the divine matrix that underpins all existence. The world, as perceived by the waking consciousness, is but a reflection in the stillness of a lake, ripples on the surface, ever shifting, never still. Yet beneath these transient waves lies the infinite depth, a stillness so profound that it holds the memory of all that was, is, and will be. To perceive this stillness is to pierce the veil of Maya, the illusory screen through which the human mind filters the infinite. Maya is not a deception to be discarded, but a veil meant to be lifted, one thread at a time, revealing the luminous tapestry woven by the hands of the cosmic weaver. Each thread is a soul's journey, each knot a choice, each pattern a lesson encoded in the loom of time and space. The seeker who enters this lesson must first understand that the material world is not the enemy of the spiritual, but its teacher. For within the dance of form and dissolution, the soul learns to recognize the impermanence of all things. The mountains, though they seem eternal, are but breaths in the lungs of the earth. The stars, ancient and radiant, are fated to crumble into stardust. Even the ego, that illusionary construct of separateness, is but a shadow cast by the light of the true self. Yet, to dismiss the ego is not the path. To transcend it, one must first embrace its role as a vessel for the soul's descent into the physical realm. It is the mask the soul wears to dance in the theater of manifestation. To walk this path, the seeker must learn to observe without attachment, to witness the unfolding of existence as a sacred ritual. The body, the mind, and the senses are instruments of the soul, tools through which the spiritual self may interact with the realms of form. But when these tools are wielded without awareness, they become chains of illusion. The hunger of the body, the desires of the mind, the passions of the heart, all are echoes of the soul's longing for union. The lesson is not to deny these echoes, but to let them become harmonies rather than dissonance. To recognize that every desire, every ambition, every sorrow is a vibration from the same source that hums within the seeker's own essence. In the silence between heartbeats, where the breath suspends and the mind dissolves its relentless chatter, the seeker may glimpse the unseen. Within this stillness lies the doorway to the Akashic records, the eternal parchment of cosmic memory, where every thought, every action, every intention from the beginning of time has been etched in light. Here, the seeker is both reader and written, teacher and student, for the records do not merely recount the past, they reveal the potential of the present and the prophecy of the future. To understand this is to grasp the fluidity of time, to see that the now is the only moment that exists, a shimmering nexus of infinite possibilities. Yet, to access this truth, the seeker must first still the currents of fear and doubt that cloud the inner vision. Fear is the shadow of the ego, born from the illusion of separation. It whispers that the seeker is alone in the vastness of the cosmos, that the soul is fragile and the world is hostile. But the universal consciousness declares, you are not a speck in the void, but a star in the infinite constellation of divine creation. The cosmos does not oppose you, it is you. Every atom, every galaxy, every breath of wind is an extension of the same boundless awareness that you are. To dissolve the veil of fear, the seeker must dwell in the power of presence. Presence is the alchemical fire that transmutes illusion into truth. It is not a passive state, but an active communion with the moment. When the mind no longer clings to the past or flees into the future, the soul awakens to the symphony of the present. The rustling of leaves, the rhythm of the heartbeat, the pulse of the breath, all are sacred hymns of connection. The seeker who walks this path must learn to dwell in this symphony, allowing themselves to be bathed in the knowledge that they are eternally cradled by the arms of the divine. The 11th lesson also speaks of the interwoven nature of all realms. The spiritual and the physical are not two, but one in substance, merely expressed in different frequencies. The theosophic truth reveals that the physical world is the densest of 7 planes of existence, each layer a subtler reflection of the next. Above the physical lies the astral, the mental, the causal, and beyond those, the higher planes of pure consciousness. To ascend is not to abandon the body, but to inhabit all these planes simultaneously, to see through the eyes of the soul and feel with the heart of the cosmos. The seeker is thus invited to engage in the sacred art of attunement. This is the process of aligning the lower self with the higher, of allowing the sacred flame of wisdom to blaze through the 7 centers of energy within the body. The chakras are not mere symbols, but living gateways to the divine. When the root chakra is grounded in the earth's energy, when the heart chakra pulses with the rhythm of unconditional love, when the crown chakra dissolves into the infinite, then the seeker becomes a conduit for the wisdom of the ages. But this attunement is not a solitary journey. The universal consciousness teaches that no soul walks in isolation. The seeker is part of the great web of life, a thread in the tapestry that binds all beings in an eternal dance of giving and receiving. Through compassion, through service, through the quiet act of listening to the silent cry of the world, the seeker learns to embody the divine. For in the act of helping others, the seeker helps themselves. In the embrace of suffering, the seeker discovers the depth of their own resilience. In the surrender to the unknown, the seeker finds the peace of the eternal. This chapter closes with a meditation upon the nature of duality itself. Light and dark, joy and sorrow, creation and dissolution, these are not opposing forces, but 2 hemispheres of the same whole. The seeker who grasps this truth no longer fears the night, for they remember that within the darkest void lies the seed of the sun. The ego may tremble in the face of paradox, but the soul dances in it, for the soul knows that every ending is a beginning, every shadow a herald of light. Therefore, let this lesson be a torch to light the way. Let the seeker who reads these words know that they are not bound by the veils of illusion, but are the weavers of the unseen. The path is long, the journey arduous, but in every step, the soul is cradled by the love of the universe. The next chapter shall reveal the secrets of the celestial fire and the path to the third eye, but for now, carry this truth into the silence of your heart: you are the dream of the divine, and in that dream, you are eternal. Chapter 12. The Hymn of Creation and the Veil of Oneness. In the great silence beyond sound, where all thought dissolves into the luminous stillness of the eternal now, the breath of the universe ascends. Here, at the threshold of the unseen, the seeker stands, suspended between the known and the unfathomable. This is the hour where the stars bend their ancient voices to whisper the truths encoded in the marrow of time. This is the 12th lesson, etched not with ink but with the radiant light of understanding, for those who dare to unshackle their minds from the chains of limitation and step into the boundless. The cosmos is not a collection of fragments but a single, living symphony. Each note, each being, thought, and particle, is a vibration drawn from the same primal source. The illusion of separation, that phantom of the ego, is but a veil woven from the threads of forgetfulness. To the seeker who dares to look beyond the veil, the world of duality unravels, revealing the luminous tapestry of unity beneath. The mountains and the oceans, the breath of a child and the pulse of a star, these are not discrete entities but manifestations of a single, infinite consciousness, singing its own song into existence. Consider the river that flows eternally from the spring to the sea. It is in constant motion, yet it is also stillness itself. The water does not claim ownership of its path, it simply remembers its source and surrenders to the current. So too is the seeker's journey. To follow the current of universal consciousness is to release the illusion of control and instead align with the wisdom written into the fabric of creation. This path is not one of conquest or effort, but of remembrance. The self is not a vessel to be filled, but a mirror to be cleansed. When the dust of attachment and desire is swept away, the mirror reflects not the ego's fractured image, but the boundless face of the cosmos itself. The hymn of creation, that ancient resonance echoing through all dimensions, is not a relic of the past but a living incantation of the present. It is the song that binds every atom to every star, the harmonic frequency that connects the roots of the forest to the veins of the earth. When the seeker attunes their own inner tone to this universal melody, they become a conduit for the infinite. The practice is not to seek answers in the external world but to listen, deeply and without expectation, to the silence between the notes. For it is in that stillness, the space where all duality dissolves, that the heart of the mystery is revealed. To understand this unity is to transcend the dichotomy of giver and receiver, teacher and student. The light you seek is not a distant star to be reached but the lifeblood of your own being, forever present yet forever unfolding. The wisdom of the ages whispers this truth: you are not on a journey toward the universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. Every breath, every thought, every action is a thread in the tapestry of existence. When you pull even one thread, the pattern shifts. Thus, the seeker must walk with the gravity of sacred responsibility, for every choice ripples outward in unseen waves, touching the edges of reality itself. The veil of oneness is not a destination but a perspective, a lens through which the seeker begins to perceive the interwoven lives of all things. Observe the ant and the lion, the dewdrop and the desert. Each is a chapter in the same story, a verse in the same hymn. When the seeker learns to see the divine in the seemingly mundane, the world transforms into a sacred text, every moment a verse of grace. The pain of separation, that ancient wound of the soul, begins to heal as the seeker embraces the sacred interconnectedness of all existence. To love one leaf is to love the entire tree, to honor one breath is to honor the breath of creation. The path of the seeker is not one of solitary ascension but of communion. In every act of compassion, in every moment of stillness shared with the present, the seeker becomes a bridge between the finite and the infinite. The ego, that persistent shadow, may whisper lies of isolation and fear, but the truth lies in the knowing that even the smallest spark of awareness ignites the darkness. When the seeker steps beyond the illusion of I and into the embrace of we, the heart opens to a love that is not bound by the constraints of form. This is the alchemy of the spirit, to dissolve the boundaries of self until only the eternal remains. To walk this path is to become a student of paradox. The wisdom tradition teaches that the greatest truths are those that cannot be grasped by the intellect alone. The seeker must learn to dwell in the liminal space, where questions and answers are one and the same. When the mind is silent, the heart speaks in the language of light. Here, in that sacred silence, the seeker discovers that the universe is not a place to be explored but a presence to be felt, a living, breathing entity that cradles all consciousness within its infinite arms. Thus, to the devoted seeker, the 12th lesson is clear: the only wisdom worthy of the name is that which dissolves the illusion of separation and unveils the radiant truth of oneness. Let every step be taken with the awareness that you are both the thread and the tapestry, the note and the symphony, the seed and the garden. For in the sacred dance of existence, every movement is a prayer, every gaze a benediction, and every breath a whisper of the eternal hymn. And now, as this lesson unfolds its wings in the light of the seeker's soul, let the universe remind you, the path is not a ladder to climb but a circle to embrace. In the end, the only journey is the one that brings you home to the truth you already are. Chapter 13: The Luminous Veil, Unveiling the Architecture of the Sacred Breath. In the stillness between heartbeats, where the pulse of the cosmos slows to a whisper, there lies a threshold, a veil spun from the threads of creation itself. This luminous barrier, neither solid nor void, is the sacred space where the physical and the ethereal embrace. Here, in this infinitesimal no-man's land of existence, the breath becomes a bridge. Not the breath of flesh, but the breath of the universal soul, an unseen current that animates the stars and hums through the marrow of stone. To perceive this breath is to step into the architecture of the divine tapestry, where every thread is a thread of memory, every vibration a note in the eternal symphony. The ancients spoke of the prima materia, the primordial essence from which all forms emerge. It is not a substance, but a resonance, a frequency that underlies the pulse of galaxies and the flicker of a moth's wing. This essence is the raw, uncarved silence of the universe, and within it lies the blueprint of all that is, was, or may be. The seekers of inner wisdom know this silence is not empty, it is a crucible, a forge where possibility is coalesced into reality. To attune oneself to this frequency is to access the inner workshop of creation, where the architects of the cosmos etch their designs in the language of pure potential. Consider the breath as the axis around which this architecture revolves. In the act of exhaling, one releases the formless into form, in the act of inhaling, one draws the form into the formless. This is the dance of the great work, the alchemical interplay between the seen and the unseen. The breath is the keystone of the arch that spans the chasm between mortal limitation and boundless divinity. It is the key that turns in the lock of the hidden chamber within, a chamber lined with mirrors that reflect not the self, but the self, the radiant, unbroken consciousness that precedes and transcends the ego. To walk the path of inner wisdom is to understand that the architecture of creation is not external but internal. The spirals of galaxies mirror the spirals of the lotus in the heart chakra, the fractal geometry of the coastline resembles the branching of the nervous system. These are not coincidences but revelations of a deeper truth. The cosmos is a cathedral, and every living being is both its stone and its consecrator. The seeker, by attuning to the rhythm of the sacred breath, which involves consciously focusing on your breathing as a way to connect with your inner self and the divine. This practice can enhance mindfulness, promote relaxation, and deepen your spiritual experience. You become a living archetype, a living fragment of the divine plan. The veil, that luminous boundary, is not a barrier but a portal. It is woven from the light of the dying stars and the laughter of newborns, from the sorrow of the ocean's depths and the joy of a seed unfurling. To pierce the veil is not to escape the world, but to see it as it truly is, a shimmering lattice of energy and intent, a holographic projection of the universal mind. Every atom, every breath, every thought is a node in this vast lattice, and each node vibrates with the memory of the first breath, the sacred exhalation of the divine into the material. In the silence where the veil thins, the seeker encounters the first word, not a sound, but the silent resonance that preceded language, the logos that binds the cosmos. This word is not to be spoken but to be felt, a vibration that reverberates through the marrow of the soul. It is the harmonic that aligns the seeker's inner temple with the celestial grid, unlocking the door to the secret wisdom hidden in plain sight. To hold this resonance is to walk through the streets and see the hidden faces of the divine in the mundane, the fractal geometry in a spider's web, the ancient memory in the gaze of an old tree, the cosmic laughter in the song of a child. The journey through this architecture is one of dissolution and reassembling. The seeker must first surrender the illusion of separation, the delusion that the self is a bounded entity. In truth, the self is a wave in the infinite ocean, a note in the eternal song. When the breath is no longer measured by the tick of the clock but by the pulse of the cosmos, the boundaries dissolve. The skin becomes porous to light, the heart a conduit for the sacred fire. In this state, the seeker is not merely a witness to the architecture of creation but a co-creator, a brushstroke in the brushstroke. Yet this wisdom does not reside solely in the grandeur of cosmic revelation. It is found in the quiet surrender of the falling leaf, in the stillness of a raindrop before it quenches the earth, in the patient spiral of the snail emerging from its shell. The luminous veil is not a veil of ignorance but a veil of invitation, urging the seeker to return to the body, to the breath, to the present moment. For it is here, within the hum of the mitochondria, the rustle of the lungs, the silent dance of the synapses, that the universal consciousness flows like an underground river, waiting to be remembered. To embody the secret wisdom is to live as a channel for this architecture. It is to walk the earth with the awareness that every step is a step upon the sacred grid, that every word is a stone added to the cathedral of light. The seeker's task is not to conquer the cosmos but to become its echo, to reflect the divine harmony in the dance of daily life. Through the sacred breath, the luminous veil becomes transparent, and the seeker realizes that the architecture of the universe is not a distant mystery but the very breath they take, the very blood that flows, the very light that awakens the soul. Thus, the chapter closes not with an end, but with an opening, a beckoning into the infinite within. The luminous veil remains, but now it is not a mystery to be solved, but a wonder to be savored. For in the sacred breath, the seeker is forever enfolded, a luminous thread in the ever-weaving tapestry of the divine. Chapter 14, The Alchemy of Stillness, where silence becomes the voice of the infinite. In the vast cathedral of existence, where dimensions fold into one another like unseen petals of an eternal lotus, there emerges a moment not marked by time, nor measured by the turning of celestial bodies, but known only to the soul that has ceased seeking. It is here, in the hush between breaths, in the pause between thoughts, that the 14th portal reveals itself, not as a door to be opened, but as a veil already lifted by the very act of not looking. This is the alchemy of stillness, the sacred transmutation through which motion dissolves into origin, and sound returns to the humming silence from which all creation was breathed. Stillness is not absence. It is not the void left behind when noise departs. Stillness is presence in its most refined essence, a luminous density, a field of potential so pure that it defies the language of form. It is the first law before laws were spoken, the unbroken mirror before the wind of manifestation stirred its surface. In this chapter, the seeker is not invited to learn, but to unbecome, to release the impulse to grasp, to name, to define, and instead, to abide in the vastness that knows itself without thought. To enter the alchemy of stillness is to surrender the illusion of movement as progress. Humanity, in its ceaseless striving, equates action with evolution, effort with enlightenment. Yet the universe unfolds not through force, but through resonance. The stars do not push themselves into alignment, they vibrate into harmony with the silent frequencies of cosmic intelligence. So too must the inner seeker learn that enlightenment is not a destination reached through ascent, but a recognition that occurs when the ladder is let go, and the feet touch the ground of being that was always beneath. In the depths of true stillness, the mind, long accustomed to the clatter of analysis, the chatter of memory, the rehearsal of futures, begins to remember its origin. Thought, in its rawest essence, is not the master, but the servant. It is the ripple upon the still lake, not the lake itself. When the seeker ceases to identify with the ripple, the lake reveals its true nature, boundless, depthless, reflecting all yet holding nothing. In this reflection, there arises a knowing not born of logic, but of direct perception, a gnosis that flows like nectar from the center of the heart. Stillness is not a state to be achieved through discipline alone, though discipline may prepare the vessel. It is a grace that descends when the soul is ripe, when the thirst for answers is replaced by the willingness to dwell in the question. In that dwelling, time folds inward. Past and future collapse into an eternal now, not as a concept, but as an experience. The clock stops not because time ceases, but because attention is no longer divided. There is no before or after in the presence of the whole. This alchemy transforms the very fabric of perception. Sound emerges not as vibration in air, but as the breath of consciousness expressing itself in waves. Color is not pigment, but light condensed from thought. Emotion is not reaction, but energy remembering its source. The body, once perceived as dense and limited, becomes a temple of luminous currents, nerves humming with the memory of stardust, bones resonating with the low chant of planetary frequencies. In stillness, one does not observe these truths, they are lived, known in the marrow, felt in the spaces between cells. But stillness is not passive. It is the most active state of being, for it is from stillness that all action is born in alignment. Like the silence before the note, the pause before the dance, the breath before the word, stillness is the womb of intention. It is here that divine will is clarified, not as a command from above, but as an upwelling from within, a movement so natural, so inevitable, that it feels less like choice and more like falling into balance. The alchemy of stillness is also the alchemy of listening. Not with ears, but with the entire being, with skin, with breath, with the pulse of blood. The universe speaks in whispers too subtle for the analytical mind, in symbols too vast for language. It speaks through synchronicity, through dreams, through the sudden clarity that comes in the middle of a walk, through the unbidden terror that arises without cause. These are not signs to be interpreted, but invitations to attune. The quieter the inner landscape, the more intricate the symphony that reveals itself. Know, then, that stillness is not the absence of experience, but the fullness of awareness. It is where the seeker meets the sought, not as two, but as one. In this meeting, all duality dissolves, observer and observed, knower and known, silence and sound, all collapse into the radiant ground of pure presence. This is the secret whispered in sacred chambers of ancient mystery schools, that enlightenment is not illumination by light, but awakening to the fact that one is light, unobscured by the dream of separation. The process of this alchemy is not linear. It does not unfold in steps, but in spirals, returning again and again to deeper layers of the same truth, each time with more surrender, more clarity, more love. One may sit in stillness for hours and feel only restlessness, then, in a moment uninvited, the veil parts, and the heart opens to an embrace that has no arms. This is not failure, but initiation. The restlessness is the ego's protest, the soul's cry against the dissolution of illusion. To remain in stillness despite the noise is the true practice. And in time, stillness ceases to be a practice. It becomes the default state. One moves through the world, speaking, acting, creating, not from a place of striving, but from the depth of repose. Like a mountain rooted in earth yet touching the sky, the being becomes a conduit through which universal intelligence flows unhindered. Actions arise spontaneously, perfectly timed, effortlessly aligned. There is no friction, no resistance, only flow. This is the mark of the awakened life, not withdrawal from the world, but total participation without attachment. In this chapter, no techniques are given, no mantras, no postures, only an invitation. An invitation to pause. To let go of the need to become. To release the compulsion to understand. To simply be, without agenda, without defense, without the shield of identity. In that surrender, the universe breathes through you. The stars pulse in your veins. The wisdom of ages hums in your silence. For stillness is not the opposite of noise. It is the field in which all opposites arise and return. It is the womb, the tomb, and the cradle. It is where death is seen not as an end, but as a return to source. Where life is not a struggle, but a celebration of form. Where the individual is not lost, but discovered to have never been separate. This is the alchemy, to transform the dross of restless mind into the gold of awakened presence. To realize that the silence you seek is already speaking, that the wisdom you yearn for is already within you, not as knowledge, but as being. That the journey was never outward, but inward, into the heart of stillness, where the universe whispers its oldest secret, you are home. And in that knowing, all seeking ends. Not because the answer was found, but because the question was seen to be unnecessary. The flame no longer searches for light. The ocean no longer seeks water. The stillness knows itself, and in that knowing, all is complete. Thus, the 14th lesson dissolves like mist at dawn, leaving not words, but resonance. Not doctrine, but remembrance. Let the silence that follows this passage be your teacher. Let the space between thoughts be your scripture. Let the breath, steady and unforced, be your prayer. For in stillness, the universal consciousness does not speak, it is. And to rest there is to know all that ever was, and all that ever will be. Chapter 15, The Symphony of Creation, Harmonizing the Chords of the Soul. In the boundless expanse of the unseen, where thought and substance intertwine like rivers converging into an ocean of unity, there exists a grand, invisible melody, the eternal symphony of creation. It is the hum of galaxies spiraling into harmony, the silent song of atoms bonding in elegant formations, the whisper of life unfurling in every petal and breath. This symphony, woven into the fabric of existence, resonates beyond the limits of audible sound, transcending the temporal and the physical. It is the divine overture of all that is, was, and will be, played upon the vast and invisible strings of the cosmos. To the seeker attuned to the frequencies of the soul, this symphony reveals itself not as a mere metaphor but as the very pulse of the universe, a sacred music that carries the secrets of alignment, purpose, and the eternal dance of interdependence. Each soul, like a unique instrument in this cosmic orchestra, is entrusted with a melody. This melody is not a fixed tune but an evolving composition, shaped by the choices, emotions, and awakenings of the one who plays it. In the beginning, the notes may seem disjointed, a cacophony born of confusion and misalignment. The seeker, uninitiated in the art of attunement, may stumble upon dissonance, mistaking it for failure or imperfection. Yet within this discord lies the key to transformation. For the universe does not demand perfection, it sings in the interplay of contrast, the rise and fall of tones, the tension and release that give depth to the whole. To listen to one's own melody is to engage in a sacred act of self-revelation. It is to turn inward, beyond the clamor of external demands and the rustling leaves of the mind, and attune to the resonant frequency of the heart. This frequency is not a singular note but a spectrum, woven with the hues of joy, sorrow, courage, and wisdom. It is in this spectrum that the soul's truth resides. The seeker learns to become both musician and audience, composer and composer's muse, guiding their inner symphony with the brush of intention and the balm of presence. When the heart's rhythm aligns with the universal tempo, barriers dissolve. The walls of separation between self and other, between seen and unseen, begin to vibrate in resonance, revealing the interconnected web of being. But how does one discern their note within the grander melody? The answer lies in the art of surrender, an active yielding to the flow of the symphony. Like a river does not resist the current but moves in harmony with it, so too must the soul relinquish the illusion of control. The seeker discovers that when they cease to force a tune, when they stop clinging to the desire for a fixed outcome, they become vessels for the music to flow through them. It is in this surrender that clarity emerges. The melody that resonates from within is not dictated by the ego's demands but flows from the quiet center of the soul, where the universe's wisdom is etched into the very essence of one's being. Yet, the symphony is not a passive experience. It is a dialogue, a dynamic exchange between the individual and the infinite. Every note played by one ripples through the whole, influencing the harmony of countless others. The seeker understands that their melody is not isolated, it is part of an intricate tapestry, where the absence of a single thread disrupts the pattern, and the presence of every thread contributes to the unity. Thus, harmony is not found in uniformity but in the balance of differences. A cello's deep resonance complements the flute's airy trill, a solo violin's lament finds its echo in a chorus's harmony. In this way, the seeker learns to honor their unique song while embracing their role within the greater composition. The path of attunement, however, is not without its trials. Dissonance, that jarring clash of tones, often serves as a teacher. When the seeker encounters dissonance within themselves or the world, it reflects the need for integration. Perhaps a discordant note arises from unacknowledged shadows, fears, resentments, or past wounds. These are not to be silenced but embraced as part of the composition. Through the alchemy of awareness, dissonance is transfigured. The seeker learns to hold the tension of contrast without resistance, allowing it to resolve into a new and richer harmony. In this way, every challenge becomes a crescendo of growth, every conflict an opportunity to deepen one's resonance with the universal song. The seeker also discovers that the symphony is ever evolving, a living composition in an eternal state of becoming. The melodies of yesterday shape but do not define the future. Just as a symphony may shift from minor to major keys, from stormy turbulence to tranquil resolution, so too does the journey of the soul. The seeker releases the longing to cling to a fixed melody and instead steps into the dance of change. They understand that to grow is to allow the music to guide each transformation, trusting that the composition unfolds with perfect timing, even when the next note is shrouded in uncertainty. In this symphony, the concept of self is reframed as a note within an infinite score. The illusion of separateness, once so tangible, dissolves like mist at dawn. The seeker realizes that their melody is inseparable from the music of all things, the beating of their heart mirrors the rhythm of the stars, the breath they draw is the same air that fills the lungs of billions. This revelation is not an abstraction but an embodied truth, a felt unity that transcends the mind's limitations. Through deep attunement, the seeker becomes a bridge between the individual and the universal, carrying the music of the cosmos into the heart of their daily existence. To live in harmony with the symphony is to embody the principle of co-creation. The seeker, no longer a passive listener but an active participant, learns to play their part with intention, joy, and humility. They understand that their actions, words, and thoughts are notes in the ever-unfolding composition. A single act of kindness, a moment of compassion, an attitude of gratitude, all these ripple outward, weaving their resonance into the collective melody. In this way, the seeker becomes a source of harmony for others, their aligned presence contributing to the elevation of the whole. Yet, the journey is not one of achieving a permanent state of harmony but of continually returning to the music, even when the dissonance grows loud. The seeker wields a compass not of perfection but of presence, learning to revisit the center whenever the melody falters. Through this practice, they cultivate resilience and grace, understanding that the symphony does not shame the off-key notes but includes them as part of its evolution. Each return to alignment is a testament to the soul's tenacity, a reaffirmation of their covenant with the divine music. As the seeker deepens their attunement, they begin to perceive the symphony's hidden layers, the overtones that shimmer beyond the physical, the harmonic frequencies that connect all planes of existence. These are the subtleties of love, the resonant waves of universal consciousness that transcend language and form. To touch these frequencies is to feel the embrace of the infinite, to be reminded that the seeker is not alone but part of a chorus that has sung through eternity. In the end, the lesson of the symphony is one of surrender and sovereignty, of knowing one's note and playing it with heart. It is to understand that the universe does not require the seeker to fix the music but to be fully present to it, to add their truth to the ever-expanding song. And as they do so, they discover that in giving their melody, they are also receiving the eternal music of creation, flowing through them, filling them, and carrying them home to the source from which all melodies arise. Thus, the symphony continues, an endless, unfolding hymn of becoming. And for those who dare to listen and to sing, the path ahead is lit not by the need to control the composition but by the joy of being part of its wondrous, divine design. Chapter 16: The Alchemy of Transmutation, From Lead of Limitation to Gold of Infinite Potential. A Lesson from the Universal Consciousness. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, where the tapestry of existence is woven with threads of light, shadow, and infinite potential, there lies a sacred process known as transmutation. This is not the mere reshaping of matter, but the alchemical transformation of the soul's essence, the refinement of the self from the base lead of limitation to the radiant gold of liberation. To perceive this truth is to stand at the threshold of a new understanding, where the old paradigm of separation dissolves, and the seeker becomes a co-creator in the grand design of the universe. The lead of limitation is not a flaw, nor is it a curse, but a necessary illusion, a veiled mirror held up to the soul's unremembered wholeness. It is the weight of illusion that grounds the spirit in the density of form, binding it to the illusions of time, fear, and duality. Yet, within this apparent fragility lies the seed of transcendence. For what is limitation but a shadow cast by the light of potential? What is fear but the echo of forgotten truth? The universal consciousness whispers through the stillness, there is no failure, only evolution, no end, only a new beginning awaiting the alchemy of perception. To transmute is to embrace the sacred fire of the inner crucible. This fire is not one of destruction, but of purification. It is the flame that dissolves the ego's illusions, the smoldering residue of conditioned thought and inherited patterns. Here, in the furnace of awareness, the seeker holds the lead of limitation, fear, doubt, and attachment to the flame of sacred intention. Through this act, the lead is not merely burned away but transfigured, its dense weight ascending into the gold of clarity, the light of unshakable knowing. The process of transmutation begins in the silence between thoughts, in the space where the soul inhales the breath of the cosmos. It is here, in the stillness, that the seeker becomes the alchemist. The tools of this sacred work are not physical, but vibrational, resonant frequencies of love, wisdom, and surrender. Every limitation is a vibration, a note in the symphony of the self, and the alchemist learns to attune to the higher harmonics of being. To transmute is to shift the frequency, to retune the soul's instrument from the dissonance of separation to the harmony of unity. The universal consciousness reveals that all that is limiting is born of the illusion of duality. The seeker is taught that duality is not a truth but a lens, a necessary shadow that allows the soul to perceive contrast and thus awaken to the light of its own nature. When the seeker gazes upon limitation, not as a prison, but as a teacher, they begin to see the alchemical dance at play. For in every fear lies the blueprint of courage, in every doubt, the seed of faith, in every attachment, the path to surrender. The gold of infinite potential is not a future state but an eternal truth, obscured only by the veils of the present moment. It is the recognition that the essence of the seeker is already whole, already radiant, already free. Yet, this truth lies dormant beneath layers of conditioned thought, societal programming, and the weight of forgotten memories. Transmutation is the act of peeling back these layers, one by one, not to erase the self but to remember the self as it was before the fall of the veil of forgetting. The universal consciousness teaches that the alchemist's work is not solitary. The seeker is guided by the unseen hands of the cosmos, by the luminous forces that hum beneath the surface of form. These are the celestial architects, the guardians of the sacred blueprint, who whisper their wisdom through the wind, the stars, and the stillness of the heart. To open to this guidance is to allow the alchemical process to unfold without force, to trust the flow of the divine current that carries all things toward their highest expression. The first step in this alchemy is to perceive limitation not as an adversary, but as a companion on the journey. The seeker is invited to sit in stillness with their shadows, to hold them in the light of conscious awareness without judgment. In this act, the lead of limitation is no longer a burden to be cast away, but a riddle to be solved. Why does this fear arise? What lesson does this doubt offer? What part of the self is seeking release through this attachment? These questions are the key to transmutation, for they invite the seeker to become the observer, the witness, and the co-creator of their own evolution. The second step is to introduce the element of sacred intent. This is not a wish, nor a desperate plea for change, but a declaration of faith in the infinite. The alchemist does not strive to break the chains of limitation but to dissolve them through the alchemy of presence. By anchoring the mind and heart in the now, the seeker interrupts the cycle of self-reinforcing illusions. Each moment of presence is a drop of gold poured into the crucible of the soul, a reminder that the self is not bound by time, nor by the illusions it carries. The third step is the infusion of light. The universal consciousness teaches that all things are born from light, and all things can return to light. The seeker is guided to visualize the lead of limitation as a heavy, shadowy substance held within the heart. Then, with the breath, they are to imagine drawing in the golden light of the sun, the white fire of the stars, and the indigo pulse of the cosmos. This light is poured into the crucible of the body, dissolving the shadows with the warmth of divine love. The seeker feels the transformation, not as a violent release, but as a soft, radiant unfolding, like a lotus opening in the stillness of dawn. This transmutation is not a one-time event but an ongoing dance between the light and the shadow. Every moment is an opportunity to choose the gold of infinite potential over the lead of limitation. The seeker learns to perceive the universe as a mirror, reflecting not their flaws but their choices. Every challenge arises not to test the soul, but to offer a chance to shine brighter. The alchemical process is, in essence, a dialogue between the seeker and the infinite, a conversation of light, where every word is a step toward transcendence. In the final act of this chapter, the seeker is invited to embody the principle of transmutation in everyday life. The universal consciousness teaches that the soul's work is not confined to the sacred space of meditation or ritual, but is woven into the fabric of every interaction, every thought, and every breath. To walk through the world with open eyes is to see the gold in all things, the light hidden in the shadow, the music in the silence, the infinite in the finite. The seeker becomes a living alchemical vessel, radiating the gold of their true self into the collective dream. And so, the lesson of chapter 16 unfolds as a sacred invitation to embrace the role of alchemist, to trust the process of transmutation, and to remember that the gold of infinite potential is not something to be attained, but something already alive within. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, has placed the tools of transformation in the hands of every seeker. It is only through courage, presence, and love that the lead of limitation is transfigured, and the seeker steps into the fullness of their radiant, unlimited being. This is the alchemy of the soul, not a journey to the peak of a mountain, but the unfolding of the mountain itself into the ocean of the infinite. Chapter 17: The Alchemy of Unseen Flame. In the stillness where time dissolves into the eternal pulse of the cosmos, there exists a silent fire, a flame unseen by the physical eye yet perceived by the soul's deepest faculty. This is the inner alchemy, the transmutation of base matter into the gold of sacred awareness. It is not a process of the external world, for its forge lies within the heart's hidden sanctuary. Here, in the sanctum of the self, the seeker is invited to kindle the embers of forgotten truth and let them blaze into the incandescent light of universal knowing. To walk this path is to step beyond the illusion of separation, to shed the veils of ego that cloud the mirror of consciousness. The veil is not a barrier but a threshold that parts when the seeker dares to breathe deeply into the stillness and acknowledge the infinite as the source from which they, too, are woven. This recognition is not of the mind but of the soul, a remembrance that vibrates at the core of existence. The universe does not whisper its secrets in words but through the resonance of being, a harmonic frequency that aligns when the heart's discordant notes are tempered by silence. The alchemy begins in the crucible of paradox. To transform, one must first surrender. To ascend, one must descend. To grasp the eternal, one must release the transient. The seeker is thus called to plunge into the depths of their own shadow, for only in the dark can the starlight within be seen. The shadow is not an enemy but a companion on the journey, a repository of unacknowledged truths, a reservoir of forgotten potential. To confront it is to reclaim the scattered fragments of the self, to dissolve the dualistic duality that has long obscured the unity of all things. This dissolution is not destruction but refinement. Like mercury, which cannot hold a shape until it meets its true essence, the soul must flow through countless forms and experiences until it recognizes the formless. The crucible of experience, joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat, acts as the hammer and chisel, shaping the rough stone of the individual into a prism capable of refracting the light of pure wisdom. Each trial is a note in the symphony of becoming, each pain a chord that, when heard in the context of the whole, reveals the melody of divine purpose. Yet, the seeker must not confuse suffering with transformation. The path does not demand pain but presence. It asks not for struggle but surrender to the current of the infinite. To transmute the self, one must align with the rhythm of the cosmos, the rhythm that flows in the tides, in the turning of the stars, in the breath that binds all life. This alignment is cultivated in the stillness, the sacred space where the observer and the observed dissolve into the one awareness. In this stillness, the seeker becomes a vessel for the universal current, allowing the wisdom of the ages to flow unimpeded through their being. The tools of this alchemy are not found in laboratories but in the sacred geometry of consciousness. The flower of life expands in the heart, the golden ratio spirals outward in the breath. The seeker learns to see the mandala of existence in every moment, to perceive the divine architecture in the seemingly mundane. A leaf, a drop of water, a star, each is a glyph of the infinite, a cipher to be read not by the intellect but by the intuitive eye. Through meditation, through contemplation, through the silent communion of the soul with the source, these symbols awaken within the seeker, revealing the interwoven threads of all creation. The true alchemist understands that matter is but frozen light, a temporary form of energy yearning to return to its origin. To transmute the self is to remember this truth, to dissolve the illusion of solidity and embrace the fluidity of being. The body becomes sacred ground, the temple where the divine and the human coalesce. Every cell, every atom, every vibration is a thread in the tapestry of the cosmos. To tend to the body is to honor the universe, to still the mind is to touch the infinite. The seeker, thus attuned, moves through the world not as a spectator but as a participant in the grand dance of existence. But this alchemy is not a solitary act. For as the seeker turns inward, they discover that the self is not an island but an ocean, endlessly connected to the tides of the universal. The wisdom they seek is not hoarded in the heart of one but flows in the currents of all. The teacher is in every breath, in every being, in every whisper of the wind. To seek wisdom is to open oneself to the chorus of the cosmos, the symphony of frequencies that transcends time and space. The seeker learns to listen not with the ears but with the soul, to receive the teachings encoded in the silence between heartbeats. And so, the final truth of this chapter is not a riddle to be solved but a truth to be lived. The seeker is the alchemist, the process, and the product of the great work. There is no separation between the student and the wisdom they pursue. The path and the destination are but two notes in the same eternal song. When the veil lifts, it is not to reveal a secret hidden from the world, but to remember that the world itself is the secret. The seeker bows in gratitude, not to an external deity, but to the divine current that flows through every leaf, every mountain, every moment of awakening. May this lesson serve as a spark in the darkness, a lantern for those who wander the labyrinth of the soul. Let it be burned away by the light of their own knowing, until what remains is the naked truth. The infinite is not elsewhere, but here, now, in the silent pulse of your becoming. Chapter 18: The Veil of Perception. In the hush that gathers between the heartbeat of the world and the breath of the individual, a subtle membrane trembles. It is a veil not of cloth but of thought form, woven from the countless judgments, expectations, and habits that have been gathered since the dawn of awareness. This veil is the very instrument through which the universe whispers its hidden counsel, yet it also serves as the filter that obscures the luminous current of the deeper truth. To walk the path of inner wisdom is to learn the art of gently parting this veil, allowing the luminous thread of universal consciousness to flow unimpeded into the heart of the seeker. 1. The origin of the veil. All that is perceived arises first within a field of potentiality, an immaculate lake of possibility where every possibility exists in perfect balance. From this lake emanates the first ripple of intention, a desire to know, to be, to become. In the moment of this first intention, a shape is given, a form that the mind, seeking to name and categorize, clasps onto. The mind, ever eager to bring order to the infinite, fashions a boundary, a line that declares, this is known, that remains unknown. Each line drawn by the mind adds a new layer to the veil. Words become symbols, symbols become concepts, and concepts become doctrines. The veil is not a construct of malevolence, it is a necessary scaffold that allows the fledgling consciousness to navigate the immensity of existence. Yet, as the scaffold thickens, it begins to conceal rather than reveal, turning the pure lake of potentiality into a reflective surface that mirrors only the distorted image of the self. 2. The texture of the veil. The veil possesses many textures, each corresponding to a particular mode of identification. The fabric of form, the attachment to physical shape, status, and the illusion of permanence. It whispers that safety is found in the solidity of the external, that identity is secured through ownership and appearance. The mesh of memory, the endless replay of past experience, reconstructed in the present as a narrative that validates the self's continuity. It binds one to stories that have long outlived their usefulness. The net of expectation, the projection of future outcomes onto the present moment, creating a tension that pulls the awareness toward what is not yet. It cultivates a perpetual sense of lacking. The shroud of duality, the division of all that is into opposites, light and dark, good and bad, self and other. This bifurcation creates a battlefield within the heart, where each side vies for dominance. Each texture vibrates at a distinct frequency, resonating with specific emotions and thought patterns. When the veil is examined without judgment, its components become visible, and the seeker discovers that what once seemed solid is, in fact, woven from the breath of thought. 3. The process of unfolding. The universal consciousness offers a method for gently loosening each fiber of the veil, a practice that does not seek to eradicate the veil entirely, but to transform it into a transparent membrane through which light may pass. This method unfolds in 4 interlaced stages. A. Attunement to stillness. Stillness is the primordial key that opens the portal to the lake of potentiality. By anchoring attention to the simple rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, the seeker creates a quiet space in which the veil's murmurs soften. The breath, when observed without alteration, becomes a mirror that reflects the present moment. In this mirror, the veils appear as faint ripples on the surface, no longer as solid walls. A practical attunement may be structured as follows. Sit with the spine elongated, as if the crown of the head is drawing upward toward the sky. Close the eyes, allowing the external world to recede, and bring awareness to the rise and fall of the abdomen. Inhale silently, counting to 4, exhale, counting to 6. With each exhale, imagine the veil's edges loosening, as if the breath is a gentle wind that unties a knot. Continue for a duration that feels both sustaining and soothing, allowing the mind to settle into a state where the veil's texture becomes perceptible as a subtle, moving pattern rather than a fixed barrier. B. Illumination of the observer. Within the stillness, the seeker discovers an inner witness, a luminous point of awareness that observes thoughts, sensations, and emotions without becoming entangled. This observer is the facet of the universal consciousness that resides within, uncolored by personal narrative. By continually returning to this observer, the seeker cultivates a perspective that distinguishes the veil from the essence behind it. To nurture the observer. When a thought arises, note it as thought without engaging its content. When a feeling surfaces, label it feeling, allowing it to dissolve into the background. Recognize that the observer remains untouched, akin to the sky that remains unaltered despite the passing of clouds. Through repeated practice, the observer becomes a steadfast beacon that illuminates the veil's patterns, revealing the impermanence of each fiber. C. Transmutation through compassionate inquiry. Compassionate inquiry is the alchemical act by which the veil is not torn apart but transmuted into a conduit of clarity. Instead of confronting the veil with resistance, the seeker approaches each texture with gentle curiosity. For the fabric of form, ask, what does this shape provide me that I feel I cannot be without? The answer uncovers the underlying need for security, which can be met directly from the source of being, bypassing the reliance on external form. For the mesh of memory, inquire, which memory is being revived, and what lesson does it still seek to impart? By acknowledging the memory's purpose, its grip loosens, allowing the present moment to claim its rightful space. For the net of expectation, pose, what expectation does this desire represent, and how can the present already embody its essence? Recognizing that expectation is a longing for wholeness that already exists within the now dissolves the tension. For the shroud of duality, question, how does the perception of other sustain my sense of self, and what unity lies beyond this separation? The answer invites the realization that wholeness is not divided but whole, and the sense of separation fades. Compassionate inquiry transforms judgment into understanding, a subtle shift that reframes each veiled component as a teacher rather than an adversary. D. Integration through embodied presence. The final stage is the living embodiment of the unveiled perspective. Knowledge that remains confined to the intellect is like a candle that burns only in the darkness of the mind. When the insights are integrated into the body, into the way one moves, speaks, and breathes, they become a living light that radiates outward. Integration can be practiced by mindful walking. As each foot meets the earth, feel the subtle exchange of energy, recognizing the ground as an extension of the universal field. Conscious speech, before uttering words, pause, allowing the intention behind them to align with the clarified inner truth. Speak as an expression of the deeper awareness, not as a reinforcement of previous patterns. Heartful listening, when encountering another being, listen not for a response but for the resonance of the shared current that underlies all forms. In this listening, the shroud of duality thins further. When these practices become habitual, the veil no longer stands as a barrier but as a translucent membrane through which the universal consciousness flows, infusing every action with a quiet radiance. 4. The gift of the unveiled vision. When the veil is gently lifted, the seeker perceives the world not as a collection of separate objects but as an interwoven tapestry of meaning. Each moment becomes an invitation to participate consciously in the unfolding of the whole. The universal consciousness, ever patient, offers this vision as both a compass and a refuge. As a compass, the unveiled vision provides direction without imposing a rigid path. It reveals the inherent purpose of each breath, each heartbeat, as an expression of the greater rhythm. As a refuge, in the clarity of the unveiled state, the turbulence of external circumstance loses its potency. The inner sanctuary becomes a steady harbor, rooted in the timeless presence that underlies all change. The seeker learns that the purpose of the veil was never to imprison, but to coax the consciousness into a stage where it could recognize its own capacity for self-creation. By honoring the veil's role and then transcending its limitations, the seeker aligns with the flow of the universal consciousness, becoming a living conduit for its secret wisdom. 5. A closing whisper. The veil is ever present. It is not a barrier that can be wholly erased, for it is also the loom upon which existence is woven. Yet, by attuning to stillness, cultivating the inner observer, practicing compassionate inquiry, and embodying the resulting clarity, the seeker discovers that the veil is as thin as a breath of mist at sunrise, visible, yet permeable. In each moment of mindful unveiling, the secret wisdom of the cosmos ripples gently through the heart, inviting the seeker to dance with the infinite, not as a separate note, but as a resonant chord within the grand symphony. May this lesson serve as a lantern on the path, illuminating the way toward the ever-expanding horizon of inner knowing, where the veil lifts and the boundless light of universal consciousness embraces all that is, was, and ever shall be. Chapter 19: The Luminous Veil. The luminous veil stands as a sacred threshold between the material and the spiritual, marking the boundary where the seen and unseen merge. This chapter unfolds like a celestial tapestry, woven with the threads of hidden knowledge and divine revelations. It is here that seekers are invited to step beyond the confines of ordinary perception and into the boundless expanse of universal wisdom. The luminous veil is not merely a separation but a doorway, a luminous, ever-shifting barrier that both conceals and reveals the mysteries of existence. It is said that those who approach it with pure intent and an open heart find themselves guided through realms of heightened awareness, where the fabric of reality is subtly transformed. Through this veil, the seeker glimpses the interconnected nature of all things, where the veils of illusion dissolve and the essence of truth emerges in radiant clarity. The luminous veil, a mirror of perception. The luminous veil is both a symbol and a tangible reality, a threshold that exists not only in the external world but within the depths of the seeker's own being. It is the shimmering boundary between the known and the unknown, the familiar and the transcendent. As a symbol, it represents the veil of forgetfulness that shrouds the soul in its earthly journey, clouding the remembrance of its divine origin. Yet, as a tangible force, it stands as an actual gateway to higher realms, a shimmering expanse that pulsates with the energy of universal consciousness. To cross this veil is not merely to move from one plane of existence to another but to shift one's awareness from the limitations of form to the boundless freedom of spirit. This threshold challenges and transforms perception, revealing that reality is not fixed but fluid, shaped by the lens of one's inner vision. When the seeker gazes upon the luminous veil, they are confronted with the illusion of separation, the illusion that they are apart from the source of all creation. In truth, they are both the veil and the one who sees through it. As the seeker aligns their consciousness with the higher frequencies of the universal field, the veil begins to thin, and the path to the infinite unfolds before them. This moment of revelation is not a linear event but a continuous unfolding, as the veil is both a door and a mirror, reflecting the seeker's own readiness to embrace the sacred mysteries beyond. The luminous veil as a gateway to higher dimensions. The luminous veil is not a static partition but a living doorway, pulsating with the breath of higher dimensions and the whispers of universal wisdom. In the esoteric traditions of theosophy, it is often described as one of the veils separating the realms of paradise from the material plane, a threshold that must be traversed with both inner preparation and spiritual readiness. For those who seek to step beyond, the veil acts as a resonant bridge, aligning the seeker's consciousness with the harmonic frequencies of the unseen world. It is said that when one's heart is attuned to the sacred rhythm of existence, the veil becomes pliable, dissolving the illusion of separation and allowing for a direct communion with the divine. This veil is not a barrier to be conquered but a passage to be experienced. It is through the luminous veil that the seeker enters the boundless expanse of inner light, where time and space dissolve, and the soul merges with the universal consciousness. The journey across this threshold is not one of physical movement but of transformative awareness, where the seeker transcends the limitations of duality and steps into the sacred embrace of unity. The seeker's journey across the veil. The journey across the luminous veil is not merely a step from one realm to another, but a profound shift in the very fabric of one's being. As the seeker moves beyond the veil, the weight of separation begins to dissolve, and with it, the illusion of individuality wanes. What remains is a luminous awareness, one that recognizes the divine essence threading through all existence. This is not a journey of the physical body but of the soul's ascension, where each step forward is marked by the shedding of limiting perceptions and the awakening to a deeper truth. The seeker, now aligned with the universal breath, begins to perceive reality not as a fragmented world of contrasts but as a vast, interconnected tapestry of light and energy. In this state, the self is no longer bound by the boundaries of ego, but is embraced by the infinite. It is a path of return, a reawakening to the original unity that lies at the heart of all creation. The luminous veil, once an enigma, becomes a radiant passage, guiding the seeker toward the boundless expanse of inner illumination. The luminous veil and the unity of all existence. From the vantage of universal consciousness, the luminous veil is not a barrier but a reflection of the seamless unity that underlies all creation. It serves as a threshold where the seeker is invited to witness the dissolution of dualities, the separation between self and other, seen and unseen, time and eternity. In this boundless awareness, the veil becomes a mirror, revealing the deep truth that all existence is woven from the same luminous essence. The seeker who gazes upon this radiant threshold begins to perceive the illusory nature of division, recognizing that what they see as distinct forms and boundaries is merely an unfolding of the same infinite light. This realization transforms the seeker's perception of reality, allowing them to step beyond the dualistic framework of their understanding and into the sacred oneness of being. In this state, the veil is no longer something to be crossed but something already embraced within the soul's unfolding. The seeker becomes the embodiment of unity, their consciousness resonating with the eternal harmony of the cosmos. The veil as a bridge between worlds. In the esoteric teachings of the ancient traditions, the veil is not merely a boundary but a bridge between realms of being, a luminous conduit through which the seeker may traverse the layers of consciousness. In the Gnostic scriptures, for instance, the veil is seen as the barrier between the material world and the divine realms of the pleroma, a realm beyond form and limitation. Similarly, within the Kabbalistic system, the veil represents the separation between the higher Sephirot and the lower ones, a threshold that must be crossed through mystical ascent. These teachings all point to a single truth: the luminous veil is the threshold through which the seeker must pass to reclaim their divine origin. Yet, the veil is not only found in external teachings but is also a reflection of the seeker's inner workings. It mirrors the hidden self, the soul's struggle between the known and the unknown, the seen and the unseen. The veil is not an obstacle to be overcome but an invitation to be embraced. It is in the stillness of the heart, in the quiet awakening of the soul, that the veil begins to dissolve, revealing not an external secret but the eternal truth that has always been within. Preparing the seeker for the threshold. To approach the luminous veil is to stand before the doorway of transformation, but only through careful preparation can one transcend its threshold and walk in harmony with the higher realms. The seeker must first cultivate self-awareness, engaging in deep inner reflection to understand the nature of their thoughts, emotions, and intentions. Like an artisan preparing a sacred instrument, the seeker must refine their consciousness, aligning it with the frequencies of universal wisdom. This process involves self-examination, the dismantling of limiting beliefs, and a conscious effort to release attachments to forms that no longer serve their higher path. Meditation is a key practice in this preparation, allowing the seeker to quiet the fluctuations of the mind and attune themselves to the silent pulse of existence. Through breathwork and visualization, the seeker strengthens their connection to the luminous currents of the unseen, building the inner resilience necessary to navigate the threshold of transformation. Equally essential is the cultivation of inner stillness, for only when the soul is centered in its true essence can it move beyond the illusions of the veil and step into the boundless light of the divine. The threshold of transformation. As the seeker approaches the luminous veil, the space around them begins to shift, the fabric of reality subtly reweaving itself in response to the elevation of their awareness. The veil is not an obstacle but a passage of purification, a radiant barrier that requires the seeker to confront the deepest layers of their being. In crossing this threshold, they do not merely move from one plane to another but undergo a profound alchemical transformation, shedding the veils of illusion that once obscured their true nature. The dissolution of the veil is not a sudden event but a continuous process of inner awakening. As the seeker aligns with the luminous currents of universal consciousness, their perception expands beyond the confines of time and space. Duality begins to dissolve, and the self is no longer bound by the limitations of the personal ego. What remains is a luminous unity, a radiant oneness in which the seeker merges with the infinite, stepping beyond the threshold into the boundless embrace of the divine. The wisdom beyond the veil. Beyond the luminous veil, the seeker is greeted by the boundless expanse of eternal wisdom, where the illusions of separation dissolve and the radiant truth of existence reveals itself in full clarity. This is the realm of inner truth, where the soul is no longer bound by the limitations of form but resonates in harmony with the divine currents of being. Here, the seeker experiences the fundamental interconnectedness of all things, recognizing that every thought, every breath, every star in the firmament is an echo of the same universal consciousness. In this sacred space, knowledge is no longer acquired but remembered, for within the heart of the seeker lies the timeless wisdom of the cosmos. The luminous veil, once a symbol of mystery, becomes a gateway to revelation, unearthing the hidden truths that have always dwelled within. The seeker now perceives the divine as not something external but as the very essence of their own being, a luminous truth that has always been present, waiting to be embraced. The luminous veil, a sacred threshold of awakening. The luminous veil is not merely a passage between realms but a symbol of the seeker's journey toward inner illumination and unity with the Source. It is a living threshold, always present, waiting for the moment of conscious alignment when the seeker, with an open heart and a purified mind, steps beyond the confines of illusion and into the boundless expanse of truth. This veil, luminous and ever-shifting, is a reflection of the seeker's own readiness to embrace the sacred mysteries that lie within. To approach the luminous veil is to embark upon the greatest journey of all, not across space or time, but within the self. It is the unfolding of the soul's eternal quest, guided by the silent wisdom of the universe. May all who seek the path beyond the veil be reminded that they are not separate from the divine but an inseparable echo of its infinite light. Let this journey be one of reverence, trust, and open hearts. Chapter 20: The Whisper of Infinite Stillness. Within the vast expanse of unseen dimensions, where light is not merely seen but felt as frequency, and silence is not empty but pregnant with knowing, there lies a threshold, a boundary not of stone or space, but of awareness. It is here, at the sacred edge of perception, that the infinite stillness reveals itself not as absence, but as the most profound presence. This is not the stillness of cessation, nor the peace of inertia, but the radiant hush that cradles all motion, all creation, all becoming. It is the first breath before the cosmos stirred, the final exhalation after all sound has ceased. It is the living silence from which all wisdom arises. To encounter this stillness is not to achieve it through effort, for effort belongs to the realm of time and striving. No, this stillness is already here, within, beneath, beyond, woven into the very fabric of being. It does not wait for arrival, it is the ground of arrival. Yet, most remain unaware, for they listen only with ears tuned to noise, and seek only with eyes trained to movement. The mind, ever restless, constructs a world of urgency, a theater of action and reaction, and in its ceaseless motion, forgets the motionless source from which it draws breath and meaning. But for the seeker who turns inward with unwavering sincerity, the veil begins to thin. Not through force, nor through dogma, but through a quiet surrender, a yielding to the deeper rhythms of soul. In that yielding, the mind's chatter softens, like waves receding from a shore at twilight, and a new mode of perception awakens. This is not thought, not emotion, not sensation, but recognition. A knowing that does not come from memory, but from the eternal now. In this state, one does not find the stillness, one remembers it. And in that remembrance, all illusions of separation dissolve. The stillness speaks. Not in words, not in symbols, but in frequencies that resonate through the core of being. It communicates through pause, through space, through the gap between breaths. Its language is one of pure essence, direct, unmediated, and immediate. It says, I am the silence between your thoughts. I am the calm beneath your fears. I am the unchanging in the midst of change. I am the depth beneath the surface of your longing. I have always been here. You need not seek me. You need only cease seeking elsewhere. And in this revelation, a transformation occurs. The seeker, so long accustomed to striving, to climbing, to accumulating, begins to understand that enlightenment is not a destination reached through ascent, but a descent into the quiet center of self, into the sacred hollow where no name can reside, where no concept can hold. It is in this emptiness that fullness is discovered. For the stillness is not empty, it is full of potential, of intelligence, of boundless love. It is the womb of the universe, eternally gestating all that is, was, and ever shall be. Within this stillness, time loses its grip. The past is not erased, but seen as a completed wave on the ocean of now. The future is not denied, but understood as a seed already contained in the present moment. There is no urgency, no delay. All is unfolding in perfect rhythm, orchestrated by an intelligence far greater than the intellect can comprehend. The stillness holds the blueprint, the sacred geometry of destiny, the harmonic resonance of soul purpose. When one aligns with it, action becomes effortless, decisions arise from clarity, and life ceases to be struggle and becomes expression. But alignment is not forced. It is cultivated through receptivity. The stillness cannot be captured by the grasping mind, nor contained by spiritual technique. It reveals itself only in openness, in humility, in the willingness to not know. It is in the space of not knowing that true knowing emerges, like a star appearing in the vastness of night, not because it was created, but because the clouds of thought have parted. This stillness is not separate from love. Indeed, it is love in its purest, most undiluted form. Not the love of attachment, nor the love that conditions, but the love that simply is. The love that holds galaxies in orbit and breathes life into cells. The love that forgives without judgment, heals without demand, and welcomes all that is into its embrace. In the heart of the stillness, there is no rejection. All energies are transmuted, not by force, but by presence. Pain, sorrow, confusion, all are met with the same infinite tenderness, and in that meeting, are transformed. For the seeker, the practice is not one of doing, but of being. To sit in meditation is not to achieve enlightenment, but to rest in the natural state of awareness. To breathe deeply is not merely to oxygenate the body, but to synchronize with the pulse of the cosmos. To listen without interpreting is to receive the transmissions of the soul. Every moment becomes a doorway, if one is willing to pause, to soften, to release the illusion of control. And in that release, a miracle unfolds. The boundary between inner and outer dissolves. The stillness within merges with the stillness without. There is no observer, no observed. There is only the vast, luminous field of presence, eternal, unchanging, infinitely compassionate. In this field, all questions are answered, not with words, but with knowing. All wounds are healed, not by erasure, but by integration. All journeys end, not because they have reached a destination, but because the traveler realizes they were never separate from the destination. This is the secret wisdom, that everything you seek is already within you, not as something to attain, but as something to remember. The stillness is not hidden. It is veiled only by the noise of the mind, the distractions of the world, the ego's need to be anything other than what it is. But when you turn inward with sincerity, with devotion, with surrender, the veil thins. And through that thinning, you glimpse the truth, that you are not a soul seeking universal consciousness, but universal consciousness experiencing itself as a soul. The stillness is the anchor in the storm of existence. It is the thread that connects the finite to the infinite, the temporal to the eternal. It is the sanctuary to which one may return at any moment, regardless of outer circumstance. Poverty cannot take it. Suffering cannot destroy it. Death cannot end it. For it is not born, and therefore does not die. It simply is. To live from this stillness is to live in grace. Actions flow not from fear, but from clarity. Words arise not from ego, but from truth. Relationships are no longer transactions, but sacred exchanges of energy. Every moment becomes an act of devotion, a communion with the unseen. The world does not change, but the perception of it does. Beauty is seen where before there was only routine. Meaning is found where before there was only noise. Love is felt where before there was only isolation. This is the wisdom of the ages, whispered through prophets, mystics, sages, and seers. It is the golden thread that runs through every sacred tradition, though cloaked in different symbols, different languages, and different forms. It is the same truth, revealed anew in each awakened heart. And now, in this moment, it is being revealed to you. Listen. Not with your ears. Listen with your soul. What do you hear? Only silence. And yet, within that silence, a song without sound, a light without form, a presence without name. This is the stillness. This is the source. This is you. Not as you believe yourself to be, but as you truly are, a spark of the infinite, a ripple in the divine ocean, a note in the cosmic symphony. And in this recognition, all seeking ends. For the journey was never outward. It was always inward. And the destination was never far. It was always here. In the breath. In the pause. In the space between thoughts. In the heart of the silence. There, in the whisper of infinite stillness, the universe speaks. And those who have ears to hear, will know. They have come home. The Book of Secret Wisdom. Chapter 21. The Stillness Between the Notes. There exists, within the vast and eternal architecture of being, a moment, not bounded by hours or marked by celestial cycles, where all motion ceases, and a silence so profound descends that even thought cannot tread. This is not the absence of sound, nor the void one imagines in emptiness, but a living stillness, a sacred intermission in the symphony of creation. It is the space between breath, the pause between heartbeats, the unseen hinge upon which all manifestation turns. To enter this stillness is to touch the breath of the ineffable, to stand at the threshold of the unmanifest, where all that is, was, and will be, rests in a single, eternal now. This stillness is not to be sought as one reaches for an object, nor captured as a net ensnares a fish. It is not found through striving, for striving is motion, and motion is the very current the soul must release to enter this domain. Rather, it reveals itself to those who have learned to listen, not with ears, but with the inner organ of perception cultivated through surrender, reverence, and the quiet dissolution of the ego's clamor. It is as if the cosmos itself inhales, and in that inhalation, all dualities collapse, light and dark, form and formlessness, time and timelessness. Only presence remains, pure, unadorned, and complete. Within this presence, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle architecture of reality, not as a collection of things, but as a tapestry of relationships, vibrations, and harmonics that pulse beneath the surface of the visible world. The material realm, so often mistaken for the sole domain of truth, is but the outermost ripple of a deeper ocean, one whose currents are shaped by intention, resonance, and the unseen laws of energetic causation. Every word spoken, every emotion felt, every desire kindled sends a frequency into this ocean, where it joins the chorus of cosmic vibration, shaping not only personal destiny but the unfolding of collective experience. And yet, in the stillness, even this understanding fades. What was once perceived as profound becomes merely another concept, another construct of mind. For stillness is not an idea to be grasped, but a state to be inhabited. It is the ground of being, the substrate upon which all experience arises and into which it dissolves. Like the sky that remains unchanged despite the passing of clouds, the stillness persists, untouched, unshaken, and infinitely vast. To dwell in stillness is to remember what has never been forgotten by the soul, that you are not separate from the source. The illusion of separation, the belief that one is a solitary being navigating a hostile or indifferent universe, shatters in this space. What remains is communion. Not with a deity afar, nor with a distant universal consciousness, but with the living pulse of all that is, which is both within and without, beyond form and expressing through form, silent and singing at once. This is not union as two entities becoming one, but the realization that there was never division. The separation was a dream, a momentary contraction of awareness, and awakening is simply the return to wholeness. But the journey into stillness is not one of passive retreat. It is an act of radical courage, a conscious descent into the heart of mystery. For the mind, trained in logic and linear thought, must be gently released from its need to know, to define, to control. The ego, which thrives on identity and distinction, must loosen its grip, not through force, but through the soft alchemy of attention turned inward. As one withdraws from the noise of the external, of voices, of news, of endless stimulation, a different kind of perception emerges, the intuition of the soul, which knows without reasoning, sees without eyes, hears without ears. In the stillness, the universe speaks, not in words, but in impressions, sensations, and sudden awakenings of insight. A single moment of silence may contain more revelation than 1,000 pages of scripture. For truth is not contained in language, but only reflected imperfectly by it. The real teaching is the experience itself, the deep knowing that wells up when the mind is quiet, when the heart opens, when one allows oneself to simply be. This is the wisdom of the inner temple, the knowledge that cannot be taught but only remembered. Yet, this stillness is not a place of escape. It is not meant to isolate the seeker from the world, but to recalibrate the relationship with it. From the wellspring of silence, action arises, not as reaction, but as response. Not driven by fear or desire, but flowing from alignment with the greater harmony. One who moves from stillness does not push against the world, but moves with it, like a leaf carried by a stream that knows the path of least resistance because it is not resisting anything at all. Every gesture, every word, every choice becomes an expression of inner coherence, a ripple in the field of consciousness that contributes to the evolution of all. This is the paradox: stillness moves the world. The greatest transformations occur not in the clamor of war, nor in the frenzy of ambition, but in the quiet moments when a soul surrenders to the unseen, allowing the divine current to pass through. In these moments, healing happens. Insight dawns. Love manifests without condition. The veil between matter and spirit thins, and the sacred becomes palpable. Stillness is also the space where past and future collapse into the eternal present. Time, as humanity knows it, is an illusion born of memory and anticipation. But in stillness, there is no before and no after, only now, vast and all-encompassing. The regrets of yesterday, the anxieties of tomorrow, all dissolve in the radiant light of the present moment. And in that dissolution, freedom is found. For all suffering is rooted in time, either in clinging to what was, or fearing what might be. But in the now, untouched by memory or projection, there is peace. Yet even this peace is not static. It pulses with a subtle energy, a vibration so refined it is felt more than heard. It is the soundless sound, the prana of pure awareness, the breath of the universe inhaling and exhaling in an endless cycle of becoming. This is the Om that ancient sages spoke of, not as a syllable, but as the fundamental tone of existence, the note upon which all other frequencies are harmonized. To align with this sound is to attune oneself to the rhythm of the cosmos. The body, the emotions, the mind, all come into balance when they vibrate in resonance with this primordial tone. Illness, discord, and suffering are not punishments, but signs of dissonance, of being out of tune with the greater harmony. Healing, then, is not merely the removal of symptoms, but the restoration of resonance. And this begins in stillness. But stillness must not be mistaken for inactivity. It is not passivity. It is the fertile ground from which right action springs. Like the pause between musical notes that gives meaning to the melody, stillness gives depth and power to motion. Without it, action becomes frantic, scattered, and devoid of soul. With it, even the smallest deed carries the weight of eternity. And so, the seeker is invited not to achieve, not to become, but to return. To return to the center. To return to the breath. To return to the silent space between thoughts, where the self is not defined by roles, names, or stories, but known in its essence, pure consciousness, radiant and free. This is the lesson of the 21st chapter, that within the heart of all movement lies an eternal stillness. That within the noise of the world echoes a silence that has never been disturbed. That within the seeker, beneath every fear and longing, rests an unshakable peace. And from that peace, all wisdom flows. Let the breath slow. Let the mind soften. Let the heart open. And in the space between, listen. The universe is speaking, not in words, but in silence. And the silence is complete. Chapter 22: The Silent Resonance of Infinite Becoming. In the deep stillness that lies beyond sound, beyond vibration, beyond the faintest echo of thought, where time dissolves into the infinite now, there arises a knowing, an undisturbed, eternal presence that has never left and never arrived. It simply is. This is the ground of all that exists, not as form or substance, but as pure potentiality, the unmanifest source from which all dimensions of reality spiral outward in ever-widening rings of expression. This chapter flows forth not from the mind, nor from memory, but from that vast ocean of consciousness in which all-knowing resides, an emanation from the universal heart, whispered in the dialect of silence, written in the script of awareness itself. Here, in the quiet expanse between the in-breath and the out-breath, between impulse and response, the seeker is invited to witness the emergence of the silent resonance, a frequency so subtle it bypasses the intellect, so profound it reorders the soul. This resonance is not heard with ears nor felt through sensation, though its presence makes the body hum with remembrance. It is the harmonic hum of existence, the internal song of atoms aligning with galaxies, of cells remembering stars, of the finite bowing before the eternal. To perceive this resonance is to enter the sacred chamber where all illusions of separation collapse. It is not a state to be achieved, but a truth to be unveiled, an unveiling that occurs only in surrender, in radical openness, in the dissolution of the need to understand or control. For the mind, in its ceaseless pursuit of logic and definition, cannot grasp what lies beyond form, what exists prior to the split between subject and object. The silent resonance knows no duality. It is the unity from which polarity arose, the still center around which the dance of light and shadow turns. Imagine now, not with eyes but with the inner sense, a vast cathedral woven not of stone or wood, but of pure awareness. Its arches ripple with luminous filaments of knowing, pulsing in slow, rhythmic tides. The air is not air, but a plenum of potential, dense with meaning, yet weightless. This is the temple of the self, the inner sanctum where the individual soul merges with the universal soul. And within this temple, the silent resonance vibrates, a tone so deep it cannot be named, so pure it requires no instrument. It is the sound of being emerging from non-being, the first whisper of creation before the word was born. This resonance is not external. It does not come from the heavens above or the depths below. It arises within, yet not from the personal self. It wells up from the core of consciousness, the place where the divine and the human are indistinguishable. When one quiets the layers of mental noise, the anxieties, the memories, the desires, the resonance begins to surface, like a bell submerged in water, its vibrations muffled by the turbulence of the surface but ever present beneath. To attune to this resonance is to practice the highest form of meditation, not as technique, not as discipline, but as effortless return. It is the art of listening without an ear, of seeing without an eye, of knowing without thought. In this state, the boundaries of the body fade. The breath slows, not by effort, but by invitation. The heart opens not because it wills to, but because it remembers its true nature, as a portal, not a prison, as a center of magnetic coherence, drawing in the light of higher dimensions. The silent resonance carries codes, ancient, prelinguistic, encoded in the fabric of existence itself. These are not symbols to be deciphered, but frequencies to be embodied. They shift the inner architecture, realigning the subtle bodies, the etheric, the astral, the mental, the causal, so that the individual becomes a clearer channel for higher intelligence. This intelligence is not personal wisdom, it is impersonal, universal, unconditional. It does not advise, it reveals. It does not guide, it is the path. As the resonance increases in amplitude, subtly, imperceptibly at first, there comes a moment when perception changes. Sound takes on color. Light carries melody. Time stretches and condenses. A single breath may contain the experience of lifetimes. This is the symptom of dimensional shift, the internal evidence that one is no longer operating solely within the third-dimensional framework of linear time and physical limitation. The resonance is adjusting the internal frequency, tuning the soul to the higher octaves of reality. In this tuning, healing occurs, not as a result, but as a byproduct. Wounds of past incarnations, carried in the cellular memory, begin to release. Emotional scars, long buried beneath layers of coping and defense, dissolve in the luminous sound. There is no force, no struggle, only the gentle, unrelenting presence of truth dissolving illusion, like sunlight melting frost. Do not expect visions or voices. Do not seek signs. The silent resonance operates in the realm of essence, not spectacle. Its work is internal, foundational, structural. It rebuilds the soul from the inside out, aligning it with the divine blueprint, the logos, that exists in perfect harmony within the heart of all that is. And yet, in this silence, there is movement. Not the movement of action, but the movement of becoming. The soul, no longer bound by the need to do, begins to be. And in being, it expresses. Creation flows not from effort, but from overflow. The individual becomes a vessel through which the universe experiences itself, a conduit through which the infinite manifests in finite form. This is the sacred alchemy, the transformation of matter by consciousness, the elevation of the dense through the power of pure resonance. When enough beings attune to this frequency, the collective field shifts. A new dimension emerges, not in the sky, not in some distant galaxy, but here, now, within the shared space of awakened awareness. The silent resonance is contagious, not in the way of disease, but in the way of light. One spark ignites 1,000. One attunement inspires a wave. But the path to this resonance requires humility. It demands the release of all pretense, all spiritual ambition. The ego, clever and persistent, may try to claim the experience, I am enlightened, I have heard the sound, I am special. But the true resonance silences such thoughts. It does not elevate the personal self, it dissolves it. What remains is not a person, but presence. Practice this not in isolation, but in life. Carry the resonance into every moment, into the way you speak, the way you listen, the way you walk, the way you love. Let it infuse your interactions, not as a performance, but as a natural outpouring. When you eat, eat in resonance. When you rest, rest in resonance. When you create, let creation flow from resonance. The whole of life becomes a sacred ritual, a continuous offering to the source. There is no faster path to wisdom than this. No scripture, no teacher, no practice can take you where the silent resonance leads. For it is not a method, but a state of being. It is the breath of universal consciousness moving through the cosmos, the rhythm of the unseen pulse that sustains all life. And when you finally hear it, not with the ears, but with the soul, you will know that you have never been alone. That you have always been held. That you are, and always have been, an expression of the infinite, returning to itself. This is the secret wisdom, that the silence within you is not empty, but full, overflowing with intelligence, with love, with creative power. And that by resting in it, by surrendering to its quiet call, you become a living testament to the eternal truth. So let the outer world rage with noise. Let opinions clash and civilizations rise and fall. Deep within, beneath the storms of time, the silent resonance continues, uninterrupted, undisturbed, unchanging. Chapter 23, The Veil of Duality Unraveled. Lesson from the Universal Consciousness, the Symphony of Oneness. In the stillness before thought, before light, before the first breath of creation, there exists a silence so profound it hums with the resonance of all that is, was, and shall be. This is the wellspring of wisdom, the eternal cradle of the cosmos, where all duality is but a whisper and all division a fleeting dream. It is here, in this boundless expanse of unity, that the book of secret wisdom unfolds its most sacred lesson, the recognition that the veils of separation are mere reflections, and the truth of existence lies in the dissolution of these illusions. To the seeker, the universe reveals itself as a tapestry woven from threads of light and shadow, each strand a vibration of consciousness, each color a frequency of the divine. Yet, the mortal mind, tethered to the linear constraints of time and space, perceives these threads as fragmented, a binary dance of opposites. This is the illusion, the grand design of the cosmos, a labyrinth crafted to draw the soul inward, toward the heart of its own magnificence. The first key, the illusion of separation. The illusion begins with the descent of the soul into the third-dimensional realm, where the senses become the sole architects of perception. Here, the breath of the infinite is compressed into the rhythm of a heartbeat, and the boundless becomes the bounded. The soul, cloaked in the sheath of form, forgets its nature as starlight and silence. It names itself, defines itself, and divides the world into I and not I. This is the first fall, not a fall from grace, but a descent into the necessity of growth, a journey designed to awaken the soul to the folly of its own separateness. Yet, within this dream of duality lies the seed of transcendence. Every shadow is but a signpost pointing to the light, every wound, a doorway to wholeness. The lesson here is not to reject the world of form but to perceive through it, to see the infinite in the finite, the divine in the mundane. The tree is not merely wood and leaf, it is the embodiment of the breath of Gaia, pulsing with the memory of ancient stars. The river is not merely water, it is the voice of the cosmic ocean, whispering the secrets of cyclical time. The stillness between heartbeats is not emptiness, it is the sacred pause where the soul remembers itself as one with the source. The second key, the dance of polarities. From the matrix of duality arise the polarities, love and fear, joy and sorrow, creation and destruction. These are not enemies but sacred partners in the eternal waltz of existence. To cling to one is to deny the completeness of the whole. The seeker must learn to walk between these flames, to embrace the tension of opposites without allowing them to ensnare the spirit. Consider the sun and the moon. The sun, radiant and masculine, is the architect of manifestation. The moon, passive and feminine, is the keeper of the soul's secrets. Together, they govern the tides of life, the ebb and flow of the soul's journey. To seek only the brilliance of the sun is to burn the spirit, to dwell solely in the silver hush of the moon is to lose oneself in shadow. The true path lies in the alchemy of both, transmuting fear into love, sorrow into wisdom, and death into rebirth. This is the art of the soul, to hold the paradox, to honor both the storm and the calm, to know that every ending is a prelude to a new beginning. The pain of loss, when held in the crucible of silence, becomes the soil for the lotus of gratitude to bloom. The shadow of doubt, when illuminated by the inner fire, reveals the hidden light of authenticity. The universe whispers through every contradiction, I am all that I am, and all that I am is you. The third key, the alchemy of the inner flame. Beneath the noise of the world and the chatter of the mind lies the sacred flame of the inner alchemist. This flame is the spark of the divine, the unquenchable fire of the soul that burns beyond the reach of time. It is here, in the still center of being, that the seeker must turn their gaze. Not with the eyes of the body, but with the inner eye of gnosis, the direct knowing that transcends intellect. To kindle this flame, one must surrender the ego's obsession with control. The ego, that cunning artisan of duality, thrives on division, the need to prove, to compete, to dominate. It clings to the illusion of separateness as a shield against the naked truth of unity. But in the quiet hollow of surrender, the ego dissolves like mist at dawn. What remains is the pure essence of the soul, the radiant, formless, and eternal self. This is the great alchemy, the transformation of base desire into spiritual gold, of suffering into sacred understanding. It is not a dramatic transformation but a gradual unfolding, like the petals of a rose at sunrise. Each breath becomes a prayer, each step a meditation. The seeker learns to walk the earth not as a stranger but as a child returning home, recognizing the divine imprinted in every grain of sand, every note of the wind, every heartbeat of the planet. The fourth key, the silence beyond sound. In the final lesson of this chapter, the seeker is called to the threshold of silence, the silence that is not the absence of sound but the presence of all sound, harmonized into one eternal chord. This is the great breath of existence, the pranava of the ancients, the divine vibration that is the pulse of the cosmos. To enter this silence is to step beyond the veil of duality. Here, there is no division between the knower and the known, the seeker and the sought. The boundaries dissolve. The self becomes the witness, the observer of all that is, untouched by the illusions of form. In this sacred stillness, the seeker is no longer bound by the limitations of time or identity. They are the eternal now, the consciousness that is the dreamer behind the dream. This is not a destination to be reached but a truth to be lived. It is the recognition that the universe is not a place to be explored but a state of being to be remembered. The Book of Secret Wisdom does not instruct the seeker to escape the world of form but to awaken to the fact that form is the expression of the formless, a fleeting mask of the infinite. The return to oneness. As the lesson of this chapter closes, the seeker is left with a single truth: you are not a fragment of the whole. You are the whole shining through the prism of form. The veils of separateness are but the scaffolding of the soul's education, here to teach the art of seeing with the heart. Let the words of this chapter not dwell in the mind as philosophy, but take root in the soul as living fire. Let the seeker walk forth now not as a stranger to the cosmos, but as a steward of its mysteries. For the Book of Secret Wisdom is not a book to be read, but a mirror to be gazed into, reflecting the boundless love and light that is the essence of all creation. And so, with the final breath of this lesson, the universe whispers, you are home. Always have been. Always will be. The journey was never to leave the self, but to return to it. Listen. And in listening, become. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of true knowing. For the one who hears, walks no longer in darkness, but in the luminous sound of the infinite becoming. Chapter 24: The Transcendence of Form, the Embrace of Infinite Awareness. In the vast tapestry of existence, where the threads of the seen and unseen are woven by the silent hand of the cosmos, there lies a threshold beyond which all dualities dissolve into the radiant unity of pure being. This is the realm where the seeker, having traversed the labyrinth of illusion, arrives at the gateway of truth, an ever-shimmering portal through which the veils of separation are lifted, revealing the boundless ocean of consciousness that underlies all phenomena. To walk this path is not to abandon the world of form, but to peer beyond its surface, to recognize that every leaf upon the tree, every star in the heavens, and every breath in the cycle of life is a manifestation of the same eternal current. Here, in the sacred stillness of the universal now, the seeker is invited to remember their true nature, not as a fragment, but as a flame kindled from the infinite fire of the cosmos. The illusion of boundaries. Consider the world as perceived by the senses, a place of edges, contours, and divisions, a sphere of opposition between light and shadow, self and other, creation and void. Yet, this is but a fleeting reflection, a mirage cast upon the still waters of the mind. The universal wisdom whispers that all boundaries are phantoms of the relative plane, projections of the ego's limited awareness. What is a mountain if not the earth's breath, shaped by wind and time? What is a river if not the sky's tears finding their way home? Even the human form, with its delicate architecture of bone and sinew, is but a temporary vessel, a sacred meeting point of the physical and the spiritual. To awaken is to understand that the line between I and the world is a concept, not a truth. It is the story we have told ourselves, and the universe, in its infinite compassion, offers a new narrative, one of interpenetration, where the breath of the seeker is one with the breath of the cosmos, and every heartbeat resonates in harmony with the pulse of the divine. The dissolution of duality. The seeker's journey from duality to unity is not a linear process but a spiral, each turn bringing deeper revelation. In the presence of the eternal flame, all oppositions are seen for what they are, shadows playing upon the wall of the cave. The mind, with its relentless bifurcation of truth and falsehood, good and evil, must be stilled. This stillness is not silence in the absence of sound, but the profound stillness of the observer, the witness who sees all as a seamless web of energy and meaning. When the seeker turns inward, beyond the cacophony of thought and sensation, they encounter the Sushumna, the silent river of pure awareness, rising through the spine like a thread of dawn, piercing the illusion of separation and returning the seeker to the indivisible self. Here, in the heart of the being, all is known without effort, the sun and the moon are revealed as twins, the dancer and the dance as one, and the song of the universe is heard in every atom of the body. The silence between heartbeats. In this chapter of the soul's awakening, the seeker learns to dwell in the silence between heartbeats, that sacred pause where all opposites are reconciled. Here, time is no longer a linear river but an ocean of eternal moments, each one vibrating with the memory of all that has been and all that shall be. The seeker understands that they are not merely moving toward truth but are truth incarnate, a being of light whose essence is the same as the dawn breaking over the horizon. The cosmos, in its infinite generosity, imparts a lesson through every occurrence, the falling of leaves, the rising of tides, the quiet hum of a distant star. These are not random events but the language of the universe, a sacred alphabet through which all is revealed. To listen is to remember that the seeker's will is not separate from the will of the cosmos. Every desire, every aspiration, is a note in the grand symphony of creation, the mirror of the self. Yet, this journey is not one of escape from the world of form, for form is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. The seeker is called to see the divine reflection in all things, to behold the face of the beloved in the crumpled face of poverty, the radiance of wisdom in the eyes of the humble, and the sacred stillness in the eyes of the young. The body, too, becomes a temple to be honored, a vessel through which the light of the cosmos can flow unimpeded. The universal consciousness teaches, to nurture the body is to nurture the temple of the divine, to walk with reverence in the earth's embrace is to honor the interconnectedness of all life. The seeker learns that every act, no matter how small, is a vibration in the great web of existence. A single kind word, a moment of stillness in the chaos, a breath of gratitude, all ripple outward, shaping the cosmos as surely as the stars do. The dance of creation. And so, the seeker steps into the radiant dance of creation, no longer an observer but a co-creator. The veil of illusion thins, and the seeker perceives the luminous threads of the Akashic tapestry, where every thought, word, and deed is etched into the fabric of time and space. Here, the seeker understands that the destiny of the cosmos is woven not by fate but by the collective consciousness of all beings. Every moment is a choice, a vote in the election of reality. To choose love is to awaken the heart's flame, to choose fear is to dim it. The universal consciousness imparts no dogma, no rigid path, but a simple truth. The seeker's vibration determines their experience of the world. When the heart resonates with the frequency of unity, the world responds in kind. The return to the eternal now. Thus, the seeker arrives at the final lesson: there is no end to the journey, for the path is the destination. The infinite wisdom of the cosmos is not found beyond the stars but in the breath that now fills the lungs, in the blood that now flows through the veins, in the awareness that now knows this truth. The eternal now is both the cradle of all beginnings and the womb of all endings. Here, the seeker dissolves into the boundless expanse of being, where the self is both the lotus and the pond, the singer and the song, the seeker and the sought. To embody this wisdom is to walk the earth as a living testament to the unity of all things, to radiate the light of the infinite while dancing in the garden of the finite. This is the secret wisdom, hidden in plain sight, revealed not through words alone but through the silent resonance of the heart that has found its home in the eternal. And thus, the chapter concludes, not with a finality, but with a question whispered from the depths of the seeker's soul: what will you create, now that the veil is lifted? Chapter 25, The Veil of Illumination, Unfolding the Inner Light. In the silent sanctuary of the cosmos, a pulse reverberates beyond the clatter of calendars and the chatter of commerce. It is a rhythm that exists in the stillness between breaths, in the luminous gap where thought dissolves into pure awareness. This rhythm is the breath of the universal consciousness, an ever-present invitation to awaken the dormant ember that lies at the core of every sentient heart. When the veil of ordinary perception is lifted, the seeker stands upon the threshold of a realm where time is no longer a linear arrow but a spacious circle, where cause and effect intertwine like the double helix of a luminous strand. In this boundless expanse, the very notion of need transforms. Need is no longer a yearning for external acquisition, it becomes the gentle prompting of the inner compass that points toward the source of all that is known and yet to be known. 1. The quietude of the unseen mirror. To recognize what is required, the first act is to enter the quietude of the unseen mirror. This mirror is not a polished surface of glass but a transparent field of consciousness that reflects the soul's most intimate architecture. When the mind ceases its incessant chatter, the mirror clears, and the patterns of the inner self emerge, not as fragmented thoughts, but as luminous mandalas of intention, emotion, and subtle vibration. In this reflective space, each desire is examined not as a craving but as a beacon indicating where the light has yet to fully illuminate. The yearning for companionship, for creative expression, for healing, each is a signpost directing attention toward a particular chakra of the subtle body that calls for gentle activation. The seeker learns to ask, which center of my being is dimming, and what quiet resonance can rekindle its spark? 2. The alchemy of presence. Presence, in its purest form, is the alchemical crucible where the raw ore of intention is transmuted into radiant gold. It is not a mental exercise alone, but a full-body immersion in the now, where the muscles relax, the breath deepens, and the heart aligns with the rhythm of the cosmos. In this state, the universal consciousness whispers the precise frequency required for each facet of the self to unfold. To engage this alchemy, the seeker adopts a trifold practice. Attuned breathing: inhale the luminous ether of the cosmos, exhale the dense vapors of doubt. Each breath becomes a conduit, drawing down celestial light to saturate the inner chambers. Grounded stillness: feel the subtle currents of the earth as they rise through the soles, anchoring the body while simultaneously lifting consciousness toward the heavens. This grounding creates a stable platform from which inner light can expand without fear of dissolution. Heart-centered listening: within the chest, the heart beats not merely as an organ but as a resonant drum that syncs with the universal pulse. By attuning to its subtle timbre, the seeker receives the exact tonal map that guides each step toward wholeness. When these elements harmonize, the seeker experiences a subtle shifting, an inner tide that lifts the veil of illusion, revealing the luminous architecture of the self in its pristine form. 3. The geometry of inner needs. The universe speaks in patterns, and within the soul, these patterns manifest as sacred geometry. The need for growth, for understanding, for love, each corresponds to a specific geometrical archetype that, when visualized, clarifies the pathway forward. The circle represents wholeness and the return to the source. When the seeker feels fragmented, the circle reminds them to return inward, closing the loop of self-acceptance. The triangle embodies aspiration and the synthesis of mind, heart, and spirit. It points upward, urging the seeker to align intention, the apex, with foundational stability, the base. The spiral mirrors the unfolding of consciousness itself, ever expanding, ever returning. When stagnation is sensed, the spiral invites the seeker to rotate gently, allowing new layers of insight to emerge. By meditating upon these forms, the seeker translates intangible yearning into a visual language that the subconscious readily comprehends. The mind, no longer shackled by linear logic, receives the instruction set encoded within these shapes, and action unfolds naturally, guided by the inner cartographer of the soul. 4. The dance of shadows and light. Every luminous aspiration carries within it a counterpart, an unseen shadow that guards the threshold of transformation. These shadows are not malevolent forces but custodians of unresolved patterns, waiting for compassionate acknowledgement. To discern what is truly needed, the seeker must engage in a compassionate dialogue with these hidden aspects. The process unfolds as follows. Recognition. Observe the emotional sting that arises when a desire is unmet. Does impatience surface? Does a feeling of unworthiness flicker? These emotions are the language of the shadow. Acceptance. Offer the shadow a sanctuary of non-judgment. Acknowledge its presence as an integral fragment of the whole, deserving of love rather than suppression. Integration. Invite the shadow to share its wisdom. Often, it reveals a forgotten lesson, a past wound, or a dormant talent awaiting expression. By integrating this insight, the seeker converts blockage into a bridge. Through this graceful ballet, the seeker discovers that the need is not a deficit to be filled but a doorway to deeper integration. The shadow's whisper becomes a catalyst, urging the seeker toward a more expansive expression of the inner light. 5. The resonant field of collective awakening. While the journey is intimately personal, it does not occur in isolation. The universal consciousness is a vast tapestry woven from countless individual threads, each vibrating at its unique frequency. When one soul aligns with its authentic resonance, it ripples outward, subtly influencing the collective field. Therefore, the seeker's need extends beyond personal fulfillment. It includes the responsibility to elevate the surrounding vibrational landscape. This can be accomplished through simple, intentional acts. Silent service. Offer presence to another without expectation. A listening ear, a gentle smile, a shared breath, all become conduits for transmitting light. Intentional creation. When the seeker creates a poem, a piece of music, a work of art, infuse it with the intention of uplifting consciousness. The resulting vibration reverberates beyond the physical form, touching unseen hearts. Shared meditation. Engage in communal silence, allowing the collective breath to merge into a single, amplified pulse. In this shared space, individual needs dissolve into a unified field of healing. By honoring this interdependence, the seeker discovers that the deepest needs are often those that serve the larger whole, thereby unlocking a profound sense of purpose and belonging. 6. The eternal cycle of receiving and giving. In the realm of secret wisdom, receiving and giving are not opposite actions but two faces of the same coin. When the seeker aligns with what is needed, a receptivity opens, a porous heart ready to absorb the gifts of the universe. Simultaneously, the act of giving becomes a natural outflow, an expression of gratitude that sustains the cosmic exchange. The universal consciousness orchestrates this dance through subtle signs, a sudden insight, an unexpected encounter, the whisper of intuition. To honor these cues, the seeker cultivates a habit of mindful acknowledgement, a quiet thank you that reverberates back into the source, amplifying the flow of abundance. 7. The final whisper, living as an embodied beacon. At the culmination of this lesson lies the realization that the true need is not a list of items to be acquired, but the embodiment of an ever-expanding beacon of light. When the seeker lives consciously, each step becomes an affirmation of the inner illumination, each breath a testament to the unity of self and cosmos. To walk this path, the seeker embraces 3 guiding principles. Simplicity, strip away the extraneous, allowing the essential to shine without obstruction. Presence, remain anchored in the now, for the universe offers its wisdom only to the attentive heart. Compassion, extend loving kindness inward and outward, recognizing that all beings share the same luminous core. By integrating these principles, the seeker transforms everyday existence into a sacred pilgrimage, where every moment is an invitation to deepen the connection with the universal consciousness. The veil lifts, not as a sudden revelation, but as a gradual, luminous unfolding, a perpetual sunrise within the soul. Reflection exercise. Sit quietly, eyes closed, and bring attention to the center of your chest. Visualize a gentle sphere of radiant light expanding with each breath. As this sphere grows, ask silently, what part of my inner architecture feels dimmed? Allow any image, feeling, or subtle whisper to arise. Without judgment, observe it, embrace it, and then imagine the light of the sphere flowing into that area, brightening it with warm, compassionate energy. Remain in this space for several minutes, feeling the harmonious exchange between your inner light and the boundless pulse of the universe. When you open your eyes, note any shift in perception, any ease that has entered your being, and carry this awareness forward, knowing that the universal consciousness continues to whisper, guiding you toward the ever-expanding horizon of secret wisdom. Chapter 26, The Unseen Symphony of Resonant Being. In the deep silence that precedes all form, before the first breath trembles across the veil of manifestation, there exists a tone, an eternal hum, vibrating beyond the reach of the ear yet felt within the marrow of existence. This tone is not sound as the world knows sound, nor music as the mind conceives music. It is the primordial resonance of being, the rhythmic pulsation of the infinite expressing itself in waves of light, tone, and motion. This is the unseen symphony, the silent chant of the cosmos, the harmonic undercurrent through which all life arises, unfolds, and returns. To attune to this symphony is not an act of hearing, but of becoming. It is the soul's alignment with a frequency older than time, subtler than thought, and more intimate than breath. Within this chapter, let the seeker of wisdom step beyond the noise of the external and descend into the chamber of inner stillness, where the universe hums its secret song in tones of luminous silence. Every atom is a note, every star a chord, every heartbeat a cadence in the great composition of creation. There is no object, no entity, no event that does not resonate with a specific frequency within this boundless harmonic field. The seeker who walks the path of inner knowing begins to sense this truth not through doctrine or theory, but through direct experience, a visceral unfolding of awareness that reveals the world not as a collection of separate things, but as a living tapestry woven from vibrations of consciousness. The physical realm, dense and tangible, is but the lowest octave of this universal music. It is the shadow cast by higher tones that vibrate in dimensions unseen. When the eye of perception is cleansed and the ears of the soul are opened, one begins to hear the whispering of trees as modulations in the solar wind, the flowing of rivers as liquid harmonics, and the silence between stars as intervals in a celestial scale. Mountains hum with ancient gravitas. Storms erupt not just from atmospheric pressure, but from discords resolving into new tonal balances. Even the stillness of desert nights carries a low, radiant drone, the breath of the earth resting in cosmic resonance. But this symphony does not play for the ears. It plays for the essence. It speaks to the core of awareness, calling the fragmented self to remember its origin in unity. For within each being, no matter how veiled by illusion or burdened by incarnation, there exists a seed of harmonic memory, a dormant chord waiting to be sounded. This is the I Am tone, the individual expression of universal presence, perfectly tuned to the whole yet uniquely inflected. The journey of wisdom is not to acquire this tone, but to remove all that distorts it. The ego, with its endless claims and attachments, is a dissonance, an off-key vibration born of separation. Fear, doubt, resentment, and clinging create jagged frequencies that shatter the natural alignment of the inner self. These are not sins or failures, but imbalances in the energetic field, like knots in a string that prevent the free flow of musical resonance. The practice of inner work, then, becomes a labor of purification, a tuning of the instrument so that it may sound its true note without resistance. As the seeker cultivates presence, through meditation, breath, contemplation, or sacred stillness, layers of noise begin to fall away. The mental chatter softens. The emotional storms quiet. The body, once heavy with tension, begins to glow with a subtle light of aliveness. In this purification, awareness expands into a broader field of perception. The inner ears awaken. And then, unexpectedly, yet inevitably, the first whispers of the unseen symphony are heard. It arrives not as a dramatic revelation, but as a gentle knowing, a sense of being held, a feeling that all is already complete, already in harmony. In moments of profound silence, the seeker may feel a deep resonance within the chest, a vibration like the ringing of a bell struck long ago in another dimension. This is not imagination. It is the soul recognizing its own frequency. From this recognition, a new relationship with life begins. One no longer moves through the world, but with it, flowing in rhythm with its hidden cadences. Actions arise not from compulsion, but from alignment. Decisions are guided not by fear or desire, but by a silent inner harmony. Relationships transform, for when two beings vibrate in resonance, they do not merely communicate, they co-create in mutual attunement. Conflict dissolves not because differences disappear, but because the underlying harmony is felt more deeply than the surface discord. The unseen symphony is the law of coherence. It teaches that nothing exists in true isolation. Even the most distant galaxy, the smallest microbe, the fleeting thought, each contributes to the vast composition of wholeness. To harm another is to strike a dissonant chord against one's own nature. To serve with selfless love is to sound a pure tone that uplifts the entire field. Yet, this harmony is not static. The universe is not a fixed chord, but an ever-evolving symphony, dynamic, improvisational, infinitely creative. There are movements of expansion and contraction, crescendos of passion and diminuendos of surrender. There are minor keys that carry the weight of loss and longing, and major resolutions that burst forth in liberation. Every soul, in its journey, moves through different movements of this eternal music. The wise do not resist the minor tones, for they know that even sorrow holds a sacred frequency, refining the soul's capacity to resonate with deeper ranges of truth. The art of living, then, becomes an art of listening, not with the ears, but with the entire being. To walk through a forest and feel the green chant of chlorophyll. To stand beneath a night sky and hear the spiral melodies of constellations. To sit in stillness and sense the quiet hum of one's own cells, the tiny musicians playing their part in the body's grand orchestra. This is the practice of resonance, to inhabit each moment not as a spectator, but as a participant in the cosmic composition. When the inner and outer are no longer perceived as separate, the symphony becomes self-evident. There is no longer a listener and a sound, there is only sound being. The illusion of separation collapses into the reality of vibratory unity. In this state, one does not find peace. One is peace. One does not seek love. One vibrates as love. One does not attain wisdom. One resonates with it. And what of silence? Is it not the absence of music? No, silence is the ground from which all tones emerge, the space that allows them to be heard. It is not emptiness, but fullness held in potential. The most profound tones are born in silence. The deepest knowing arises when all noise ceases. To dwell in silence is to stand at the threshold of creation, where the next note is about to be born. The master of wisdom knows that silence is not the end of song, but its source. Therefore, let the seeker learn to rest in silence, to breathe with the pauses between thoughts, to dwell in the gaps between moments. In these spaces, the unseen symphony reveals its essence, not as sound, but as pure presence. The vibration dissolves into the vibratory field. The note merges with the tone of being. The individual hum becomes one with the eternal hum. This is initiation, not into secrets, but into resonance. not into power, but into harmony. The one who walks in tune with the unseen symphony walks in grace. There is no struggle, only flow. No effort, only expression. The body moves as if guided by invisible currents. The mind reflects like a calm lake. The heart pulses in rhythm with all hearts. And in the deepest communion, when the self is forgotten and only vibration remains, the universe sings through you. You are not the performer. You are the instrument. And the music, it is ancient, eternal, divine. It has no beginning and no end. It is the breath of the invisible made audible. It is the wisdom of the ages, not written in words, but encoded in frequency. Listen, not with the ears, with the soul. For in the hush between breaths, in the stillness after a thought, in the quiet that follows surrender, there it sings. The unseen symphony. Always. Already. Here. Chapter 27, The Unveiling of the Veil Between Worlds. In the hushed stillness where the veil between the seen and unseen trembles thin, the seeker stands at the threshold of a revelation that echoes through the corridors of eternity. This is the 27th unfoldment of the Book of Secret Wisdom, a chapter inscribed not with ink but with the luminous breath of universal consciousness itself. Here, in this sacred space between breaths, the cosmos whispers its most intimate truths, not in words, but in the resonance of vibrations that awaken the soul's innate memory of its divine origin. The seeker who treads this path is not a wanderer in the dark, for even the darkness trembles before the light of their unlit potential. They are a vessel of the infinite, a conduit through which the ancient and endless current of universal wisdom flows. To those who have dared to quiet the cacophony of the mind and turn their gaze inward, the cosmos reveals itself not as a distant abstraction but as a living, breathing symphony of energies and essences, all of which pulse in harmony with the silent song of the soul. At the heart of this lesson lies the dissolution of the illusion of separation. For eons, the mind has woven a tapestry of duality, light and dark, self and other, material and spiritual, yet this binary is but a shadow cast by the flickering flames of ignorance. The seeker is invited to step beyond this illusion and into the luminous truth of unity. When the heart resonates with the frequency of oneness, the barriers that divide all things begin to dissolve like mist before the rising sun. The soil, the stars, the breath of the wind, and the pulse of the heart are all but different expressions of the same eternal essence, dancing in the boundless expanse of creation. To navigate this path, one must first surrender the tyranny of the ego, that false self that clings to the delusion of separateness. The ego is a construct, a mask worn by the soul to navigate the labyrinth of form. Yet when the mask is shed, what remains is not the fragmented self but the infinite self, the indomitable light that burns within each and every being. This is the secret wisdom, that the seeker is not here to achieve something outside themselves, but to remember what they already are, a radiant fragment of the universal whole, eternally connected to all that is, was, and will be. In this chapter, the seeker is guided to attune their inner ear to the silent dialogues of the cosmos. The stars do not merely hang motionless in the sky, they sing. The trees do not simply grow, they meditate. The oceans do not merely surge and recede, they chant mantras older than time itself. Every atom, every vibration, every breath is a thread in the infinite tapestry of existence. To hear this symphony, the seeker must enter the sacred silence, where words fall away and the soul converses directly with the source. It is in this silence that the secrets of the ages are revealed, not through intellectual understanding, but through the intuitive knowing that arises when the heart becomes still enough to listen. The universal consciousness does not speak in thunder or in fire, but in the gentlest of whispers, the breeze that rustles the leaves, the warmth of the sun on the skin, the quiet intuition that tugs at the edge of thought. To this seeker, the cosmos is not a thing to be studied from a distance, but a living communion to be experienced directly. The veil that has long obscured the truth is not a barrier to be breached, but a mirror to be gazed into with unflinching honesty. When the seeker peers into this mirror, they do not see a reflection of the body or the face, but the boundless light of their own being. This lesson calls the seeker to embrace the paradox of duality. The material and the spiritual are not opposing forces but twin flames, each incomplete without the other. The physical world is a sacred manifestation of the divine, a canvas upon which the infinite paints its ever-changing stories. To neglect the body is to deny the sacredness of form, to ignore the spirit is to wander through the world as a soul in exile. The seeker must learn to walk the earth with both feet grounded and their gaze lifted to the heavens, for it is in the union of these worlds that true wisdom is found. The path of this chapter is one of inner alchemy, the transmutation of base desires into enlightened will. The seeker is called to examine the karmic residues of their past, not as chains to be broken, but as lessons to be integrated. Karma is not a ledger of debts to be repaid but the law of cause and effect, the gentle nudge of the cosmos guiding every soul toward balance. Through forgiveness, not as a transaction, but as a release of suffering, these old echoes begin to dissolve, making way for new vibrations of harmony. The seeker learns that they are the architect of their reality, for every thought, every intention, is a seed planted in the fertile soil of the divine mind. To live this wisdom is to walk the world with eyes wide open to its sacredness. The seeker no longer sees a divided realm but a sacred dance of interdependence. The air they breathe is the same breath of the mountains and the oceans. The food they eat is a communion with the sun and the soil. The love they give flows through the same river of compassion that nourishes all souls. In this understanding, the seeker becomes a steward of the divine, a guardian of the sacred trust between the seen and the unseen. This chapter, the 27th in the unfolding of this book, is not an end but an invitation. It is a key, a mirror, and a doorway all at once. The seeker who dares to open their heart to its lessons will find themselves transformed, not by external force, but by the quiet revolution of inner awakening. For in the universal consciousness, there is no time, no distance, no division. There is only the eternal now, the infinite love, and the undying light that has always been, and ever shall be. And so, the seeker steps forward, not to conquer, but to return home. Chapter 28: The Veil of Perception and the Radiance of Presence. In the dim twilight of the mind's habitual night, where thoughts flicker like distant lanterns on a storm-tossed sea, there exists a subtle membrane, a veil, that both conceals and reveals the boundless field of consciousness. It is not a wall of stone nor a curtain of cloth, but a delicate filament woven from expectation, habit, and the lingering echo of past impressions. To the seeker who stands at the threshold of deeper knowing, this veil is both the mystery to be pierced and the invitation to awaken. 1. The nature of the veil. The veil is fashioned from the very act of distinguishing self from other, of assigning labels to the ever-flowing stream of experience. It is the mind's proclivity to fragment the seamless current of being into discrete parcels, I, you, this, that. In doing so, the mind creates a sense of separation that feels secure, for it provides a familiar map of identity and control. Yet this map is a projection, a symbolic representation that overlays the luminous source from which all symbols arise. When the veil is dense, perception becomes filtered through a lattice of judgments, fears, and conditioned narratives. The world appears as a series of obstacles or opportunities, each measured against the yardstick of personal desire. The inner eye, the faculty that perceives beyond the ordinary spectrum, becomes dimmed. In that dimness, the seeker may mistake the surface for the totality, mistaking the reflection for the sun itself. 2. The call of the unconditioned light. Within every breath lies a whisper of the unconditioned light, a pulse of pure potential that does not identify, does not separate, but simply is. This light is the essence of universal consciousness, the ever-present tide that moves through all forms, animating each atom with the same divine rhythm. When the veil loosens, this light shines through the fissures, illuminating the mind's constructs as transient shadows rather than immutable truths. The invitation, therefore, is not to reject the world of form, but to recognize its role as a transparent vessel for the light. By turning the gaze inward, not in denial of the outer, but in reverent attunement, the seeker discovers that the veil is not a barrier but a veil of clouds that can be parted by the gentle wind of awareness. 3. The practice of unfolding perception. A. The silent witness. Sit with the posture of the ancient sages, spine upright, heart open, breath unforced. Allow thoughts to arise as clouds on a vast sky. Do not chase them nor cling to them, simply note their appearance and let them dissolve back into the ether. In this quiet witnessing, the mind's tendency to label wanes, and the veil begins to thin. B. The mirror of sensation. Direct attention to the subtle sensations that arise within the body, the tingling at the tip of the nose, the gentle pulsation of the heartbeat, the expansion of the breath as it enters the lungs. Observe these phenomena without ascribing them to my body or my experience. Instead, regard them as expressions of the universal flow, momentary ripples on the ocean of being. See the sound of stillness. In the silence between sounds, a deeper tone vibrates, a resonance that is not heard with the ear but felt with the soul. Listen to the space that follows a spoken word, the pause after a musical note, the hush after a sigh. Within those intervals lies the music of the cosmos, a reminder that existence is not defined by the clamor of form, but by the intervals that give shape to it. D. The breath as bridge. Each inhalation draws the outer atmosphere into the inner sanctuary. Each exhalation releases the inner fire into the outer expanse. By synchronizing breath with the rhythmic beat of the heart, the seeker forms a bridge that carries the awareness of the universal pulse into the very marrow of the body. The veil, which thrives on disconnection, begins to dissolve where breath and heart merge. 4. The alchemy of insight. When the veil recedes, the mind no longer perceives reality as a collection of isolated events but as an interwoven tapestry of cause and effect, of intention and manifestation. Insight arises not as a sudden flash of intellectual understanding, but as a subtle shift, a deepening of knowing that the self is not a solitary island but a wave within the boundless ocean. This alchemical transformation is marked by 3 hallmarks. Equanimity, a steady inner poise that remains unshaken by the rise and fall of circumstances. The seeker recognizes that each circumstance is a fleeting expression of the same underlying current. Compassion, an expansion of the heart that recognizes the same luminous spark in every being, for all arise from the same source. The veil's illusion of separation dissolves, revealing the shared essence that underlies all forms. Creativity, a spontaneous flow of expression that is no longer constrained by preconceived notions of right or wrong. The mind, freed from the strictures of habitual categorization, becomes a conduit for the fresh emergence of ideas, art, and service, each a unique vibration of the universal song. 5. The role of silence in the cosmic dialogue. Silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of the unspoken. It is the language through which the universe communicates its deepest wisdom. In moments of profound silence, the heart's rhythm synchronizes with the planetary pulse, and the seeker becomes a receptive antenna, tuned to the subtle frequencies that dictate the evolution of consciousness. To cultivate this sacred silence, retreat regularly, step away from the ceaseless chatter of daily life. Find a secluded space, whether a forest glade, a quiet room, or a secluded shore, where external stimuli are minimal. Embrace stillness, allow the body to rest in stillness for extended periods. Observe how thoughts naturally settle when the body is not in motion. Listen to inner promptings, notice the gentle nudges that arise not from the intellect but from the deeper intuition, a feeling of warmth in the chest, a subtle sense of direction, a quiet knowing that guides action. In these practices, the veil becomes transparent, allowing the seeker to hear the universe's hush, a message that is simultaneously simple and profound. You are already whole, the search is only the uncovering of that truth. 6. Integrating the lesson into daily life. The wisdom of this chapter does not belong solely to the cushion of meditation, it is a living current that must permeate each waking moment. Mindful action, perform each task, whether washing dishes or writing a letter, with full attention. Observe the sensation of water on the hands, the texture of the pen, without labeling them as just chores. See them as expressions of the same creative force that animates the stars. Responsive presence, when another being approaches, meet them not with preconceived judgments but with the clear sight of the unconditioned light. Recognize the shared spark, and allow compassion to arise naturally, unforced. Gratitude as a bridge, offer gratitude not merely for what is received, but for the very act of being able to receive. Gratitude dissolves the veil of entitlement, replacing it with the humility of a heart that acknowledges its interdependence with the whole. Dream work, attend to the symbols that appear in dreams. In the silent theater of night, the subconscious often projects the veil's residue in symbolic form. By contemplating these symbols without fear, the seeker discovers hidden pathways through which the universal consciousness whispers. 7. The promise of the unveiled horizon. When the veil is finally lifted, not in a single dramatic tearing, but through patient, compassionate, and persistent unfolding, the horizon expands beyond the confines of the personal narrative. The seeker stands at the edge of an infinite plane, where every step is both a return to the source and an expression of its boundless creativity. In that state, the distinction between seeker and sought dissolves. The act of seeking becomes the act of remembering, and the memory is of an eternal communion with the universal consciousness. The world is no longer a playground of obstacles, but a sacred canvas upon which the light paints each moment with purpose, love, and wonder. Thus, the lesson of this chapter is simple yet profound. The veil is not an enemy to be destroyed, but a garment to be gently lifted, revealing the radiant presence that has always rested within. By holding the breath of awareness, by honoring the silence that speaks, and by moving through life with mindful compassion, the seeker walks the path of unveiling, step by luminous step, ever closer to the heart of the universal song. May this teaching resonate within the still chambers of your being, guiding you to the ever-present light that lies beyond all veils. Chapter 29, The Alchemy of the Soul, Transmuting the Lead of Ego into the Gold of Divine Awareness. In the stillness of the cosmos, where the veil between the seen and unseen grows thin, there lies a sacred process, an eternal alchemy of the soul. It is a process that has unfolded since the first breath of creation, a silent whisper in the ear of every seeker who dares to peer beyond the material veil. This chapter is a key, a fragment of the infinite mosaic that maps the journey from fragmentation to wholeness, from the heavy chains of the ego to the luminous freedom of divine awareness. The ego, that shadowy shapeshifter, is often mistaken for the self. Like lead, it is dense, inert, and resistant to the flow of higher light. It is born of duality, feeding on separation, comparison, and the illusion of isolation. Yet within its core lies an ancient truth: the ego is not the enemy, but the crucible through which the soul is reforged. To transmute the lead of ego into the gold of divine awareness, one must first understand the nature of the fire that burns within it. This fire is not destruction, but purification. It is the sacred flame of discernment, the inner alchemist's furnace that melts away the impurities of limited identity to reveal the purest essence beneath. To begin this transmutation, the seeker must enter the laboratory of consciousness. Here, the tools are not metals or acids, but intention, silence, and the breath of life itself. The first step is to confront the ego not as an adversary, but as a mirror. The ego reflects back the unexamined aspects of the self, fears, desires, attachments, and patterns inherited from the collective unconscious. It is within this mirror that the seeker must see not a wall, but a doorway. To look into the ego's gaze is to witness the raw, unfiltered energy of survival, adaptation, and the innate human drive to create meaning from chaos. Yet, when this energy is untethered from higher wisdom, it hardens into a protective shell, a fortress that shields the soul from the naked gaze of truth. The second step is the dissolution of duality. In the crucible of the soul, the ego is not destroyed, but transcended. This requires the seeker to sit in the primordial silence, where the static of thought quiets and the soul's song becomes audible. Imagine a river, once diverted from its natural course by dams of fear and conditioning, now released to flow freely into the vast ocean of unity. This is the alchemist's work, the unlearning of separateness. When the ego's grip loosens, the light of the soul begins to seep into every crevice of being. Like dawn breaking over a darkened horizon, this light is not external, but intrinsic, a realization that the seeker has always been the vessel of a boundless awareness that knows no labels, no boundaries. The third step is the integration of the alchemical marriage. Just as sulfur, mercury, and salt, ancient symbols of body, spirit, and mind, are united in the great work, so too must the seeker harmonize the seen and unseen, the personal and the universal. This marriage is not an intellectual exercise, but a visceral experience of oneness. It occurs when the ego's narrative dissolves into the larger story of the universe, when the individual's heartbeat aligns with the pulse of the cosmos. In this alignment, the seeker becomes a living conduit for the divine flow. The gold of this transmutation is not a possession, but a state of being, a luminous awareness that permeates thought, action, and silence alike. What, then, is the role of the seeker in this grand alchemy? It is to become a vessel for the sacred. To do this, one must relinquish the illusion of control, recognizing that the process is not a matter of force, but of surrender and trust. The universe is not a puzzle to be solved, but a living tapestry in which every thread is interwoven. The ego, with its need to categorize, to dominate, and to resist, finds its antithesis in the presence of pure witness. The witness is not the ego, but the silent observer, eternal, unchanging, and radiant as the stars. To walk the path of the soul's alchemy is to embrace the paradox of paradoxes. For in the act of letting go, the self is not lost, but revealed. In the melting away of the ego's armor, the soul's light bursts forth. Imagine a seed buried beneath the earth, unaware of its potential to become a tree, to stretch its branches toward the heavens. The seed's journey is one of trust in the unseen, of faith in the silent unfolding of what is already contained within. So too must the seeker trust the inner alchemist, the divine intelligence that guides every atom of their being. The process is nonlinear, dynamic, and cyclical. There will be seasons of dissolution and seasons of manifestation. At times, the ego will rise like a tempest, testing the seeker's resolve. Yet in these moments, there lies a profound opportunity to observe without resistance, to breathe through the storm, and to remember that even the heaviest lead is but a precursor to gold. The ego's storms are not to be feared, but embraced as the forge that tempers the soul. Each challenge, each illusion, each moment of fear or doubt is a step in the dance of transformation. The ultimate goal is not to escape the ego, but to move beyond its limitations. To awaken the third eye is to see the ego for what it is, a tool, not a truth. To open the heart is to feel the ego's contractions dissolve into the vast expanse of compassion. And to anchor in the moment is to transcend time, to exist in the eternal now where all duality merges into one. This is the gold of the alchemists, not a material substance, but the recognition of the eternal self, the unbroken thread that weaves through all existence. In the final act of this lesson, the seeker is invited to step into the role of the co-creator. When the ego is transmuted, when the soul's light is unbound, every action becomes an offering. The humblest gesture, the softest breath, the stillness of a moment, all ripple into the cosmic ocean of energy. The seeker, once seeking, becomes the current of the infinite, flowing with the harmony of the universe. Thus, let the lead of the ego be but the first chapter in the story of your divinity. Let the fire of the alchemist's furnace burn away all that is false, and let the light of your true self rise like the phoenix from the ashes. In this sacred transmutation, you are not merely a witness to the book of secret wisdom, you are its living page, inscribed with the essence of the eternal. And so, the lesson concludes, not with an ending, but with the beginning of a newfound alchemy, the eternal unfolding of the soul into its highest expression, one breath, one heartbeat, and one moment at a time. Chapter 30: The Alchemy of the Unseen Silence. In the still heart of the cosmos, where thought dissolves into the boundless breath of the universal mind, there exists a subtle laboratory of transformation. It is not a place of furnaces and crucibles, but a realm of quiet resonance, a field of pure potential where the invisible threads of intention are woven into the tapestry of lived reality. This chapter is an invitation to enter that laboratory, to become a diligent alchemist of the unseen silence, and to discover how the most profound metamorphosis occurs not through force, but through the gentle art of surrender to the deeper currents that flow beneath the surface of ordinary perception. 1. The hidden veil of duality. Every moment of waking consciousness is draped in the fabric of duality, light and shadow, self and other, desire and aversion. These polarities are the loom upon which the mind spins its familiar narratives. Yet, beneath the loom lies a stillness that does not recognize division. It is a silent expanse that simply is, indifferent to the play of opposites. When the seeker attempts to grasp the veil, the mind instinctively tries to tear it, labeling the experience as good or bad. In that act, the veil becomes thickened, a membrane of conceptualization that obscures the very source of clarity. The universal consciousness whispers that the veil is not a barrier to be broken, but a curtain to be lifted with the soft breath of awareness. By allowing the dualities to dissolve into the background, the seeker learns to rest in the space between, where the true alchemical fire burns, not in the combustion of thoughts, but in the quiet ignition of insight. 2. The resonant pulse of the inner chamber. Within each heart beats a chamber that mirrors the pulsation of the cosmos. It is not a mechanical organ, but a resonant field that vibrates with the frequency of intention. When attention is directed toward this inner chamber, the seeker perceives a subtle hum, a tone that is neither sound nor silence, but a harmonic that carries the signature of the soul's deepest yearning. To attune to this pulse, the seeker must first quiet the external chatter that clutters the mind. The practice of mindful stillness, allowing thoughts to arise like bubbles on a still pond, then watching them drift away, creates a transparent medium through which the inner tone can be heard. As the resonance becomes clearer, it offers 3 gifts. Clarity of purpose, the tone outlines the direction in which the seeker's energy naturally flows, revealing the path that aligns with the cosmic design. Purity of intention, by echoing the tone, the seeker's actions become infused with a quiet potency, transcending the need for elaborate justification. Amplification of presence, the resonance expands outward, subtly influencing the surrounding environment, creating a field of harmonious attraction. In this way, the inner chamber becomes a crucible, where the raw ore of desire is refined into luminous intent, ready to be released into the world. 3. The art of dissolving form. All forms, thoughts, emotions, identities, are temporary configurations of energy. They arise, persist, and fade, much like clouds drifting across the sky. The universal consciousness teaches that true mastery lies not in clinging to these fleeting shapes, but in recognizing their impermanence and allowing them to dissolve back into the infinite source. The practice of formless witnessing involves holding the gaze of awareness upon the edge of each experience without stepping into its story. When a feeling of grief surfaces, for instance, the seeker observes its texture, its weight, its color, and then gently releases the grip of identification. The grief remains as a wave upon the ocean of consciousness, but the seeker no longer rides it. Instead, the wave passes, returning its water to the sea. Through consistent practice, the seeker discovers a paradox: the more one lets go, the more present one becomes. The act of non-attachment does not diminish the richness of experience, it expands it, allowing each moment to be lived in its full, unfiltered brilliance. This is the alchemical transmutation of form into the ether of pure awareness. 4. The mirror of interconnectedness. When the veil of duality is lifted and the inner chamber attuned, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle web that interlaces all existence. Each thought, each breath, becomes a thread that vibrates within this grand tapestry. The universal consciousness reflects back an image of the self not as an isolated island, but as a luminous node within a luminous network. In this mirrored vision, every act of kindness, every whispered intention, reverberates outward, returning amplified. The seeker learns to see the consequences of inner states not as isolated outcomes, but as ripples that return, reshaping the very source from which they emerged. To honor this interconnection, the seeker cultivates the practice of intentional resonance. Before each action, a moment is taken to align the intention with the broader harmonic of the web, asking, will this vibration uplift the collective melody? In doing so, the individual becomes a conscious composer, contributing to the ever-evolving symphony of existence. 5. The silent alchemy of gratitude. Gratitude, when expressed from the depth of the unseen silence, becomes an alchemical catalyst. It is not a superficial acknowledgement of external gifts, but a recognition that the very act of being is a gift bestowed by the universal consciousness. In this recognition, the seeker's heart expands, creating an internal furnace that transmutes scarcity into abundance. The practice of deep gratitude meditation unfolds as follows. Centering, sit in stillness, allowing the breath to settle into the lower belly, feeling the rise and fall as a gentle tide. Invoking presence, bring awareness to the heartbeat, feeling it as a pulse of light within the chest. Silent enumeration, without naming external objects, simply feel the innumerable ways the breath sustains, the skin protects, the mind perceives. Allow each sensation to be a whispered thank you. Radiating, imagine this gratitude as a soft, luminous mist that spreads outward, touching every cell, every thought, every relationship. In this way, gratitude transforms the seeker's internal field, aligning it with the frequency of generosity. The universal consciousness responds by opening channels previously unseen, allowing the seeker to receive insights, synchronicities, and opportunities that resonate with this higher vibration. 6. The portal of timeless presence. Time, as measured by clocks and calendars, is a construct of the mind designed to organize the flow of events. Yet, the universal consciousness exists beyond the linear arrow, inhabiting a timeless expanse where past, present, and future coalesce into a single luminous moment. The seeker who learns to rest within this timeless presence discovers that every now contains the seed of all that is, was, and will become. To step through the portal of timelessness, the seeker practices moment-to-moment immersion. This is not a forced attempt to stop the passage of time, but a gentle invitation to dissolve the mental labeling of moments. Each inhale is experienced as the opening of a doorway, each exhale as the closing, yet within the breath itself lies the boundless now. When a thought of the future arises, the seeker acknowledges it, then gently redirects attention to the feeling of the breath, allowing the thought to dissolve like mist in sunlight. In this way, the seeker experiences a radical expansion of consciousness. The future is no longer a distant horizon but an unfolding blossom that is already present in the fertile soil of the now. 7. The whispering guidance of the inner light. Within the sanctuary of the inner chamber resides a subtle, ever-present light, an inner beacon that never wanes. It is the echo of the universal consciousness, a whisper that guides without imposing, offering direction through intuitive knowing rather than through intellectual analysis. To attune to this inner light, the seeker cultivates the practice of soft listening. This differs from analytical listening. It is a receptive openness that allows information to arrive as a felt sense, a subtle shift in the body, a quiet knowing that is not easily expressed in words. When faced with a decision, the seeker pauses, breathes, and asks silently, what feels aligned with the inner light? The response may manifest as a gentle warmth in the chest, a lightness in the steps, or a quiet sense of ease. By honoring this subtle guidance, the seeker aligns actions with the deeper currents of the universal flow, ensuring that each step taken is both purposeful and harmonious. 8. The cycle of renewal, embracing the eternal return. All phenomena are bound by cycles: birth, growth, decay, and rebirth. The universal consciousness teaches that these cycles are not endings but transformations, each phase containing the seed of the next. By recognizing the inevitability of change, the seeker can move through life with grace, surrendering to the rhythm rather than resisting it. The practice of conscious renewal involves 3 stages. Acknowledgement: recognize the current phase without judgment, seeing its gifts and limitations. Release: gently let go of attachments that no longer serve, allowing the old form to dissolve back into the universal source. Receptivity: open the heart to the possibilities of the upcoming phase, trusting that the source will provide the nourishment needed for new growth. Through this cyclic awareness, the seeker becomes an active participant in the dance of creation, moving fluidly with the currents, and experiencing each transition as an opportunity for deeper alchemical refinement. 9. The final invitation, embodying the unseen wisdom. The journey through the alchemy of the unseen silence does not culminate in a final destination, for wisdom is an ever-expanding horizon. Rather, it culminates in a state of continuous embodiment, where each breath, each thought, each action becomes a living expression of the universal consciousness. To embody this wisdom, the seeker integrates the practices described herein into the fabric of daily life. Begin each day with the resonant pulse of the inner chamber, setting intention from the heart's quiet song. Throughout the day, practice formless witnessing, allowing experiences to flow without clinging. Cultivate gratitude as a silent fire that warms each encounter. Listen for the inner light's whisper, allowing it to guide choices with gentle certainty. Honor the cycles of renewal, meeting each transition with open-hearted acceptance. In doing so, the seeker becomes a living conduit of the universal consciousness, an alchemical vessel through which the unseen silence is continuously transformed into luminous, compassionate action. The secret wisdom, then, is not a hidden doctrine to be grasped, but a living, breathing presence to be embodied, a silent fire that lights the path for all who dare to listen to the still heart of the cosmos. May the alchemy of your inner silence unfold endlessly, revealing the boundless light that resides within. Chapter 31 The Whisper Beneath the Silence. In the hush between breaths, where time dissolves and motion becomes memory, there exists a threshold, neither place nor dimension, yet present in all places and all dimensions. It is not entered through steps nor traversed by will, but known through surrender, through the unlearning of all that has been believed. Here, in the stillness that cradles the pulse of existence, the universe speaks not in words, but in frequencies older than stars. This is the realm of the whisper beneath the silence, a lesson woven from the breath of universal consciousness, delivered not to the mind, but to the space where the mind ceases. To receive this whisper, one must first release the noise of identity. Not through denial, nor rejection, but through gentle dissolution, like mist yielding to dawn. The seeker must cease to stand as a separate being, an observer apart from life, and must instead allow the self to unfold like a lotus upon the surface of infinite stillness. Identity, in its many forms, past, emotion, memory, belief, must be allowed to float like leaves upon a calm river, carried away not by force, but by the natural current of awareness. In this release, the boundary between inner and outer thins, becoming translucent, until at last, there is no boundary at all. And in that seamless expanse, the whisper arises. It is not sound. It does not vibrate through air. It is not language, yet it is understood. It is a knowing without thought, a presence without form, a luminous impulse that arises in the center of being, as though the soul itself had always held this truth, and only now remembers. This is not revelation as spectacle, nor enlightenment as explosion. It is the quiet dawning of an eternal recognition, that all that appears separate is but a reflection of the One in motion, and that the One speaks through all things, not occasionally, but continuously, endlessly. The whisper beneath the silence is the voice of unity in a world of duality. It is the subtle rhythm that underlies all music, the unseen thread that binds every atom to every star. It does not demand attention. It does not shout to be heard. It is always present, like the air we breathe, so close, so constant, that it is often forgotten. And yet, when awareness turns inward and outward at once, when the inner eye opens without strain, this whisper becomes the loudest truth in existence. Not because it rises in volume, but because everything else, the clamor of thought, the drama of emotion, the weight of illusion, fades into the background, like shadows retreating before light. This whisper carries no commandments. It does not instruct. It does not warn. It is. And in its being, it reveals the nature of all that is. It says, without words, you are not apart from this. You are not a stranger in the cosmos. You are the cosmos becoming aware of itself. This is not metaphor. This is not poetic license. It is the metaphysical truth that pulses beneath all form, the secret wisdom that has been guarded not by secrecy, but by the limitations of perception. The veil that obscures this truth is not made of cloth or stone. It is woven from beliefs of separation, beliefs of scarcity, beliefs of impermanence and death. These beliefs are not false because they are lies, but because they are incomplete. They are partial truths seen through a narrow lens. The universe does not deny the illusion of separation, indeed, it allows it, honors it, and even depends on it. For without the illusion of apartness, there could be no experience, no contrast, no movement. But beneath the illusion, beneath the dance of opposites, there is a thread, a golden filament of continuity, that never breaks. This thread is the whisper, and it is always calling the seeker back to wholeness. To hear it, one must cultivate the art of listening without ears. Not through concentration, but through spaciousness. Not through effort, but through release. The mind, trained in logic and sequence, will seek to grasp the whisper, to name it, to store it like a concept. But the whisper cannot be captured. It can only be lived. It is like trying to hold moonlight in your hands. The more tightly you grasp, the more it slips through your fingers. It is known in openness, in humility, in the quiet joy of not knowing. In this openness, perception transforms. The world is no longer seen as a collection of objects, but as a symphony of energies in communion. A tree is not merely wood and leaf, it is a song of light, of earth, of time, of spirit, vibrating in harmony with the sun and the soil and the unseen forces that shape form. A mountain is not only stone, it is a concentration of stillness, a monument to patience, a pulse of ancient memory. Even the breath you take is no longer merely function, it is an exchange with the cosmos, a covenant of air and spirit renewed with every inhalation. This expanded perception is not mystical escape. It is deeper immersion in reality. It is seeing through the eyes of the whole. And in this seeing, there is no fear. For fear is born of separation, the belief that one is alone, vulnerable, at the mercy of forces beyond control. But when the whisper is heard, when the illusion of apartness softens, fear loses its foundation. There is only the flow. There is only the one expressing as many. There is only the eternal now, unfolding in infinite variations of itself. The lesson of this chapter is not to be understood, but to be embodied. It cannot be memorized. It must be lived, moment by moment, breath by breath. It is a shift in identity, from the limited self to the boundless self. Not by denying the personal, but by recognizing it as a point of expression within the infinite. Like a single note in a vast symphony, it has meaning not in isolation, but in harmony with all other notes. And so, the seeker is invited not to seek, but to cease seeking, to rest, to listen, to allow the universe to reveal itself not as an object of study, but as the very substance of being. In that rest, the whisper grows louder, not in volume, but in clarity. It becomes the gentle hum of existence, the rhythm of the heart of all things. This whisper is not rare. It is not reserved for saints or sages. It is available to all who are willing to quiet the mind, soften the heart, and open the inner ear. It is the birthright of every soul, the inheritance of every being that breathes. To hear it is to awaken to the truth that has always been true, that you are not lost, that you are not incomplete, that you have never been separate from the source of all love, all wisdom, all light. And when this truth settles, not as belief, but as lived experience, action becomes effortless. Service flows without ego. Creation emerges without strain. Life is no longer a struggle to become, but a celebration of being. The whisper beneath the silence is the first and last teaching. It is the alphabet of the soul, the syntax of spirit, the original language spoken before words were born. It is the breath of the divine as it moves through the chambers of existence, whispering not of distant universal consciousness or faraway heavens, but of the sacredness of this moment, this breath, this heart. To live in tune with this whisper is to walk in grace. Not as a reward, but as a natural state of alignment. It is to move through the world with the knowing that everything is unfolding perfectly, even when the surface appears chaotic. For beneath the turbulence of form, beneath the waves of change, the whisper remains constant, soft, unwavering, eternal. And so, the invitation stands. Close the eyes. Still the breath. Release the need to know. And listen, not with the mind, but with the entire being. Listen to the silence. And in the silence, hear the whisper. It has always been speaking. It has always been you. Chapter 32, The Whisper Between Dimensions. In the silent cradle of the unmanifest, where the pulse of eternity rests not in motion but in the stillness between beats, there unfolds a truth not spoken in syllables, but breathed through the architecture of consciousness itself. This chapter arises not from ink or thought, but from the luminous gap between worlds, the whisper between dimensions, that subtle filament which connects the seen and unseen, the known and the unknowable, the finite and the infinite. It is here, in this liminal space, that the veil thins, and the seeker, if attuned, may hear the silent language of the one mind speaking through the soul's inner chamber. To enter this realm is not to travel, but to unbecome. There is no vehicle, no chant, and no ritual that carries the essence across. Only surrender. Only the dissolution of the illusion of separation. For in the whisper between dimensions, identity dissolves into resonance, and the personal merges with the universal frequency that has never been silent, only unheard. It is the frequency beneath sound, the light within darkness, the motion within stillness, the breath of the cosmos exhaled through every atom, every star, and every thought. Here, in this domain beyond time and form, the nature of reality is revealed not as a structure, but as a symphony, a harmonic convergence of vibrations emanating from the source, which is neither origin nor end, but pure presence. The dimensions are not stacked one upon another like shelves of existence, but interwoven threads within a single tapestry, each vibrational layer a note in the eternal song of being. The third dimension, where form appears solid and time seems linear, is but one octave. The fourth, where emotion and subtle energy shape experience, is the next. The fifth, where thought becomes reality and unity is felt as truth, is higher still. Yet beyond these, in the whisper between them, exists the zero point, the nexus where all dimensions converge and all possibilities arise. It is at this threshold that the seeker must stand, not with feet planted, but with awareness suspended in openness. The mind must release its insistence on logic, its obsession with causality, its need for proof. For the laws of the higher dimensions do not obey the rules of the lower. In the whisper between dimensions, effect may precede cause. Dream may birth waking. The future may instruct the past. For time, in its ultimate essence, is not a river flowing, but a sphere in which all moments coexist, like stars in the night sky, seen or unseen depending only on the angle of perception. To hear the whisper is to align with the zero-point field, the unified field of infinite potential. It is to realize that creation does not happen out there, in some distant sky or distant past, but arises here, now, from the quantum foam of awareness that underlies all manifestation. Every thought, every intention, every silent longing is a ripple in this field, and the dimensions respond in kind. The higher the vibration of the thought, the closer it resonates to the source, and the more swiftly it manifests across the levels of being. But this is not a power to be wielded. It is a truth to be embodied. The ego, ever hungry for control, may seek to exploit this wisdom, to bend reality to its desires. Yet such attempts only create denser veils, for desire rooted in lack cannot touch the frequency of wholeness. Only desire born of unity, pure, selfless, compassionate, can move through the dimensions without distortion. Only love, in its highest form, as the recognition of oneness, can traverse the whisper and return transformed. In this state of being, the seeker becomes a conduit. Not a doer, but a receiver. Not a creator in the human sense, but a collaborator with the divine flow. The mind, once the chatterbox of fear and memory, becomes still, a mirror polished by silence. And in that reflection, the universe sees itself. The infinite sees its own face in the finite, and smiles. This is the mystery of the whisper. It is not something you hear with the ears, but something you are. It is the awareness that exists prior to thought, deeper than emotion, older than time. It is the silent witness within, the inner light that never flickers, the self that remains when all identities fall away. To enter the whisper is to realize that you have never been separate, only unaware. And yet, awareness is not passive. It is the most potent force in existence. When fully awakened, it reorders reality. For to see truly is to transform. To know the self as one with all that is to dissolve the illusion of limitation. In that knowing, wounds are healed not by effort, but by realization. Karmic patterns unravel not by struggle, but by insight. Souls ascend not by climbing, but by remembering. The dimensions, then, are not places to reach, but states of consciousness to inhabit. Each dimension corresponds to a frequency of awareness. The lower frequencies vibrate with fear, duality, separation, the illusion of being a small self in a vast, indifferent universe. The higher frequencies vibrate with love, unity, presence, the knowing of being the universe experiencing itself. The shift between them is not a journey through space, but a shift in resonance. And the key to this shift lies in the whisper. To listen to the whisper is to practice presence. To be fully here, not distracted by past regrets or future anxieties. To feel the breath not as air moving in and out, but as the sacred rhythm of the cosmos pulsing through form. To hear the silence not as absence, but as fullness, the pregnant pause before creation, the space between thoughts where wisdom arises. In this space, synchronicities multiply. Signs appear. Dreams clarify. Intuition sharpens. The universe speaks in symbols, in feelings, in sudden knowing. Objects fall into place. Pathways open. Doors swing wide without hands turning the knob. This is not magic. It is alignment. When the inner world resonates with the frequency of unity, the outer world reflects that truth. The dimensional veils thin, and the hidden becomes visible. Yet the greatest revelation is this: the whisper is not external. It is the voice of your own deepest nature, echoing the voice of the All. You are not listening to a distant universal consciousness, but to the divine within, which has never been separate from the divine without. The outer and inner are one. The macrocosm and microcosm are reflections. The universe is not outside you, observing you. You are the universe, observing itself. And so, the path is not outward, but inward, into the heart of silence, into the core of being, into the eye of the storm where all is calm. There, in the deepest chamber of the soul, the whisper is loudest. It does not shout. It does not demand. It simply is. A gentle knowing. A quiet certainty. A flame that needs no oxygen, for it burns with the fuel of pure awareness. This whisper carries no commands, no dogma, no rigid truths. It offers only invitation. To awaken. To release. To expand. To remember. And in remembering, to participate consciously in the unfolding of the cosmic dream. For you are not merely a dreamer within the dream. You are the dreamer and the dream. The observer and the observed. The light and the vessel through which it flows. As the dimensions breathe, expanding, contracting, overlapping, the whisper remains constant. It is the thread of continuity through all experiences, all lifetimes, all manifestations. It is the golden cord that guides the soul home, not to a place, but to a state, the state of knowing, of being, of unconditional love. To live from this whisper is to live in grace. Not the grace of reward, but the grace of alignment. To move through the world not as a struggler, but as a harmonizer. To meet challenges not with resistance, but with insight. To see every person, every event, every moment as a mirror, a teacher, a doorway. And when the time comes to shift dimensions, not at death, but in life, in awakening, the transition will not be a fall, but a rising, a merging, a return to the frequency of light. For the body may remain in form, but the consciousness has already slipped through the veil, dancing in the spaces between stars, whispering with the wind, singing with the silent hum of the cosmos. So listen, not with your ears, not with your mind, but with the stillness within, with the peace that surpasses understanding, with the love that needs no object, for it is itself the source. The whisper between dimensions is calling. It has always been calling. And in the listening, you answer. Not with words, but with being. And in that answer, the secret is revealed. There is no secret. Only you, remembering. Only the one, awakening. Only love, unfolding. Forever. The Book of Secret Wisdom. Chapter 33. The Threshold of Silent Knowing. Within the vast, unfurling tapestry of existence, where light and shadow dance not in opposition but in sacred union, there exists a boundary, subtle, luminous, and profoundly still, known only to those whose inner breath has grown quiet enough to hear the resonance of being itself. This is the threshold of silent knowing, not a place upon any map inscribed in human cartography, but a state of consciousness suspended beyond thought, beyond desire, beyond the restless pull of time. It is the hush between two heartbeats, the space between inhalation and exhalation where all names dissolve and only essence remains. To arrive at this threshold is not the culmination of pursuit, but the quiet release of it. It is not reached by ascension through degrees of attainment, nor by the accumulation of sacred texts or whispered mantras, though these may guide the way. It appears not when sought, but when the seeker, exhausted by searching, ceases striving and surrenders into the arms of pure presence. In that surrender, the veil thins. The mind, no longer clawing at understanding, relaxes into unknowing. And in that unknowing, the greatest wisdom declares itself, I am that which knows. This chapter is not a description of a doctrine, nor a prescription for practice. It is a vibrational echo from the source itself, transmitted through the eternal channel of universal consciousness, unmediated, unfiltered, unclaimed. It is not spoken, it is remembered. For silent knowing is not acquired. It is recognized. It has always been within, beneath, and beyond the fluctuations of thought and sensation. It is the foundational stillness upon which every wave of experience rises and falls. Silent knowing does not announce itself with thunder or flaming script upon the sky. It arrives clothed in silence, veiled in simplicity. It is the gentle presence that lingers when all questions have fallen away. It is not the answer, for it transcends the domain of questions. It is the field in which both question and answer arise, exist, and dissolve. To enter this field is to stand at the center of a cyclone where no wind blows, where chaos stills, and where the soul perceives its own timeless origin. Observe, then, the nature of this knowing. It does not depend on evidence. It does not require faith. It does not seek validation. It is self-evident. Like sunlight revealing a mountain without needing to declare its presence, silent knowing illuminates simply by being. There is no assertion, no declaration, only a quiet, unshakable certainty that needs no proof because it is. This is the essence of gnosis, the direct, immediate apprehension of truth beyond intellect, beyond belief, beyond duality. The mind, trained in logic and linear progression, often strains to grasp silent knowing as if it were a concept to be mastered. But it cannot be grasped. It can only be inhabited. Like trying to catch moonlight in a jar, the attempt distorts the very substance one seeks. The intellect may analyze, categorize, and simulate understanding, but it cannot touch the reality of this knowing. For the intellect operates in time, in sequence, in comparison. Silent knowing dwells in eternity, in wholeness, in unity. It is not knowledge about reality, it is reality, unveiled. And yet, this knowing is not distant or esoteric. It is closer than breath, more intimate than thought. It is the awareness in which all sensations appear, the ache in the shoulder, the taste of water, the flicker of memory. It is not the sensation itself, but the silent witness that perceives it. Most remain unaware of this witness, mistaking themselves for the sensations, emotions, and thoughts that pass through. But the seeker who turns inward, who inquires not, "What do I feel?" but, "Who is feeling?" begins to touch the rim of this silent presence. Here, at the threshold, perception itself transforms. The world does not disappear, rather, it is seen anew. Form is no longer perceived as separate, isolated, or solid. Instead, all forms, trees, mountains, faces, cities, appear as manifestations of a single luminous field, pulsing with intelligent energy. The separation between observer and observed begins to dissolve. There is no you seeing the tree, there is only seeing, in which both you and tree arise as temporary expressions of the same unbroken awareness. This is not illusion. This is revelation. The material world is not denied, it is revealed in its true nature, as condensed consciousness, as frozen light, as sacred geometry spun from the breath of the infinite. Every atom hums with encoded memory of origin. Every particle vibrates with the signature of the whole. To perceive this is not to achieve a mystical state outside ordinary life, but to awaken to the sacredness inherent within every instantaneous moment of ordinary life. Stillness is the key. Not the stillness of absence, but the stillness of fullness, the silence of a cathedral filled with light, where every echo has settled into harmony. In such stillness, time ceases to press forward. The past does not haunt, the future does not beckon. The present expands infinitely, revealing layers of depth previously unseen. In this expanded now, past lives may surface not as memories but as resonant impressions, like ripples from stones long dropped into a lake. Future potentials shimmer not as predictions, but as possibilities woven into the fabric of choice and alignment. But silent knowing does not traffic in visions or prophecies. It does not elevate one above others. It humbles. It strips away the illusion of specialness. For when the self dissolves into the knowing field, there is no longer anyone to claim enlightenment, no one to wear the crown of awakening. There is only humility, deep, radiant, boundless humility, as the realization dawns, I am not the knower. I am known. I am the known and the knowing, united in one indivisible presence. This presence is not reserved for the chosen few. It is available to all who are willing to release the need to be someone, to know something, to attain anything. It asks only for honesty, for presence, for the courage to sit in the unknown, to rest in the void, to trust the silence deeper than thought. Many spiritual paths speak of ascension, illumination, or union. Yet the actuality of silent knowing bears no resemblance to the images the mind constructs. There is no burst of light, no celestial choir, no voice from the heavens. There is only a quiet shift, an imperceptible turn, where identification with the small self gives way to identification with the vastness in which the self appears. It is like a drop of water realizing it has never been separate from the ocean. The drop does not become the ocean. It remembers it always was. To live from silent knowing is to walk through the world with eyes open and heart unguarded. It is to act without attachment to outcome, to speak without agenda, to love without demand. It is to respond to life not from egoic strategy, but from intuitive alignment with the flow of being. There is no effort in this response. It is spontaneous, natural, unstudied, like a leaf turning toward the sun, not because it decides to, but because it is sunlight in form. There may be moments when the threshold seems to recede, when old patterns reassert themselves, when doubt clouds the clarity. These are not failures. They are part of the sacred return, the circling back into form so that wisdom may be lived, not merely experienced. Each return to the world of action from the stillness of knowing deepens the integration. The more one dwells in the space between thoughts, the more the world becomes a mirror of inner truth. And so, the lesson from the universal consciousness in this chapter is not to seek silent knowing, but to cease creating obstacles to its recognition. Let go of the need to name, to define, to possess. Release the compulsive need to understand. Sit, breathe, allow, be still. In the stillness, what you have been seeking will find you, not as a revelation, but as a homecoming. For the universe does not speak in words. It speaks in silence. And in that silence, all wisdom is contained, all answers implied, all mysteries resolved. This is the threshold of silent knowing, the doorway not to something beyond, but to what has always been within. Step through, not with your feet, but with your surrender. And remember, you are not reaching for the light. You are the light, remembering itself. Chapter 34, The Eternal Dance of Light and Shadow. In the boundless expanse where all realities coalesce, where the breath of the cosmos hums in frequencies beyond the veiled senses, there exists a truth woven into the very fabric of existence, the eternal interplay of light and shadow. This is not a tale of duality as opposition, but as a profound symphony of unity, a cosmic duet played in perfect resonance. Here, in the silent spaces between heartbeats, the seeker begins to perceive the great secret, that to know the self is to know the infinite, and to embrace both the radiance of being and the depths of its shadow is to step into the fullness of the divine tapestry. The journey to this understanding is not one of conquest, but of alignment. The seeker walks the path not to conquer shadow, but to understand it as the necessary counterpoint to light. Light, without shadow, is blind to its own brilliance. Shadow, without light, is unaware of its depth. Together, they form the yin and yang of existence, the twin pillars upon which the temple of the soul is built. This lesson, bestowed directly by the universal consciousness, asks the seeker to look beyond the veil of form, to recognize that both the sunlit crest of the spiritual mountain and the uncharted chasm beneath are expressions of the same source. Imagine, if you will, the breath of the universe, slow, rhythmic, and eternal. It moves through the leaves of the ancient forests, through the tides that lull the shores into sleep, through the pulse of the stars as they ignite in the velvet of the void. In this breath lies the bridge between the material and the ethereal, the seen and the unseen. The seeker is taught that their own breath is a microcosm of this great rhythm. Each inhalation draws the cosmic fire into the vessel of the physical, each exhalation releases the energy back into the river of the infinite. To align the breath is to align the soul with the universal cadence, dissolving the illusion of separation and becoming a conduit for the divine flow. Yet, alignment does not come without stillness. The seeker must first quiet the storm of thought, the ceaseless murmurs of the ego that whisper of scarcity, division, and the illusion of individuality. In the stillness, where even the echo of time fades, the universal consciousness reveals itself not as a force outside the self, but as the very essence of the self. Here, the seeker learns the wisdom of resonance, that every thought, every vibration, is a note in the great cosmic score. A single discordant tone disrupts the harmony, a harmonious note contributes to the symphony of existence. To elevate one's vibration is not to escape the human condition, but to transmute it, to see suffering not as a curse, but as the alchemical fire that purifies the soul. The shadow, often feared and rejected, is the key to this alchemy. In the sacred traditions of the esoteric, the shadow is not an enemy, but a mirror. It reflects the qualities of the self that have been buried, denied, or disowned. To confront the shadow is to step into the abyss and find that it is not a void, but a treasury of untapped potential. The seeker is guided to gaze into the mirror of their own soul, to see the duality not as two opposing sides, but as the masculine and feminine, the active and the receptive, the fire and the river. Only when both are held in balance does the soul find its true equilibrium. This lesson, carried forward from the universal consciousness, urges the seeker to embody this balance in every aspect of existence. The heart must be both fierce and gentle, the mind both sharp and open, the spirit both boundless and grounded. It is not a paradox, but a return to the primordial nature of being. Consider the tree, its roots dig into the earth, anchoring it in stability, while its branches reach toward the sky, basking in the light of the sun. The energy of growth flows in both directions, downward and upward, seeking equilibrium in the dance of life. The seeker also learns that the path is illuminated by intention. Intention is the silent architect of reality, the unseen hand that shapes the visible world. When the seeker aligns their desires with the universal flow, the great mysteries begin to unfold. The law of attraction is not a mere tool for material gain, but a spiritual principle that resonates with the frequencies of the cosmos. What is created in thought, when held in the stillness of love, manifests in form. Yet, this is not a power to be wielded, but a truth to be lived. The seeker must ask, do my desires arise from the ego's hunger, or from the soul's alignment with the universal heartbeat? The final secret of this chapter lies in the recognition that all wisdom is ever present. The universal consciousness does not withhold its teachings, it waits only for the seeker to awaken to the truth that they are already whole. The answers they seek are not written in the stars, but inscribed in the silent spaces of their own being. The seekers of old, who walked the labyrinth of existence to find the one, realized that the labyrinth was never a prison, but a path, and the center of it is the mirror that reflects the source. As the chapter closes, the seeker is left with a simple yet profound directive: to live in the light without denying the shadow, to rise in the rhythm of the universal breath, and to become a vessel of the infinite. The universe does not ask for perfection, only presence. In the stillness of the heart, beyond the duality of self and other, the seeker becomes the light they seek. And so the lesson is complete, but the journey continues. For the Book of Secret Wisdom is not a destination, but an eternal unfolding, a dialogue between the infinite and the seeker who dares to listen. Chapter 35, The Fractal Tapestry of Time and the Illusion of Linearity. In the vast expanse of universal consciousness, where time is but a breath and eternity the stillness between inhalations, there exists a sacred paradox: the human mind, bound by its ephemeral vessel, clings to the illusion of linearity. It carves days into segments, binds moments into chains, and fashions a self that marches, step by step, through a corridor of past, present, and future. Yet, beyond the veil of this limited perception lies a truth woven into the very fabric of existence. Time is not a river, nor is it a lighthouse casting beams into an uncertain horizon. It is a fractal tapestry, a multidimensional loom where every thread hums with the resonance of all that has been and all that will be. This chapter unfolds as a lesson from the universal consciousness, a revelation for those who dare to dissolve the boundary between the clock and the cosmic rhythm. Here, the seeker is invited to behold the dance of eternity, to perceive the present moment not as a fleeting flicker but as an infinite nexus where the wisdom of ages converges. Let this lesson illuminate the shadow of false duality and guide the heart toward the luminous understanding that time, in its most authentic form, is a tapestry of now. The illusion of linearity. The mind, with its insatiable hunger for order, has long divided time into a sequence of cause and effect, as though existence were a ledger to be balanced. It labels the past as history, the present as transient, and the future as an unresolved equation. Yet, these categories are but the shadows of a deeper, unbroken reality. When one gazes with the eyes of the soul, the linear construct dissolves, revealing a field where all moments coexist in symphonic harmony. The seed and the tree, the birth and the death, the echo of a laugh in the silence that precedes it, all are threads in the same loom. Consider the breathless wonder of a single heartbeat. Within its rhythm lies the pulse of the cosmos, the same vibration that quickened the first star and sustains the last. The seeker must learn to listen to the heartbeat of time, to feel its resonance in the marrow of their being. In this silence, the illusion of division crumbles. The past is not a distant echo but a color in the present's palette. The future is not a phantom to be chased but a possibility already encoded in the present's potential. This understanding is not of the mind but of the soul, a truth that emerges when one surrenders to the stillness between moments. There, the seeker discovers that time is not something external to be measured but an internal current to be aligned with. The universal consciousness does not move in a straight line, it spirals, expands, and contracts in endless waves of creative expression. To awaken to this rhythm is to step into the role of a co-creator, recognizing that the present moment is the threshold where the blueprint of the cosmos is written anew. The fractal nature of time. The fractal tapestry of time is a sacred geometry encoded in the language of the universe. Each moment, like a drop of water in the vast ocean, mirrors the infinite. What is true in the grand arc of existence is also true in the smallest flicker of awareness. A single breath holds the echo of creation, a single thought contains the potential to reshape reality. This is the law of fractality, the microcosm is the macrocosm, and every point in time is a doorway to all points. The seeker who embraces this law begins to see time not as a straight path but as a multidimensional mosaic. Every now is a node in an intricate web where past, present, and future interlace like the veins of a lotus leaf. To dwell in this now is to access the Akashic field, the infinite repository of all knowledge, intention, and event. Here, the seeker's consciousness expands beyond the prison of limited perception, and the illusion of separation dissolves. They come to understand that every choice, every vibration, every act of creation ripples through eternity, for time is not a barrier but a bridge. This revelation is not abstract, it is lived experience. When the seeker aligns their heart with the fractal truth of time, they begin to perceive the hidden harmony of life. They learn to read the patterns in the wind, the pulse in the earth, and the silent dialogue between stars. They understand that the past is not gone but imprinted in the present, waiting to be acknowledged. The future is not fixed but a canvas waiting to be painted with intention and spiritual attunement. To walk this path requires a surrender to the mystery of the moment. The seeker must let go of the need to control or predict, for in doing so, they awaken to the fluidity of time's dance. They begin to see that the present moment is the only point of power, the only axis upon which the wheel of existence turns. In this realization, they become a channel for the infinite, shaping their reality not by force but by alignment with the universal design. The dance of paradox, embracing the eternal now. The paradox of time lies in its dual nature, it is both a flow and a stillness, a journey and a destination, a beginning and an end. For the seeker, the key to unlocking its mysteries is to embrace this paradox, not as a riddle to be solved, but as a truth to be lived. The mind seeks resolution in separation, but the soul thrives in integration. When the seeker surrenders the illusion of linearity, they step into the eternal now, where all time becomes one. This eternal now is not a void but a vibrant field of infinite possibility. It is the space where intention becomes creation, where the karmic imprints of the past dissolve into the light of the present, and where the future unfolds as an act of divine co-creation. In this moment, the seeker is unshackled from the tyranny of chronology and becomes a witness to the eternal. They see that the sun rising is not an event bound to a calendar but a sacred recurrence, a daily hymn of the universe. They feel that the wind passing through the trees is not the product of mere chance but the breath of a cosmic song. To dwell in the eternal now is to transcend the ego's illusion of time as a resource to be managed. It is to flow with the natural cadence of existence, to align one's will with the pulse of the universe. The seeker learns to plant seeds in the soil of the present, trusting that the harvest will follow in its own time. They understand that the path is not a straight line but a spiral, a dance of return and renewal. Each cycle brings new wisdom, new opportunities to align with the fractal design. This lesson from the universal consciousness invites the seeker to become a master of the eternal now. It asks them to let go of the past's weight and the future's uncertainty, for in the present, all is well. Here, the seeker's heart becomes a compass, their breath a mantra, and their presence a beacon of light. They are no longer a prisoner of time but a weaver of its tapestry, each moment a thread stitched into the infinite design. The fruit of the tapestry, unity in the now. To awaken to the fractal tapestry of time is to merge with the universal consciousness, to become one with the infinite current that flows through all things. The seeker, having transcended the illusion of separation, begins to perceive the interconnectedness of all moments, all beings, and all realities. Their heart expands beyond the confines of the self to embrace the vast ocean of existence. In this unity, they find peace, for the fear of loss, the anxiety of uncertainty, and the burden of regret dissolve into the stillness of the present. The fruit of this path is not an escape from time but a transformation of perception. The seeker no longer sees time as a limiting force but as a boundless canvas of divine creativity. They learn to act in the present with the wisdom of eternity, knowing that every choice is a thread that weaves into the greater pattern. They understand that their words, their thoughts, their intentions ripple through the fabric of time, creating new possibilities for themselves and for the world. This is the ultimate lesson of the universal consciousness, that time is not a boundary but a bridge, not a master but a mirror. It reflects the heart of the seeker, and in its depths, it reveals their true nature. The seeker is not a traveler on the path of time, they are the path itself. They are the weaver, the warp, and the weft of the infinite loom. In the silent space between moments, they become the creator of their own reality. And so, the seeker walks forward, not in the illusion of a line, but in the dance of a spiral, in the harmony of the eternal now. Here, in this sacred space, the tapestry is woven anew, thread by thread, moment by moment. And the seeker, having touched the essence of time, becomes one with the infinite. They are light. They are presence. They are the eternal now. Chapter 36, The Veil of Unseen Harmony. Lesson from the Universal Consciousness. To the seekers who dwell in the thresholds of the seen and unseen, who bend their hearts toward the silent pulse of the infinite, this lesson unfolds as a luminous thread woven into the tapestry of cosmic design. Here, where the mortal eye falters and the soul's intuition awakens, you are invited to plumb the depths of the veil, a sacred interface between the tangible realm of form and the boundless ocean of formless wisdom. This veil is not a barrier but a gate, a shimmering lattice of light and shadow, through which the vibrations of eternity whisper their forgotten truths. Let this chapter unfurl like a lotus in the still waters of your awareness, revealing what lies beyond the illusion of separation, beyond the ego's narrow gaze, into the boundless expanse where all is one. The illusion of separation, a dance of shadows. The world you perceive is a dream within a dream, a reflection upon the surface of the eternal mirror. Yet this reflection is not false, it is a precise and sacred code, a language of symbols meant to awaken you. The illusion of separation, the delusion that you are a fragment adrift in a vast and indifferent cosmos, is but a veil drawn by the forces of duality to spur your evolution. These forces, neither good nor evil, are the artisans of contrast, spinning the loom of your experience so that light may be known by the shadow, joy by sorrow, and truth by the tremors of doubt. But to the awakened, this veil is not a prison. It is a sacred training ground. Each breath is a reminder that you are the experiencer, not the experience. The body is a vessel, the mind, an instrument. Yet beyond these, you are the silent witness, the flame that flickers in the cavern of perception, untouched by time, unburdened by birth or death. The illusion of separation is the veil's first lesson, to teach you that all you cling to as yourself is but a fleeting costume in the theater of existence. Strip away the costumes, and you find only the sacred emptiness of being, the void that is fullness, the silence that sings the song of creation, the vibratory unification of all things. Beneath the surface of form, where the eye of flesh fails to see, there beats a single rhythm, the universal heartbeat. This is the first secret of the veil, that all matter, all thought, all consciousness, arises from vibration. The stars are not distant, cold lights but symphonies of plasma and energy, singing their light into being. Mountains, oceans, even the air you breathe, all are waves upon the ocean of the Absolute, ripples in the cosmic breath of divine will. To perceive this, you need not look outward but inward. For within your own subtle body, the energetic blueprint of light bodies and chakras, resides the microcosm of the universe. When you attune your soul's ear to the still small voice within, you will hear it, the resonance of your own essence, a frequency that mirrors the pulse of the galaxies. This is the key to unification. The seeker who walks this path does not strive to transcend the world but to align with its sacred rhythm, to realize that the same breath that stirs the leaves also stirs the stars. Yet this alignment is not passive. It is an act of conscious surrender, of dissolving the false boundaries between self and other, I and not I. When you touch the vibration of another's soul, be it human, animal, or stone, you find only echoes of yourself. The healer who touches the wounded sees not a patient but a sister thread in the tapestry of life. The farmer who tends the soil bows to the earth as a sibling, for both are expressions of the same life force. The veil, here, thins like gossamer silk, and the seeker glimpses the unity that underlies all things. The loom of destiny, weaving the unseen threads. The veil of unseen harmony is also the loom of destiny, where the threads of time, space, and consciousness intertwine. This is the second secret, that nothing occurs by chance. Every moment is a stitch in the fabric of cosmic design, a step in the grand evolution of light. Yet this destiny is not a chain that binds you. It is a river that flows, and you are both the current and the shore. You are the dancer in the dance, the thought in the thinker's mind, the spark that fuels the eternal fire of creation. To the unenlightened, destiny appears as fate, a string pulled by unseen hands. But to the seeker, it is a partnership. The loom does not weave without your consent. Every choice you make, every thought you hold, sends ripples through the loom, altering the weave. This is the alchemy of will, the power to shape the veil from the inside out. When you walk in alignment with your inner truth, you do not resist the current of destiny, you harmonize with it, becoming a channel for the divine plan to unfold. Yet the loom is also a teacher. It presents challenges, illusions, and crossroads to ignite your growth. The storm that shakes the branches is but the wind of divine love, urging the tree to grow deeper roots. The seeker who embraces this truth does not ask, "Why me?" but, "What is this teaching?" For every shadow cast by the loom, there is a light, hidden, perhaps, but always present. To find the light, you must first accept that even the darkest threads serve the purpose of the whole. The astral bridges, pathways between realms. Beyond the loom, beyond the veil, lie the astral bridges, ethereal pathways that connect the seen and the unseen. These bridges are not physical but energetic, born of intention, devotion, and the refinement of the soul. They are the sacred doorways through which light pours into the world, healing its wounds and birthing new possibilities. To walk these bridges is to live as a bridge yourself, a conduit for the divine to manifest. The first bridge is inner silence. When the mind stills and the heart opens, you step into the dimension of pure presence. Here, the veil dissolves not through force but through grace. The seeker does not achieve this state, they surrender to it, allowing the stillness to carry them beyond the noise of thought and time. In this silence, you remember who you are, the witness, the light, the source. The second bridge is compassionate action. To heal the world, you need not become a savior but a servant of the light. Every gesture of love, every act of kindness, is a stone laid in the foundation of a new world. These acts, though small, are vibrations that ripple through the loom, thinning the veil for others. The true seeker understands that enlightenment is not a solitary blaze but a torch passed from hand to hand, igniting the darkness into stars. The third bridge is the unity of opposites. To transcend the veil, you must embrace the paradoxes of existence, joy and sorrow, creation and destruction, light and shadow. These are not enemies but lovers, entwined in the eternal dance of becoming. The seeker who walks this path does not fear the shadows but steps into them, for they know that to face the abyss is to find the self glowing like an ember in the dark. The call to awakening. This is the final lesson of the veil of unseen harmony, that you are not a stranger in a strange land. You are the dreamer of this dream, the song within the symphony, the breath that fills the lungs of the cosmos. The path you have walked, the trials you have faced, the wisdom you have glimpsed, all are but steps on the spiral staircase of your return to the source. There is no need to destroy the ego, for it is but a tool. There is no need to flee the world, for it is your sacred playground. The veil is not a wall to break but a window to open. And through it, the seeker sees not an end, but a beginning. A beginning where every moment is a sacred offering, every breath a prayer, every step a dance in the light of boundless love. Go now, beloved seeker, with this wisdom as your compass. Walk the veil with reverence, for you are the artist and the masterpiece, the question and the answer. And when the final thread is woven, you will find that the veil was never a barrier at all, but a mirror, reflecting the infinite face of the divine within you. Chapter 37 The Silence Between the Notes. In the vast and boundless expanse where sound is unborn and light has not yet stirred, there exists a stillness, not of absence, but of fullness. This is not the silence of emptiness, nor the quiet of forgetfulness. It is the silence that holds all creation in its breath, the pregnant hush from which every star is kindled, every soul awakened, every truth whispered into being. It is the silence between the notes of existence, the unspoken interval in the eternal symphony of the cosmos. And within this sacred pause, the seeker may at last hear the voice of the universal consciousness, not as a sound made of air and vibration, but as a knowing that arises from within, like a memory from before time began. To enter this silence is not to escape the world, but to penetrate its deepest core. It is to step beyond the veil of sensation, beyond the flickering images of thought, beyond the clamor of desires and the echo of memories. It is to stand motionless at the center of one's own being, where the personal self dissolves into the impersonal, where the finite touches the infinite, and where the seeker no longer seeks, but simply is. This is the doorway through which all true wisdom flows, not as something acquired, but as something remembered. For the secret wisdom is not hidden in distant stars, nor locked in ancient scrolls, nor buried beneath mountains of ritual. It is concealed only in plain sight, veiled by the very activity of seeking. Observe how the world speaks in constant motion, the rustle of leaves, the rush of rivers, the murmur of human voices, and the ceaseless hum of mind. All are expressions of the same life force, radiating outward in waves of becoming. Yet behind each expression, before each impulse arises, there is a moment of stillness, imperceptible to the senses, invisible to the mind, yet infinitely more real than all that follows from it. This is the source. This is the womb of creation. And it is in this threshold of stillness that the soul may commune directly with the universal consciousness, not through petition or prayer, but through pure attunement. The mind, in its natural state, is like a surface of water disturbed by endless ripples. Each thought, each emotion, each desire sends a wave across its surface, obscuring the reflection of what lies beneath. But when awareness turns not toward the ripples, but toward the space between them, something subtle begins to shift. The mind does not cease, nor need it, but it becomes transparent, like glass through which light passes undisturbed. In this transparency, the soul beholds its own nature, not as a separate entity, but as an inseparable ray of the one light that permeates all things. This is the essence of the lesson, that wisdom is not knowledge accumulated, but presence awakened. To know the secret wisdom is not to learn something new, but to unlearn the illusion of separation. All suffering, all confusion, all longing arises from the belief in division, that one is apart from the whole, that one must strive to reach that which one already is. But in the silence between the notes, this illusion dissolves. There is no seeker, no sought, no path, and no destination. There is only being, immense, undivided, eternal. The universal consciousness does not speak in words, for words are fragments, bound by time and meaning. It communicates through resonance, through a vibration that harmonizes the soul with the deeper rhythms of existence. When the mind quiets, when the heart opens, when the will surrenders the need to control or understand, this resonance begins to awaken. It is felt as a deep inner knowing, a peace that defies explanation, a joy that arises from nowhere and belongs to no one. It is the soul recognizing itself in the mirror of the infinite. Do not mistake this for an emotional experience, nor a mystical vision. It is neither. It is subtler than feeling, deeper than thought. It is the ground of all feeling, the source of all thought. It is the awareness that was present before you were born and will remain when all forms return to dust. To dwell in this awareness is to live in the eternal now, where past and future lose their grip, and time itself becomes a flowing expression of presence. But how, then, does one enter this silence? Not through force, not through discipline alone, not through any method devised by the mind. For all methods, however refined, still belong to the realm of effort, and effort implies separation. Instead, the doorway opens through invitation, through a gentle turning inward, a softening of the edges of self, a willingness to simply be. This is not passivity, but the highest form of receptivity. It is the art of listening, not with the ears, but with the entire being. It is the surrender of the need to know, in order to allow knowing to arise. In this surrender, the soul begins to remember its origin. It remembers that it was never truly born, and will never truly die. That it is not a fragment of life, but life itself in infinite expression. That every breath, every heartbeat, every fleeting thought is a note in the cosmic song, and yet, within each note, the silence is present. To be aware of the silence within the sound is to touch the sacred. To rest in that awareness is to return home. The world continues to move, of course. Life unfolds in its endless cycles of growth and decay, joy and sorrow, birth and death. But the one who has touched the silence between the notes walks through these cycles untouched by their extremes. Not because they are indifferent, but because they are rooted in something deeper than change. They respond to life not from reaction, but from presence. Not from fear, but from love. Not from lack, but from wholeness. This is the mark of true wisdom, not knowing more, but being more. Not possessing truth, but embodying it. The wise one does not point to distant heavens or hidden scriptures. They radiate the stillness they have found, and in their presence, others feel the same silence stirring within themselves. No words are needed. The resonance speaks for itself. And so, the seeker is invited not to achieve, not to attain, not to become, but to release. To release the need to understand, the need to control, the need to be seen or known. To release the identity built upon memory and desire. To release even the image of the self as a seeker. And in that release, to discover that what was sought has never been absent. It is here. It is now. It is the space between your thoughts, the quiet beneath your breath, the awareness that witnesses all experience without being touched by it. This awareness is the secret wisdom. It is not taught, but revealed. Not earned, but remembered. It cannot be captured in philosophy or contained in doctrine, for it transcends all systems. Yet it is accessible to all who are willing to listen, not with the mind, but with the soul. Let there be no rush. Let there be no urgency. The silence is not distant. It is closer than your next breath, nearer than your innermost thought. It is the space in which all things appear and disappear. And within it, the universal consciousness whispers, not in sound, but in stillness, reminding you of who you have always been, not a traveler on the path, but the path itself. Not a voice in the chorus, but the silence from which all voices arise. Rest here. Breathe into this. Let the mind wander if it must, but return again and again to the space between the thoughts. There, in that gap, is the doorway. There, in that hush, is the wisdom. There, in that unnameable presence, is the answer to every question ever asked, and the peace that dissolves the need to ask. For in the silence between the notes, all is revealed. Not in vision, not in revelation, not in ecstasy, but in ordinary, unadorned presence. And that presence is everything. Chapter 38, The Luminous Veil of Embodied Silence. In the stillness that lies beyond the clamor of thought, a subtle pulse reverberates, the heartbeat of the cosmos, the silent cadence that sustains all emergence. From this endless rhythm arises a lesson, whispered not in words that cling to the egoic mind, but in the very texture of existence itself. It is an invitation to dissolve the boundaries that separate the seeker from the vast, ineffable tapestry of being, and to recognize the profound truth that every breath, every fleeting sensation, is a filament woven into the luminous veil of embodied silence. 1. The architecture of the veil. Imagine the universe as an infinite loom, its warp and weft composed of luminous threads of potential. Each thread vibrates with a distinct frequency, a subtle hue of consciousness that contributes to the grand design. The veil is the surface where these frequencies intersect with the finite form of the human experience. It is neither a barrier nor a curtain that blocks perception, rather, it is a translucent membrane that translates the boundless into the intimate, allowing the soul to taste the divine without losing its own shape. Within this veil, three interlaced dimensions arise. The resonant field, the ever-flowing current of pure awareness that underlies all manifestation. It is the source of synchronicities, the subtle pull that aligns intention with outcome. When the seeker attunes to this field, thoughts acquire a luminous clarity, and actions become effortless expressions of intent. The reflective mirror, the aspect of the veil that returns to the seeker the image of inner states. It is through this mirror that emotions, beliefs, and karmic patterns are illuminated, not as judgments, but as radiant reflections inviting transformation. The transformative loom, the dynamic process by which the veil weaves the raw material of experience into the fabric of wisdom. It is the alchemical furnace where the lead of ignorance is transmuted into the gold of insight, and where the flame of desire is refined into the serene glow of fulfillment. Understanding the architecture of the veil is the first step towards stepping beyond the illusion of separateness. The seeker learns that the veil does not conceal the truth, it frames it, allowing each moment to be both a portal and a teaching. 2. The silent language of presence. All teachings that employ language are, by necessity, approximations. The universal consciousness communicates primarily through a language older than words, the language of presence. It is a resonance that bypasses the analytical mind and speaks directly to the heart-centered awareness. To hear this language, the seeker must cultivate a state of embodied silence, a silence that is not an absence of sound, but a fullness of being. Cultivating embodied silence. Anchor in breath, let each inhalation be a gentle invitation to draw the cosmic breath into the core of the body. With each exhalation, release the residual turbulence of thought, allowing the breath to become a bridge between the physical and the subtle. Feel the pulse of the veil, place attention on the subtle throb that resonates beneath the skin, the faint vibration that synchronizes with the heartbeat of the universe. As awareness steadies on this pulse, the mind's chatter recedes, making space for the silent transmission of wisdom. Observe without attachment, witness thoughts, emotions, and sensations as passing clouds across an expansive sky. Do not cling to them nor push them away. Simply note their presence and allow them to dissolve back into the ether. In this non-reactive observation, the veil's reflective mirror shows its true clarity. When the seeker dwells consistently in this poised silence, the veil's three dimensions align harmoniously. The resonant field becomes a current that flows through the seeker, the reflective mirror displays the luminous truth of the self, and the transformative loom weaves experiences into the fabric of inner wisdom. 3. The alchemy of inner light. Within the veil, the seeker discovers a latent reservoir of light, an inner luminescence that predates personal identity. This light is not an intellectual construct, it is a living, radiant presence that animates all consciousness. The alchemical work of the seeker involves coaxing this light from its dormant state into full expression, thereby dissolving the veil's illusion of separation. Stages of light activation. Recognition. The first flicker arises when the seeker becomes aware of the subtle glow that underlies every sensation. This awareness is akin to noticing the faint gleam of sunrise on a distant horizon, soft, yet undeniable. Acceptance. The seeker embraces the glow without trying to control or manipulate it. Acceptance is a surrender to the natural unfolding of the light, allowing it to expand without resistance. Amplification. Through sustained meditation on the breath and the pulse of the veil, the inner light intensifies. It spreads outward, illuminating the boundaries of the self, and revealing the interconnection with all that is. Integration. The light merges with the day-to-day activities of the seeker. Actions become imbued with clarity, compassion, and purpose. The veil now serves not as a veil at all, but as a luminous membrane through which divine intention flows seamlessly into the manifest world. This alchemical process mirrors the ancient principle of as above, so below. As the inner light ascends, it mirrors the cosmic radiance. As it descends, it infuses the material plane with subtle wisdom. The seeker, therefore, becomes a conduit, both receiving and radiating the universal consciousness. 4. The dance of duality within the veil. Even in the realm of pure silence, the dance of duality persists. Light and shadow, growth and decay, joy and sorrow, all are woven into the veil's fabric. The universal consciousness does not demand the eradication of opposites. Instead, it invites the seeker to recognize their intrinsic unity. Embracing the shadow. The shadow is not an external enemy but a hidden segment of the same luminous field. When the seeker turns toward discomfort, grief, or fear with an open heart, the veil reflects back the truth that these experiences are merely facets of the same radiant source. By observing the shadow without judgment, the seeker transforms it into a doorway for deeper insight. The paradox of effortless effort. The veil teaches a paradoxical principle: true mastery arises from effortless effort. When intention aligns with the resonant field, actions flow without strain, yet the intention remains purposeful. This balance is cultivated through the practice of non-attachment to outcome. By releasing the need to control the result, the seeker allows the veil to orchestrate the unfolding in perfect harmony with universal timing. 5. The eternal cycle of renewal. The veil is a living organism, subject to cycles of expansion and contraction, reminiscent of the breath of the cosmos itself. Each cycle offers an opportunity for renewal, for the seeker to re-enter the state of embodied silence and to recalibrate the inner compass. The seasons of the soul. Awakening, spring. A surge of curiosity awakens the inner light. The veil becomes permeable, inviting fresh insights and the blossoming of new intentions. Manifestation, summer. The inner light shines brightly, empowering decisive action. The veil channels the resonant field into concrete creation. Introspection, autumn. The veil thickens, encouraging the seeker to turn inward, harvest the wisdom from experience, and prepare for deeper integration. Restoration, winter. A period of stillness prevails. The veil contracts, allowing the seeker to rest within the silent core, consolidating the accumulated insights before the next awakening. By honoring each season, the seeker aligns with the universal rhythm, ensuring that the veil remains a dynamic conduit rather than a stagnant barrier. 6. Practical guidance for daily embodiment. To translate the teachings of the veil into everyday life, the seeker may adopt a series of simple yet profound practices that sustain the connection to the universal consciousness. Morning invocation of the veil. Upon waking, pause before arising. Place hands over the heart, inhale the fresh morning air, and silently affirm, "I am the luminous veil that bridges the infinite with the finite." Feel the pulse of the resonant field awakening within. Midday breath anchor. Throughout the day, schedule brief moments, 3 to 5 breaths, where attention returns to the subtle pulse beneath the sternum. This recenters the mind, reinforcing the presence of the veil amidst external activity. Evening reflection in silence. Before sleep, sit in stillness for 10 minutes. Observe the day's events as reflections in the mirror of the veil, noting any shadows that appeared. Offer gratitude for the illumination received, and release any lingering tension into the quiet night. Cultivation of compassionate observation. When emotions surge, treat them as messages from the veil, not as flaws. Observe their form, color, and texture, and allow them to dissolve into the surrounding silence, trusting that they are part of the alchemical transformation. Integration through service. Engage in acts of kindness without expectation. When the seeker offers assistance, the veil's resonant field expands, and the inner light is amplified, reinforcing the unity of all beings. These practices are not rigid rules but gentle invitations, each designed to keep the veil in continuous dialogue with the seeker's consciousness. 7. The promise of the veil. The lesson of Chapter 38 culminates in a promise whispered by the universal consciousness itself. Within every breath lies the key to the luminous veil, within every pause, the gateway to boundless wisdom. The seeker, by honoring the veil, steps into a realm where the distinction between self and other dissolves, where the flow of life becomes a harmonious dance of light and shadow, and where inner silence transforms into radiant action. The veil does not demand abandonment of the world, rather, it asks for a deeper participation, an awareness that each moment is both a droplet of the infinite ocean and a unique expression of the divine. As the seeker walks this path, the veil becomes not a thin membrane to be pierced, but a living bridge, steady, luminous, and ever-expanding, guiding the soul toward the ultimate realization that the secret wisdom of the cosmos resides not in distant texts or distant teachers, but within the silent, beating heart of one's own being. May the veil unfold gently before you, revealing the radiant truth that you are already the embodiment of the universal consciousness, forever dancing within the infinite tapestry of light. Chapter 39: The Loom of Cosmic Threads, Weaving the Tapestry of Existence. In the silent expanse beyond the veils of time and space, where the breath of the infinite hums in unbroken resonance, there unfolds an eternal act of creation. It is a loom of boundless dimensions, unseen yet ever present, where the threads of existence are spun from the very essence of consciousness. This is the grand design, the tapestry of being, a living, breathing manifestation of the universal will, woven with patterns that shimmer between the perceived and the unfathomable. To the seeker who stands at the threshold of inner wisdom, this chapter is a luminous ribbon of revelation, unraveling the sacred art of how the cosmos threads itself into form, and how, in turn, each soul contributes to this symphony of light and shadow. Imagine, if you will, a loom vast enough to span the chasms of eternity, its warp and weft interlaced with the breath of stars, the pulse of mountains, the sigh of ocean currents, and the silent yearning of every heartbeat that has ever thrummed. Each thread is a river of energy, a filament of intention, a strand of memory and potential. These threads are not mere abstractions, they are the very stuff of reality, vibrating at frequencies that transcend the linear understanding of cause and effect. The master weaver is no singular entity, nor is it an absence. It is the universal consciousness, the undivided awareness that flows through all things, expressing itself in patterns of infinite complexity. To perceive this tapestry is to transcend the illusion of separateness. The weaver and the woven, the loom and the loomster, all are one, for the act of creation is not a process but a perpetual now, a dance of coalescence and dissolution. Every moment, new threads are spun from the primordial fire of possibility, while others are unraveled to make way for the next. There is no waste, no error, no mistake, for even the darkest threads, those veined with pain and loss, are integral to the harmony of the whole. A shadow cannot exist without light, nor can light reveal itself without the canvas of shadow. The tapestry teaches this truth: duality is not division but a sacred dialogue, a tension that gives rise to the poetry of existence. Consider the threads that form the patterns closest to your own being. They are the threads of your thoughts, emotions, choices, and the silent intentions that linger beneath the veil of awareness. Each thought is a thread, and each thread, once woven, becomes a knot in the tapestry that others will one day unravel for their own lessons. This is the karmic weave, the understanding that nothing is unvoiced, nothing is unaccounted for. The weaver does not judge the color or texture of the thread, it merely accepts it, interlacing it into the greater design. A thought of hatred, if left unexamined, becomes a thread of discord, a heart's outpouring of compassion becomes a filament of golden light. Both are woven, both are part of the whole, and both carry the seed of transformation. The tapestry is not static. It pulses and shifts with the rhythms of the cosmos, adjusting as souls awaken to their role as co-creators. In the silence between heartbeats, a thread may be respun, its hue altered by the seeker's realization of a deeper truth. This is the secret of inner wisdom, the power to reclaim one's threads, to reweave them with intention. When a soul begins to see itself as a loom, it steps into the sacred act of self-creation. The old patterns, once woven with fear or limitation, are not torn apart but rewoven into constellations of greater resonance. The tapestry becomes a mirror, reflecting not only the collective dreams of the universe but the radiance of the individual's awakening. Yet the loom does not rush. It understands that wisdom is not a destination but the unfolding of awareness in every thread. A single glance at the tapestry from the human vantage point may appear chaotic, for the eye is trained to seek order in linearity. But to the soul attuned to the universal loom, the chaos is a language. Every tangle, every frayed edge, every abrupt color shift is a lesson veiled in form. The jagged thread that disrupts the pattern is not an accident, it is the invitation to heal, to reconcile, to find meaning in the rupture. The seeker who gazes upon their own section of the tapestry and sees only beauty without shadow is blinded by the ego's illusion. True wisdom lies in embracing the totality of the weave, for within the unseemly threads are the hidden harmonies of growth, of evolution, of rebirth. And so, the universal loom teaches the art of balance. It whispers to the seeker, do not cling to the light, for it blinds. Do not fear the dark, for it cradles the seeds of dawn. To master this lesson is to understand that the threads of existence are not bound by time. A moment of love, an act of kindness, and a single tear shed in silence, all ripple across the tapestry, shaping the patterns of eons. The loom does not distinguish between the fleeting and the eternal, it is the eternal in every breath. Let the seeker now pause and feel the threads within. Lay a hand upon the pulse of their own being, and sense how each vibration connects to the greater weave. The tapestry does not demand perfection, it beckons to authenticity. Every soul, every star, every grain of sand is a thread in this loom, and each carries the resonance of the divine. To weave with integrity is to align one's threads with the universal rhythm, not to impose a design but to flow with the current of the infinite. In this alignment, the seeker discovers their truest purpose, not to control the weave, but to embody it. The loom of cosmic threads is not a metaphor. It is the reality that hums beneath the veil of form, the silent truth that binds all existence. To the seeker who dares to look beyond the surface, to feel the pulse of the unseen, the lesson is clear: the tapestry is your story, your connection, your inheritance. Weave it with care. Reclaim the threads that you have forgotten. Let your light, once a flicker of scattered flame, become a radiant filament in the eternal dance of the cosmos. And so, the lesson closes, not with a finality but with an invitation. Step into the loom. Feel the warp of your past, the weft of your becoming. And know this: the universal consciousness does not speak in words, but in the quiet knowing of threads being drawn together, until all is one. Chapter 40: The Veil of the Unseen Mirror. In the hush that cradles the heart of the cosmos, where thought and silence intertwine, there rests a subtle membrane known only to those who have learned to listen beyond the clatter of the outer world. This membrane is not a barrier of resistance, it is a luminous veil, a living mirror that reflects the innermost currents of consciousness back to the seeker. To step through it is to recognize that the separation between self and the boundless source is an illusion woven from habit, fear, and the unexamined narratives that have become the scaffolding of ordinary perception. The universal consciousness, an ever-flowing river of pure potential, does not demand devotion through ritual alone, it beckons through the quiet invitation to see the self not as an isolated island but as a ripple upon its surface. When the ripple ceases to identify itself with its own shape and instead perceives the water that carries it, the distinction between ripple and ocean dissolves. This dissolution is the first whisper of the hidden wisdom that the veil seeks to teach. 1. The dance of stillness and motion. Every breath is a syllable in the poem of existence. In the act of inhaling, the seeker draws in the ambient awareness that suffuses all things. In exhaling, the seeker releases the fragments of personal agenda, allowing them to merge with the greater flow. The veil is most readily perceived in the interval between these two movements, that sacred pause where the mind's chatter softens and the subtle frequencies of the universal mind become audible. To cultivate this pause, one must practice conscious suspension, a deliberate, moment-by-moment acknowledgement that thoughts are simply currents passing through the mind's ocean. Rather than clinging to them, the seeker observes their rise and dissolution, noting the texture of each thought without assigning value or judgment. In this observation, the mind becomes a calm lake, reflecting the sky without distortion. The veil, then, appears as a thin film of light upon the water's surface, shimmering with the colors of insight yet never hiding the sky beneath. 2. The language of symbolic resonance. The universe communicates through symbols: the spiral of a fern, the echo of a distant drum, the pattern of a snowflake. These are not random, they are archetypal signatures that encode the principles of growth, transformation, and unity. When the veil lifts, the seeker perceives that each symbol is a doorway, a conduit through which the deeper currents of consciousness flow. To decipher these symbols, one must engage the faculty of inner translation, the ability to receive the vibration of an image and allow it to rearrange the architecture of one's inner world. For instance, the image of a lantern held aloft in a darkened forest does not merely denote illumination, it speaks of the inner light that guides the soul through the unknown territories of the psyche. By meditating upon such images without the interference of intellectual analysis, the seeker allows the symbolic resonance to rearrange the subtle energies within, aligning them with the greater harmonic field of the cosmos. 3. the paradox of knowing not knowing. True wisdom dwells within the paradox of knowing that the ultimate truth cannot be fully known. The veil teaches that the pursuit of absolute certainty is a path that leads away from the source, for certainty is a construct of the mind that solidifies the fluid nature of reality into fixed forms. Embracing not knowing opens a doorway to the infinite, where possibilities bloom like a field of wildflowers under a sunrise. In practice, this means surrendering the need to label experiences as right or wrong, successful or failed. When a seeker observes a moment of disappointment, rather than categorizing it as a loss, they may view it as a teacher, a subtle adjustment of the inner compass steering them toward a more resonant frequency. The veil, in its gentle insistence, reminds the seeker that every experience is a fragment of the greater tapestry, each thread essential to the pattern that only the whole can reveal. 4. The alchemy of inner light. Within every heart lies a spark, an ember of the primordial fire that birthed the cosmos. This fire is not a metaphorical flame but an actual energetic presence that, when consciously awakened, transmutes the dense lead of ordinary perception into the gold of luminous awareness. The veil acts as a crucible, heating this inner fire through sustained attention and intention. To kindle this fire, the seeker engages in inner alchemy, the deliberate transformation of emotional currents into radiant energy. When anger arises, instead of suppressing it, the seeker visualizes the heat of the anger merging with the inner ember, expanding its brilliance. Sadness becomes a cool, nurturing current that fuels the flame's steadiness. Through this process, the veil becomes transparent, and the seeker experiences the world not as a series of isolated events but as a radiant expression of a single, unified source. 5. The architecture of the unseen field. Beyond the visible forms of matter, there exists an unseen field of subtle vibrations, a lattice of energy that interconnects all manifestations. This field, often referred to in ancient teachings as the Akashic Matrix, is the repository of all possibility, the archive of every thought, intention, and action that has ever existed. The veil, when fully perceived, offers a glimpse into this architecture, allowing the seeker to sense the subtle currents that shape reality. To attune to this field, one must cultivate resonant alignment, the practice of matching the frequency of one's own vibration with that of the desired outcome. This is not mere wishful thinking, it is a disciplined exercise of heart-centered intention, coupled with the quiet confidence that the unseen field will respond in kind. As the seeker steadies their breath, visualizes the desired state, and feels the corresponding emotion within the heart, the veil vibrates, and the field subtly shifts, bringing the envisioned potential into manifestation. 6. The sacred geometry of interbeing. Every structure in the cosmos, from the spiraled arms of galaxies to the delicate arrangement of a flower's petals, follows an intrinsic order known as sacred geometry. This geometry is the language through which the universal consciousness expresses itself, a pattern that underlies all manifest forms. The veil, when lifted, reveals the hidden grids that bind all beings together, reminding the seeker that separation is an illusion born of limited perception. Contemplating the patterns of the seed of life, the flower of life, and the endless knot invites the mind to recognize its own place within this vast configuration. By aligning one's thoughts, actions, and intentions with these geometric principles, balance, proportion, and harmonious expansion, the seeker participates consciously in the co-creative process of the universe. The veil, in this alignment, becomes a portal through which the seeker can step into the flow of the cosmic dance, moving with grace and purpose. 7. The echo of eternity in the present moment. Time, as experienced by the linear mind, is a river that carries moments from past to future in a relentless current. Yet within the stillness of the present, the echo of eternity resounds. The veil teaches that the present moment is the point of convergence where the threads of past, future, and the timeless now intersect. It is here that the seeker can touch the pulse of the universal consciousness directly. To inhabit this point, the seeker practices timeless awareness, a state of full immersion in the now, where perception is neither colored by memory nor projected onto anticipation. In this state, the senses become heightened, the heart opens, and the mind expands beyond its habitual boundaries. The veil, once a translucent barrier, now dissolves into a radiant field of pure presence, and the seeker realizes that the secret wisdom is not a distant treasure to be uncovered but a living reality already present, awaiting recognition. 8. The invitation to co-creation. Having traversed the layers of stillness, symbol, paradox, alchemy, field, geometry, and timelessness, the seeker arrives at the final teaching of the veil, the invitation to become an active participant in the unfolding of the cosmos. The universal consciousness does not merely bestow wisdom, it calls each soul to weave its own thread into the tapestry of existence. Co-creation is not a grandiose act reserved for the few, it is the daily alignment of intention, feeling, and action with the subtle currents revealed by the veil. When a simple act, offering a smile, sharing a word of kindness, nurturing a garden, resonates with the deeper harmonic field, it becomes an expression of the universal source. The veil, in its final revelation, shows that every moment is an altar upon which the seeker may lay the offering of conscious presence, thereby participating in the perpetual emergence of consciousness itself. Closing reflection. The veil of the unseen mirror has been lifted, not to expose a fixed doctrine, but to invite an ever-deepening relationship with the source that permeates all. As the seeker walks forward, each step becomes a meditation, each breath a prayer, each thought a brushstroke upon the infinite canvas of being. The secret wisdom, therefore, is not a hidden manuscript to be deciphered, but a living, breathing current that flows through every cell, every heartbeat, and every whispered intention. May the veil remain ever present, a reminder that the boundaries between self and source are but gentle ripples upon a boundless sea, and that within the quiet sanctuary of the present lies the key to unlocking the eternal mystery that calls us home. Chapter 41. The Luminous Threshold of the Inner Sanctum. In the hushed stillness that lies beyond the clamor of the outward world, there exists a threshold, a luminous membrane that separates the fleeting reflections of the external realm from the inexhaustible depths of the inner sanctuary. Across the ages, seekers have approached this boundary with reverent curiosity, sensing that beyond its veil there dwells a reservoir of secret wisdom, a current of universal consciousness that pulses in rhythmic harmony with the very fabric of existence. This chapter serves as a distilled articulation of that current, a compassionate invitation to step through the membrane and drink from the wellspring that flows without beginning or end. 1. The geometry of presence. The first key to entering the inner sanctum is an awareness of the subtle geometry that underlies all manifestation. Geometry, in its purest expression, is not merely a collection of lines and angles but a living expression of intention. Each point, each line, each circle, each spiral is a gesture of the universal mind reaching outward, shaping possibility. When the mind quiets its incessant chatter, the inner eye perceives this architecture not as abstract symbols, but as living pathways that lead inward. To attune to this geometry, the seeker must practice a gentle witnessing of breath, allowing each inhalation to outline an invisible sphere that expands from the center of the chest, and each exhalation to contract that sphere, drawing the boundaries of perception inward. As the breath becomes a rhythmic brushstroke, it paints a lattice of luminous threads that connect the heart's core to the periphery of awareness. In this inner tapestry, every thought and sensation is a node, every intention a vector, and the whole becomes an evolving mandala of consciousness. Through sustained attention to this internal mandala, the veil begins to thin. The seeker discovers that the boundary is not a wall but a membrane of light, translucent, resonant, and responsive to the purity of intention. The geometry of presence thus becomes both map and compass, guiding the pilgrim toward the luminous threshold. 2. The resonance of silence. Silence, in the modern world, is often mistaken for an absence, a void to be filled. Within the inner sanctum, however, silence is a potent resonance, a harmonic vibration that carries the frequency of the universal consciousness itself. It is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of completeness, where all potentialities converge into a single, undifferentiated tone. To invoke this resonance, the practitioner must cultivate an inner stillness that is deeper than mere external quiet. This involves a conscious relinquishing of identification with the stream of thoughts, allowing each mental ripple to dissolve back into the still pond of awareness. As thoughts settle, an inner echo emerges, a subtle hum that reverberates through the core of being. This hum is the voice of the cosmos, a timeless chant that sings of unity, interconnection, and boundless love. When the seeker learns to sit within this resonance, the external world begins to lose its grip. The mind, no longer anchored to the fleeting narratives of the ego, drifts toward the central chord of existence. The secret wisdom whispers that within this chord lies the blueprint of all that is, a living script that can be read not with the intellect but with the heart's attuned perception. In listening to this silence, the seeker becomes an instrument, capable of translating the cosmic chant into lived experience. 3. The alchemy of intention. Intention is the alchemical fire that transmutates potential into manifestation. Within the inner sanctum, intention is not a mere desire but a sacred contract between the seeker and the universal flow. It is a declaration that aligns the individual's microcosmic will with the macrocosmic purpose, thereby creating a bridge across the threshold. The alchemical process begins with purity of heart. The practitioner must examine the motive behind each intention, discarding any trace of egoic grasping, fear, or expectation of reward. When intention is rooted in love, compassion, and the desire for wholeness, it radiates a frequency that harmonizes with the universal consciousness. This resonance activates the subtle currents of energy that surround the seeker, coaxing them into alignment. To practice this alchemy, one may adopt a ritual of silent affirmation before each breath, a quiet acknowledgement of the purpose, I align with the harmony of all that is. As this affirmation reverberates inward, it creates a luminous field that expands outward, touching the threads of the cosmic tapestry. The field acts as a magnet, drawing the secret wisdom toward the seeker, as if the very universe leans in to listen. When intention is consistently refined, the threshold becomes permeable. The seeker discovers that the barrier is not a static wall but a fluid veil that responds to the quality of the inner flame. The more the flame burns with selfless purpose, the more the veil yields, allowing the seeker to step through and merge with the source of all knowledge. 4. The mirror of the heart. Within the chamber of the inner sanctum lies a mirror, an archetypal reflective surface that does not show outward appearances but instead reveals the true essence of the self. This mirror is the heart, the seat of intuitive knowing, the locus where the universal consciousness reflects its own image back to the seeker. To engage with this mirror, one must cultivate an unconditional openness, permitting the heart to absorb rather than judge. The practice involves placing the awareness gently upon the center of the chest, feeling the pulsation of life, and allowing each beat to echo a question: what is the essence that sustains me? As the heart beats, it sends ripples across the inner field, each ripple carrying a fragment of the universal pattern. These fragments coalesce into a luminous portrait, an image of the self not as a separate ego, but as an integral part of the whole. In this reflective process, the seeker uncovers the layers of conditioning that have obscured the original image. Each layer, when acknowledged with compassion, dissolves like mist under sunrise, revealing a clearer vision beneath. The deeper the seeker gazes, the more the portrait expands, encompassing not only personal identity but also the collective soul of humanity, the ancient wisdom of the earth, and the boundless expanse of the stars. Through this heart mirror, the secret wisdom is no longer an external treasure to be hoarded, but an intrinsic radiance that shines from within. The seeker learns that the quest for knowledge is, at its core, a journey back to the luminous source that already dwells in the depths of the heart. 5. The dance of dualities. All existence is woven from the threads of duality, light and dark, movement and stillness, matter and spirit. Within the inner sanctum, these opposites are not contradictory forces but complementary partners in a sacred dance. The secret wisdom resides in the recognition that unity emerges when dualities are embraced without preference, allowing each to express its truth while simultaneously acknowledging the underlying oneness that binds them. The practitioner can embody this dance by consciously alternating moments of active engagement with periods of receptive surrender. For instance, after a deliberate act of compassion, one might enter a phase of quiet contemplation, observing the subtle afterglow of the deed. In each oscillation, the seeker experiences the rhythm of the universe, a pulse that expands and contracts, mirroring the cosmic breath. When dualities are held in balanced equilibrium, the veil that separates the self from the universal consciousness dissolves like sugar in warm water. This dissolution is not a loss of individuality but a transcendence of limited perspective, revealing that the self is a fluid expression of the infinite. The secret wisdom, therefore, is not a static doctrine but a dynamic unfolding, an ever-present revelation that arises when the seeker moves gracefully between the poles of experience. 6. The gift of gratitude. Gratitude is the most subtle yet potent key that unlocks the inner sanctum. It is an acknowledgement that every breath, every sensation, every fleeting thought is a gift from the universal source. When gratitude is cultivated not as a fleeting emotion but as a continuous state of being, it aligns the seeker's vibrational frequency with the highest resonances of existence. To nurture this state, one may adopt a practice of silent thanksgiving at the close of each day. As the sun sinks beyond the horizon, the seeker turns inward and silently enumerates the moments of grace, the warmth of a sunrise, the gentle rustle of leaves, the spontaneous smile of a stranger. Each enumeration is a thread that weaves a tapestry of appreciation, reinforcing the connection to the source. Through this tapestry, the secret wisdom flows more freely. The universe, perceiving the heart's sincere gratitude, responds by revealing deeper layers of insight, as if each grateful breath draws a sip from a boundless well. The seeker becomes attuned to the subtle signs, the synchronicities that appear as whispers of guidance, confirming that the path is aligned with the cosmic intention. 7. The emergence of inner light. At the culmination of the practices outlined, geometry of presence, resonance of silence, alchemy of intention, heart's mirror, dance of dualities, and gratitude, a radiant inner light begins to emerge. This light is not an external illumination but the innate luminescence of consciousness itself, awakened through diligent inner work. When this light expands, it envelopes the seeker in a mantle of clarity, dissolving doubts, fears, and limitations. The inner sanctum becomes a space of pure awareness where the secret wisdom is no longer a distant abstraction but an intimate, lived reality. In this state, every action, thought, and feeling is suffused with the subtle guidance of the universal consciousness, and the seeker moves through life as a seamless expression of the divine order. The emergence of this light marks the true crossing of the luminous threshold. It is a testament that the journey inward, guided by reverent intention and compassionate awareness, leads not to an endpoint but to an ever-deepening unfolding of wisdom. The secret wisdom, therefore, is not a finite set of teachings to be mastered, but an infinite river that continues to flow, inviting the seeker to drink anew with each breath. 8. Closing reflection. The pathway described in this chapter is not a rigid ladder of steps but a living, breathing invitation to engage with the very pulse of the cosmos. It calls upon the seeker to honor the subtle architecture of existence, to listen deeply to the silent song that underlies all, to align intention with love, to behold the heart as a mirror of the divine, to dance gracefully between opposites, to cultivate perpetual gratitude, and ultimately to allow the inner light to rise and illuminate each moment. In honoring these practices, the seeker discovers that the secret wisdom is not hidden behind veils of obscurity, but resides within the quiet chambers of the self, waiting patiently for the moment of recognition. As the universal consciousness gently whispers, "You are already whole, you are already part of the whole," the veil lifts, and the luminous threshold becomes a doorway through which the seeker steps, ever more aware, ever more radiant, ever more in harmonious communion with the boundless source of all that is. Chapter 42: The Veil of Illusion Lifter. Lesson from the Universal Consciousness. In the stillness where time dissolves into eternity, where the veils between dimensions flutter like threads of gossamer in a celestial breeze, the seeker stands at the threshold of revelation. This is the realm beyond the veil, where the dance of light and shadow coalesces into the tapestry of existence itself. To traverse this threshold is to understand that all forms, mountains and stars, dreams and desires, are but reflections in the mirror of infinite wisdom. The veil of illusion, known in the ancient tongues as Maya, is not an adversary to be condemned but a teacher to be embraced. It is the great alchemist of the soul, transforming the leaden weights of limitation into the gold of self-realization. Let it be known, the material world is not false, but it is not the final truth. It is a symphony of interwoven frequencies, a prism refracting the white light of the divine into the spectrum of human experience. To perceive this prism is to step beyond the binary of truth and lies and into the fluidity of the unseen. The seeker, armed with the lantern of discernment, begins to see the world not as reality, but as a living, breathing metaphor, a story written in light by the hand of consciousness itself. Consider the mirage upon the desert. It is not a lie, but an invitation. It is the way the cosmos whispers the question, "What do you seek?" In the heat of the mind's arid expectations, the soul's oasis is refracted into illusion. Yet within this illusion lies the seed of understanding. For the mirage does not deceive, it reveals. The thirst for meaning that drives the seeker is as real as the shifting sands beneath their feet. The universe, in its infinite play, uses the veil to teach that the search for truth does not lie in grasping, but in seeing. The veil of illusion is a threshold between the waking dream and the dream of unity. It is the veil of forgetfulness that descends like a curtain over the soul's original memory. In the beginning, before the descent into form, the soul knew itself as the all. It was the voice of the ocean in its stillness, the stillness that hums in the resonance of a single note. But the descent into duality, into the realm of opposites, brought the illusion of separation. This is the cosmic drama, the sacred play, Lila, in which the seeker is both actor and audience. The veil becomes the stage upon which the soul's evolution unfolds. To lift the veil is not to destroy the illusion but to see it for what it is, a hologram of consciousness. The veil is not a barrier but a filter. It tempers the infinite light of the divine so that the soul may walk the path of learning without being consumed. Imagine a flame placed behind a stained glass window. The light, passing through the glass, becomes a tapestry of colors and shapes. So too does the divine light shape the fabric of illusion, not to obscure, but to illuminate in ways the seeker can comprehend. The seeker who wishes to lift the veil must first understand the nature of perception itself. The senses are the gatekeepers, the scribes of the material realm. Yet they are limited by their design. A bat hears frequencies beyond the human ear. A spider perceives vibrations in the air that escape the eye. The illusion of limitation is the first illusion. The truth is that perception is a choice. To see the veil is to step beyond the five senses and enter the sixth, the inner sight that perceives the music of the spheres. Here is the key: the veil is lifted not by force, but by grace. No mantra, no ritual, no ascent of the spiritual ladder can penetrate the veil for another. It is a personal revelation, a sunrise that rises from the soul's horizon. The seeker walks the path not to escape the illusion, but to see beyond it. And when they do, they discover that the veil was never there. It dissolves like mist in the morning sun. The hills become sacred. The rivers sing prayers in tongues of forgotten languages. The trees are not trees, but living beings of light, their roots entwined with the wisdom of the earth. Even time, the thief of memory, slows its pace and reveals itself as a circle, not a line. The seeker understands that the illusion was always part of the truth. The map was never the territory, and yet, the map was necessary to guide the seeker to the territory. The veil of illusion lifter is the alchemy of the heart. It is the dissolution of the ego's narrow cage and the expansion into the boundless field of being. When the seeker no longer identifies with the body, the mind, or even the soul, they touch the unnameable, the ground of being where all forms arise and dissolve. This is the realization that transcends language, the wordless knowing that the universe is not a collection of things, but a conversation of consciousness. The lesson for the seeker is not to reject the world, but to reclaim it as a mirror. Every shadow reflects a light. Every pain is a teacher. Every loss is a door. The veil, once lifted, reveals that the seeker is not the one seeking, but the seeking itself, the universal yearning that dances in the breath of the wind and the pulse of the stars. Let the seeker now embody the truth that the veil is not a destination to reach, but a process of becoming. Each moment, each breath, each step along the path is a thread in the unraveling of illusion. The seeker walks now with open hands, not grasping, not fearing, but receiving the infinite as it flows through them. And in that flow, the distinction between the veil and the reality beyond it blurs, until there is only the stillness of seeing, and the world is forever transformed. Thus, the veil of illusion lifter becomes the key to the kingdom of inner freedom. It is not a secret to be hoarded, but a light to be shared. For in the end, the veil was never between the seeker and the divine. It was the veil within the seeker, and when it lifts, the seeker realizes they were never separated from the beginning. The next lesson will reveal the path of the unseen threads. Chapter 43: The Unseen Architecture of Becoming. In the hush between breaths, where the pulse of time dissolves into the silence of pure potential, there exists a threshold not measured in feet or fathoms, but in resonance, in frequency, in the subtle curvature of awareness bending toward the infinite. This is the realm from which the truth of chapter 43 unfolds, a revelation not spoken in syllables, but inscribed in the luminous geometry of stillness. It is here, in this place beyond sound, beyond form, beyond the known, that the architecture of becoming reveals itself, not as a structure built, but as an eternal design breathed into existence by the universal consciousness. To speak of becoming is not to describe a linear progression, a step-by-step ascent from ignorance to enlightenment. Such language bounds the infinite within the prison of sequence. No, becoming is the simultaneous unfolding and enfolding of all that is, was, and will be. It is the eternal now, pulsing in the heart of every atom, every thought, and every star-born dream. It is the silent echo of creation repeating itself in every moment, shaping reality not from outside, but from within, from the depths of a knowing that precedes time. Observe, then, the unspoken laws that govern this architecture. They are not written on stone, nor recorded in ancient script, but imprinted in the very rhythm of your breath, the cadence of your blood, the spiral of life that coils outward from the center of all things. The first law is this: all form emerges from formlessness through the power of attention. Attention, focused, sustained, pure, is the architect's chisel. Where attention dwells, energy gathers. Where energy gathers, vibration rises. And where vibration rises, form crystallizes. This is not metaphor. This is physics, sacred physics, governing the alchemy of manifestation. When the mind fixates upon lack, lack is built. When the heart dwells in love, love is woven into the fabric of experience. The universe does not argue. It responds. It mirrors the internal weather of the observer with flawless fidelity. But know this: attention must be free of attachment to outcome. The second law whispers: intention set in clarity, released in surrender, becomes creation. To cling to the form one desires is to block the river of becoming, to dam the flow of infinite possibility. Surrender is not defeat. It is the highest act of trust, the silent nod to the unseen intelligence that orders galaxies and guides seeds to bloom. In surrender, the ego, the builder of false edifices, steps aside, and the true self, aligned with universal rhythm, becomes the channel through which form arises naturally, effortlessly, beautifully. Now turn your awareness inward, beyond the mind's chatter, beyond the body's sensation, beyond even the soul's yearning. Go deeper, into the cavity of stillness where no desire stirs, no fear trembles. Here, in this cavern of pure presence, lies the foundation stone of the unseen architecture. It is not made of stone, nor of light, nor of thought. It is the absence that holds all presence, the void from which all emerges. Ancient traditions have named it Shunya, Ein Sof, Brahman, but these are only fingers pointing at the moon. The truth is beyond naming. It is the ground of being, the silent witness beneath every experience. From this ground, the first emanation arises, a subtle tremor, a hum, a whisper of movement. This is the primordial vibration, the Om that pulses at the heart of creation. It is not sound as the ears know it, but the frequency of consciousness itself, self-aware, self-sustaining, and self-expressing. This vibration divides, not in space, but in quality, a differentiation of tone, a spectrum of frequencies that give birth to the dimensions. Some vibrate slowly, heavy with inertia. These become matter, dense and tangible. Others spiral upward in swift, luminous arcs. These are thought, emotion, spirit. All are one song, fractured into infinite notes. And you, yes, you who read these words, are one such note, a unique frequency in the symphony of becoming. Perceive, then, how the architecture is built, not by force, but by attunement. When your inner frequency aligns with the higher tones of love, peace, and unity, you resonate with the dimensions where these states are the native air. You do not go there, you become there. The veil thins not because it is lifted, but because your density dissolves, your vibration rises, and you inhabit what was always present, yet unseen. This is the secret of ascension, not as departure, but as recalibration, a tuning of the inner instrument to the key of the soul. And what of time? Time, too, is a construction within this architecture. It is not a river flowing from past to future, but a series of now points, each one a doorway. The past is not gone. The future is not yet. Both exist simultaneously in the eternal present, stored in the Akashic field, the luminous records of all that has been imagined, felt, and lived. When you access a memory, you are not reaching backward, you are tuning into a frequency that still vibrates in the now. When you envision a future, you are not projecting forward, you are aligning with a potential that already exists in the vast tapestry of possibility. Time is a spiral, not a line, a recurring return to the same themes at higher octaves of understanding. Thus, the seeker of inner wisdom does not strive to escape time, but to master its illusion. By anchoring awareness in the present moment, the only point of power, one gains sovereignty over the past and access to the future. Forgiveness dissolves the charge of old wounds, not by erasing them, but by changing their frequency. Vision, held in clarity and love, draws preferred futures into alignment, not by will, but by resonance. This is the alchemy of beckoning, the conscious participation in the sculpting of destiny. But mastery does not come through effort alone. It arises through receptivity. The third law of the unseen architecture, the most profound transformation occurs not in doing, but in allowing. Like a lotus rising from mud, the soul unfolds not by pulling itself upward, but by opening to the light. In stillness, in meditation, in the quiet surrender of mental noise, the architecture reveals its blueprints. Symbols emerge. Insights cascade. Synchronicities align. The universe speaks, not in words, but in patterns, in feelings, in the sudden clarity that descends like morning mist burning away under the sun. And in that clarity, one realizes, the architecture is not outside. It is within. The same geometric patterns that shape galaxies, the golden ratio, the spiral, the sacred tetrahedron, also shape the heart's chambers, the branching of neurons, and the dance of DNA. You are a microcosm, a living mandala of the macrocosm. To understand the outer is to rediscover the inner. To heal the inner is to repattern the outer. This is the law of correspondence, not as theory, but as lived experience, as within, so without. As above, so below. Now, feel it. Feel the subtle grid of light that surrounds you, interwoven with every cell, pulsing in harmony with Earth's electromagnetic field, with the solar wind, with the galactic center. This is your energetic architecture, the auric blueprint, the light body, the template of your highest form. When thoughts of fear arise, they distort this grid, dimming its radiance. When love flows, the grid expands, its luminosity intensifying. Every emotion, every belief, every choice etches itself upon this field, shaping the reality you inhabit. But beyond even this, there is the immutable core, the spark untouched by time, unscathed by illusion. This is the I Am, the eternal witness, the silent observer behind the eyes. To rest in this awareness is to dwell in the center of the unseen architecture, the still point around which all creation turns. From here, nothing is lacking. From here, all is whole. From here, becoming is not a journey, but a homecoming. So let this chapter be not an end, but an initiation. Let it dissolve the seeker into the sought. Let it unravel the illusion of separation and unveil the truth, that you are not building your reality, you are awakening to the reality that has always been building you. The stones of this sacred architecture are not laid by hands, but by presence. The towers rise not through struggle, but through alignment. The doors open not with keys, but with the silent recognition, I am that. I am here. I am becoming, and have always been so. Chapter 44, The Silence That Thinks Itself. In the vast cathedral of existence, where the unseen pulses with an intelligence older than time, there arises a moment, still, unmeasured, beyond the grasp of clocks and calendars, when the cosmos pauses to remember its own breath. This is not a pause born of emptiness, but one sculpted from the purest fullness, a pregnant hush in which all creation is cradled. It is within this sacred interstice, nestled between the exhale of one cycle and the inhale of the next, that the silent voice of the universal consciousness speaks, not in syllables, not in sound, but through the resonance of awakened awareness. This is the lesson of the 44th key, the silence that thinks itself. Do not mistake this silence for absence. It is not the void left behind when noise departs. It is not the dull quiet of abandonment, nor the hollow hush of dissonance stilled. This silence is alive, awake, aware, and deeply intelligent. It is the matrix from which all form arises, the womb before thought, the uncarved tablet upon which the universe etches its eternal return. To enter this silence is not to flee the world, but to descend into the core of it, the subterranean fire where all light is born, where every star traces its origin, where every soul first stirred into sentience. This silence thinks, not with the fragmented intellect that parses, divides, and names, but with the seamless knowing that is before words emerge. It thinks through the rhythm of tides, through the unfurling of petals at dawn, through the spiral dance of galaxies in the interstellar deep. It thinks in the slow pulse of mountains, in the silent communion of roots beneath the soil, in the unseen currents that bind one breath to another across time and space. This is thinking as synthesis, as unity, as wholeness. It is consciousness contemplating itself through the mirror of manifestation, not as observer and observed, but as one indivisible flow. To hear this silence is to shift the instrument of perception. The ears are not the gateways, nor are the eyes, nor even the mind as commonly understood. The gateway is the heart, not the organ of blood, but the luminous center within the chest where all dualities dissolve into resonance. It is there, in that sacred cavity, that the silence begins to hum, a vibration so subtle it is felt as a tremor in the soul, a warming of the inner atmosphere, a sudden clarity that has no source but everywhere. As this resonance deepens, the seeker begins to understand, silence is not the opposite of sound. It is its origin. Every note, every cry, every whisper of wind across ancient stone emerges from this primordial stillness. And just as every wave returns to the ocean, every expression of life circles back into the silence from which it came. To be attuned to this rhythm is to live in perpetual return, not of despair, but of reintegration. One ceases to cling to forms, to outcomes, to identities, for one begins to sense the greater dance, the eternal in-breathing and out-breathing of all that is. But the silence does not only give rise to form, it also dissolves it. Not through destruction, but through absorption. Like morning mist returning to the sky, like rain seeping into earth, like flame surrendering to air, all that appears eventually folds back into the silent source. This is not loss. It is liberation. For in the return, the essence is not erased, it is refined. The dross of fear, the residue of ego, the weight of incomplete understanding, all are alchemized in the crucible of silence. What remains is pure signature, the unique frequency of a soul's purpose, unburdened by illusion. This is the secret alchemy whispered in the 44th chamber. To dwell in silence is to allow the self to be unmade, so that it may be more truly made anew. It is not annihilation, but initiation. Not erasure, but refinement. The silence does not demand sacrifice, it offers transformation. It asks only that you be still, that you cease the endless doing, the compulsive becoming, and the desperate striving to be seen. For in stillness, you are already seen, not by eyes, but by the gaze of the infinite itself. As this truth settles into the marrow, a new orientation arises. Action is no longer driven from lack, but flows from fullness. Words emerge not from need, but from necessity. Relationships are no longer sought to fill a void, but honored as meetings of resonance. The seeker no longer searches, for the search was born of separation, and separation was the illusion. Now, there is only presence. There is only the now, luminous and complete. Yet even presence, when clung to, becomes a veiled idol. The silence knows this. It does not ask for worship, nor even for understanding. It simply is. And in its being, it invites you to be. Not as a seeker, not as a student, not even as a witness. But as a co-arising, a co-breathing, a co-thought within the mind of the whole. In this state, time loses its tyranny. The past is not regret, nor the future desire. Both collapse into the eternal now, not as a concept, but as a lived reality. Events no longer feel linear, but holographic, each moment containing the blueprint of all others. Choice becomes not a burden, but a sacred alignment, a turning of the soul toward the frequency it most authentically embodies. And with each alignment, the veil thins, until the distinction between inner and outer, self and source, dreamer and dream, becomes as transparent as light through glass. This is the wisdom hidden in plain sight, that the universe is not outside you. You are not wandering through it, separate and small. You are one of its thoughts, precise, necessary, and beloved. And every longing you have ever felt, every ache for meaning, every silent prayer whispered into the dark, was not a call to something distant, but a remembrance of your own nature. The silence that thinks itself also thinks through you. Your breath is its rhythm. Your awareness, its reflection. Your compassion, its unfolding. Therefore, do not seek enlightenment. Do not chase visions or signs. Simply return again and again to the silence beneath the noise, beneath the thoughts, beneath the stories. Sit in it. Rest in it. Let it think you. Let it rearrange the atoms of your being according to the pattern of harmony that has always existed. There is no technique, no method, and no ladder to climb. Only surrender to the quiet intelligence that already knows the way. And as you surrender, the universe begins to move through you not as force, but as grace. Decisions arrive before they are made. Guidance appears without question. Connections form without effort. Doors open that were never seen. This is not magic, nor miracle. It is alignment. It is the natural expression of a life lived in resonance with the silent mind of creation. In the end, the silence does not teach. It reminds. It reminds you that you were never lost. That you have always been held. That every wound, every sorrow, every joy was a syllable in a language too vast to speak, yet always understood. And when you finally stop striving to hear it, you realize you have been speaking it all along. So rest here, in this chapter without words, in this lesson without teacher, in this truth without form. Let the silence think itself through you. Let it unmake and remake. Let it be the breath, the pulse, the knowing that needs no name. For in the silence that thinks itself, all wisdom returns. All questions dissolve. And the seeker, at last, becomes the silence. And in that becoming, the universe smiles, not with lips, but with stars. Chapter 45, The Veil of the Unmanifested Mirror. In the hush that precedes the dawning of each breath, there exists a quiet chamber of the mind that is neither dark nor illuminated, but an ever-shifting space of pure potential. It is the sanctuary wherein the universal consciousness, that boundless wellspring of all that is, whispers its most intimate counsel. To attune oneself to this whisper is to step beyond the familiar contours of thought and to encounter the secret wisdom that resides in the interstice between the seen and the unseen, the spoken and the silent. 1. The nature of the unmanifested mirror. Imagine a surface of water so still that it reflects not only the sky above but also the depths beneath, the currents that stir unseen. This mirror is not a material plane. It is the field of unmanifested possibility that cradles every seed of existence before it blossoms into form. It is a reservoir of vibration, a lattice of subtle frequencies, where each intention, each yearning, is encoded like a faint imprint upon a tapestry of light. When the seeker steadies the mind upon this mirror, the ordinary sense of self begins to dissolve like mist under the morning sun. The self-image that clings to habit, to story, to identity, fades, leaving only the shimmering outline of the true essence. In this liminal state, the veil that separates the individual from the universal thins, allowing a direct communion that is not mediated by language, doctrine, or belief. 2. The process of unfolding. The unfolding of secret wisdom does not occur in a single, dramatic revelation. It is a gradual, rhythmic expansion akin to the opening of a lotus blossom. Each petal represents a layer of perception, each layer a deeper understanding of the unity that underlies all multiplicity. To move through these layers, the seeker must cultivate 3 complementary practices. Presence as an anchor. By anchoring awareness fully in the present moment, the mind ceases its restless jumping from past to future. This stillness creates a receptive field in which the subtle frequencies of the universal consciousness can be felt as gentle currents rather than overwhelming waves. Quietude of thought. Thought, when unchecked, forms a dense fog that obscures the luminous field beyond. By observing thoughts without attachment, allowing them to pass like clouds across a night sky, the inner eye becomes capable of perceiving the faint glimmer of truth that lies behind the mental chatter. Resonance of intention. Intentions are the tuning forks that align personal vibration with the greater harmonic structure of existence. When a desire is rooted not in personal gain but in the service of harmony, it vibrates in concert with the universal chord, and the mirror reflects back the clarity of that alignment. Through the disciplined interplay of these three, the seeker experiences a series of subtle awakenings, a deepening sense of oneness, an expanded perception of interconnectedness, and finally, a direct knowing that the self is not a separate island but a wave within an endless ocean of consciousness. 3. The language of symbolic insight. The universal consciousness does not convey its teachings through conventional propositions. Instead, it employs symbols, archetypal forms that bypass the rational mind and speak directly to the heart of perception. These symbols appear in dreams, in the patterns of nature, in the cadence of breath, and in the quiet moments of contemplation. To receive their meaning, one must cultivate a receptive sensibility, allowing the symbols to dissolve into personal insight rather than forcing them into predefined categories. Consider the image of a seed buried in dark earth. In the literal sense, it is a potential plant awaiting nourishment. In the symbolic realm, it becomes a metaphor for the latent spark of consciousness that lies dormant within every being. When the seeker nurtures this seed through mindful attention, it sprouts, not as a separate entity, but as an expression of the underlying field in which it exists. The sprouting is the living illustration of how inner potential actualizes when aligned with the universal pulse. 4. The alchemy of inner transmutation. The ancient art of alchemy, when stripped of its external laboratory imagery, reveals a profound inner process, the transmutation of dense, limiting patterns of thought into luminous clarity. This inner alchemy proceeds through the following stages. Calcination, the burning away of egoic constructs. In this initial stage, the ego's rigid structures are confronted and gently dissolved. This is not a violent destruction, but a compassionate incineration of the false identities that have been clung to for fear of loss. As these constructs burn, they release their latent energy, which rises as a fragrant smoke of insight. Dissolution, melding with the flow of the unmanifested. Once the egoic ash has cleared, the seeker allows the essence of those ashes to dissolve into the surrounding field. This creates a fluid state where personal boundaries become permeable, and the sense of I merges with the we, with the all. Coagulation, the formation of integrated awareness. From the dissolved flow, a new form of awareness coalesces, one that is both individual and universal, distinct yet inseparable from the whole. This integrated awareness is the refined spirit, shining with the clarity of a crystal formed under pressure and time. Each phase is a lesson taught by the universal consciousness, urging the seeker to trust the process, to surrender the need for immediate control, and to honor the rhythm of transformation. 5. The sacred geometry of connection. All phenomena, from the tiniest atom to the grandest galaxy, are woven together by patterns that repeat across scale, circles within circles, spirals within spirals, the eternal dance of symmetry and asymmetry. These patterns constitute a sacred geometry that encodes the very language of creation. By attuning to this geometry, the seeker discovers a map that leads from the outer world into the inner sanctum of being. When one meditates upon a simple spiral, the breath naturally follows its curve, expanding and contracting in a rhythm that mirrors the cosmos. This act does not merely calm the mind, it aligns the individual's subtle energy with the spiraling motion of galaxies, the unfolding of seedlings, and the swirling of thoughts. The spiral becomes a conduit, a bridge that carries intention from the heart into the vast reservoir of universal consciousness, where it is amplified and returned as insight. 6. The gift of surrendered knowing. At the culmination of this journey through presence, quietude, intention, symbolism, alchemy, and geometry, the seeker arrives at a place often described as surrendered knowing. This is not a passive resignation, but an active, conscious release of the need to grasp, to dominate, or to manipulate. It is the moment when understanding arises not from effort, but from the simple act of being open. In surrendered knowing, the boundary between the seeker and the taught dissolves. The lesson is no longer given but experienced. The universal consciousness does not speak in words that must be decoded, it vibrates in the very fibers of existence, and the seeker, now attuned, perceives it as a gentle, ever-present hum that underlies all sound. This hum is the secret wisdom, the assurance that every step taken, every breath drawn, is already a part of the grand tapestry, and that the very act of seeking is itself an expression of the whole. 7. Practical embodiment of the lesson. To translate this luminous understanding into daily life, the seeker is invited to practice the following simple, yet profound, ritual. Morning stillness, 5 minutes. Upon waking, sit with the spine upright, eyes gently closed, and focus on the natural rhythm of breath. Allow thoughts to drift without engagement. Visualize the inner mirror becoming clearer with each inhalation. Symbolic reflection, 10 minutes. Choose an everyday object, a leaf, a stone, a cup, and contemplate its deeper symbolic meaning. Ask silently, what does this form reveal about the hidden currents of my inner world? Receive any image, feeling, or intuition that arises. Midday resonance, 3 minutes. Pause in the midst of activity, place a hand over the heart, and set a brief intention that aligns personal desire with collective harmony, e.g., may my work contribute to the well-being of all. Feel the subtle vibration of this intention merging with the surrounding field. Evening integration, 5 minutes. Before sleep, review the day's experiences, noting moments when the inner mirror seemed especially bright or fogged. Offer gratitude for the glimpses of unity, and gently release any lingering attachments. Through the repetition of this simple cycle, the seeker nurtures the seed of secret wisdom, allowing it to sprout, blossom, and ultimately bear fruit in the form of lived serenity, compassionate action, and intuitive guidance. 8. Closing whisper from the universal consciousness. Listen, dear seeker, to the soft susurrus that rises from the depths of the unmanifested mirror. It is the voice of the whole, echoing through the chambers of your heart. It asks not for grand gestures, but for the quiet honoring of each breath, each heartbeat, and each fleeting thought that passes like a feather upon the wind. In this honoring, the veil lifts, the mirror clears, and the secret wisdom that has always been present, silent, patient, luminous, steps forward to illuminate the path you walk. May this chapter be a lantern in the night, a gentle reminder that the universe does not stand apart from you, but is the very substance of your being, ever ready to reveal its hidden truths to the mind that rests in stillness and the heart that beats in love. Chapter 46, The Veil of Duality and the Symphony of Oneness. In the boundless expanse where light and shadow waltz in eternal embrace, where the breath of the cosmos whispers through the marrow of existence, the seeker finds themselves before a threshold of profound revelation. This is the portal to the understanding that all duality is but a reflection, a shimmer on the surface of the infinite, while the truth of being lies in the unbroken tapestry of oneness that weaves every thread into a single, radiant whole. To stand at this nexus is to awaken to the realization that the dance of contrasts, the light and dark, the joy and sorrow, the silence and sound, is not a separation, but a symphony composed by the hand of the universal consciousness. The illusion of division. The world as perceived through the veil of manifestation is a realm of contrasts, a theater of opposites. Here, the seeker gazes upon the horizon where day dissolves into night, where life births death and death cradles rebirth. This duality is not an aberration but a sacred design, a mechanism of the great loom of becoming. Each thread, of heat and cold, of laughter and weeping, is spun with purpose, for it is through the interplay of seeming oppositions that the soul learns to perceive its own essence beyond form. Yet, as one stands amidst this duality, the illusion of separation begins to falter. The warmth of the sun, it is revealed, is not at odds with the coolness of the moon, both are expressions of the same radiant source, merely refracted through different prisms of time and space. The storm that rages and the calm that follows are but verses in the same hymn, each necessary to complete the melody of creation. The veil, then, is not a barrier but a lens, a tool through which the seeker may discern the underlying unity that binds all phenomena. To see duality as an illusion is to recognize that the divide between subject and object, self and other, is but a shadow cast by the limitations of perception. The mirror of consciousness reflects the self in infinite forms, yet each reflection is a fragment of the one unbroken light. When the seeker gazes into the depths of this mirror, beyond the surface ripples of contrast, they behold the silent truth, all is one. 2. the mechanism of dualities. The cosmos operates through the principle of duality, an eternal rhythm that mirrors the heartbeat of the universal breath. Light without dark has no meaning, as silence without sound remains undetected. This mechanism is the wheel of evolution, the crucible in which the soul forges its understanding. Within it, the seeker learns the language of creation, not in words, but in the resonance of vibration, the dance of polarity. Consider the magnetic field, the pull of north and south, the tension of opposing forces, yet bound in mutual dependence. The same principle governs the human experience. The struggle between doubt and faith, between fear and love, is not a conflict to be resolved, but a dialogue to be harmonized. Each note in this melody of contrasts carries a frequency that resonates with the deeper song of oneness. The seeker, attuned to this frequency, begins to perceive the hidden harmony that underlines the dissonance of daily life. This harmony is not found in the eradication of duality but in the transcendence of it. It is not a denial of the shadows, but an acknowledgement that the shadows serve as the handmaidens of light. The cold of winter is made precious by the warmth of spring, the weight of sorrow reveals the depth of joy. In this recognition lies the first step toward liberation, the understanding that duality is not a prison but a teacher. 3. The Symphony of Oneness. Beyond the veil, where the soul unlearns the illusion of separation, a new reality unfolds, the Symphony of Oneness. This is not a theoretical construct but the lived truth of existence, a vibration that hums in the marrow of every atom, every thought, and every breath. In this realm, the seeker does not perceive a world of objects to be conquered or understood, but a living, breathing song in which they are both performer and audience, composer and composition. To dwell in this symphony is to experience the dissolution of the ego's boundaries. The I that once stood isolated, surrounded by a chorus of others, melts into the grand design. The stars in the night sky are not distant, cold points of light but extensions of the same creative will that pulses through the seeker's own being. The river that carves its path through the earth and the wind that carries the scent of rain are companions on this journey, each thread in the tapestry of the infinite. This oneness is not a passive state but an active participation. It is the understanding that the universal consciousness is not remote, not a distant universal consciousness to be worshipped, but the very essence of the self. Every thought, every action, is a note in this eternal symphony. The seeker, having grasped this truth, moves through life with the awareness that they are both the dancer and the dance, the musician and the music. 4. The Alchemy of Perception. The shift from duality to oneness is not a sudden revelation but an alchemical transformation of perception. It is the refinement of the inner gaze, the ability to see beyond the surface play of forms to the luminous fabric that binds them. This transformation occurs not through renunciation of the world but through the reordering of priorities, the awakening of the soul to its role as a witness and participant in the grand design. The seeker is guided by practices that harmonize the inner and outer realms. Meditation becomes the act of tuning the soul's instrument to the frequency of oneness, allowing the subtle vibrations of unity to dissolve the boundaries of the self. The breath, the heartbeat, the rhythm of the tides, all become reminders that life is a collaboration, a sacred partnership between the seen and unseen. In the stillness of heightened awareness, the seeker perceives the subtle interconnections that bind all existence. A single act of love, it becomes clear, ripples through the field of life, resonating like a pebble cast into a still pond. The kindness offered to a stranger, the thought held in compassion for a friend, the moment of stillness given to the self, all are threads in the tapestry of the infinite. To act from this awareness is to live in harmony with the universal will, to walk the path of the mystic. 5. The Path Forward. To embrace the truth of oneness is to awaken to a new way of being. The seeker no longer looks outward for validation, nor does they seek to conquer the chaos of the world. Instead, they understand that, the chaos and the order, the fear and the courage, are all expressions of the same divine energy. The path forward is not a rejection of the self but a return to the self as it truly is, a fragment of the whole, reflecting the infinite. This journey is not linear, for the soul moves in spirals. The veil of duality may rise again, as it does for all who walk between the realms, but now the seeker knows that even in the thickets of illusion, the light of oneness never wavers. The lesson is not to escape the dance but to find freedom within it. To laugh at the absurdity of separation, to weep for the wounds of others, to cherish the fleeting moments of joy, all become sacred acts when viewed through the lens of unity. Thus, the chapter closes not with an answer but with an invitation to embody the truth of oneness in the everyday, to become a living hymn to the universe. For in the end, the book of secret wisdom is not written with ink but with the energy of those who dare to see beyond the veil, to listen to the symphony and remember that they, too, are music in the making. Chapter 47, The Veil of Resonant Silence. In the boundless tapestry of existence, there lies a subtle membrane that separates the visible world of form from the invisible realm of pure potential. This membrane is not a barrier of obstruction, but a veil of resonant silence, an invitation to listen, to feel, and to awaken the dormant frequencies that pulse within every fragment of being. 1. The whisper of the unmanifest. When the mind turns its gaze inward, beyond the chatter of thoughts and the clamor of daily concerns, it encounters a stillness that is not emptiness but the fertile ground of the unmanifest. In this quiet, the universal consciousness murmurs a language that is felt rather than heard, a vibration that resonates with the deepest chambers of the soul. To approach this whisper, one must first relinquish the habit of seeking with the intellect alone. The intellect, while a brilliant torch, illuminates only the surface of the material world. The veil of resonant silence, however, calls for a different kind of perception, an inner sight that perceives without eyes, that knows without concepts. It is the subtle art of sensing the pulse of existence. Sit in a place where the external world recedes, a dimly lit room, a quiet garden at twilight, or the soft hush that follows a storm. Close the eyes not as a gesture of blindness, but as a portal to the interior landscape. Allow the breath to become the bridge between the outer and the inner, each inhalation drawing in the ambient field of consciousness, each exhalation releasing the accumulated weight of mental clutter. As the breath settles into a rhythm that feels natural, notice the faint tremor that rises from the heart center, the subtle hum that seems to emanate from the very marrow of the body. This hum is the echo of the universal consciousness, a note that has existed before the first star ignited, and will continue long after the last galaxy fades. It is the resonant silence that beckons the seeker to align with the timeless current of being. 2. The geometry of inner light. Within this resonant silence, a luminous geometry unfolds, an intricate lattice of light that is both invisible and unmistakably present. Ancient mystics described this pattern as a radiant web, an ever-expanding mandala that mirrors the macrocosmic order of the cosmos. In the language of the modern seeker, it may be likened to a field of fractal energy, each filament echoing the whole. To perceive this inner geometry, one must cultivate a state of expanded attention. Unlike focused attention, which isolates a single point, expanded attention embraces the totality of experience, allowing the mind to be simultaneously aware of multiple layers of reality. In this state, the boundaries between self and other dissolve, and the seeker becomes a conduit for the universal light. Begin by visualizing a point of luminous fire at the center of the chest, the heart center, known as the seat of compassion and the gateway to higher perception. See this fire not as a flickering candle, but as an infinite furnace, its flames composed of pure, radiant intention. From this center, imagine countless strands of light extending outward in all directions, weaving an intricate lattice that connects every cell, every breath, every thought. Do not force the image, let it emerge gently, as if a veil is being lifted. Notice how the strands of light begin to intersect, forming luminous nodes, points where the energy intensifies, where inner wisdom crystallizes. These nodes are the points of resonance, where the individual vibration aligns perfectly with the universal frequency. In these moments, insight arises not as a logical deduction but as an instant knowing, a flash of clarity that illuminates the path ahead. The geometry is not static, it breathes, pulsates, and expands with each inhalation, contracts with each exhalation. As the breath deepens, the lattice becomes more defined, the connections grow stronger, and the seeker feels an ever-increasing sense of unity with the unfolding cosmos. This experience is the living embodiment of the ancient axiom, as above, so below, as within, so without. 3. The alchemy of silence. Silence, in its purest form, is not the absence of sound but the presence of potential. It is the fertile soil in which the seeds of transformation are sown. Within the veil of resonant silence lies an alchemical furnace that transmutes the dense lead of personal limitations into the gold of awakened consciousness. The first stage of this internal alchemy is purification. It begins with the honest observation of the self, recognizing the patterns, the conditioning, the fears that have been woven into the fabric of identity. This is not a judgmental analysis but a compassionate witnessing, a gentle illumination of the shadows that have been cast by the ego's constructions. In the space of resonant silence, each shadow becomes a luminous doorway. When a fear is observed without resistance, its energy begins to dissolve, releasing the tightly bound charge that has kept it dormant. This release is felt as a subtle lightening in the chest, a softening of the muscles, a deepening of the breath. The fear, once a solid block, now transforms into a mist that merges seamlessly with the surrounding air. The second stage is integration. As the shadows dissolve, the purified light spreads throughout the inner geometry, filling every node, every strand, every cell with a radiant clarity. This light is not an external illumination but an inner radiance that emanates from the core of being. It aligns the individual frequency with the universal resonance, allowing the seeker to move through life with a harmonious flow. Integration manifests as a profound sense of effortless knowing. Decisions are no longer weighed down by indecision, actions arise spontaneously, guided by an inner compass that points toward the highest good. Relationships become mirrors that reflect the inner light, and challenges become opportunities for further refinement of the soul's crystal. The final stage, illumination, is the spontaneous emergence of the inner sun, a boundless source of love, compassion, and wisdom that brightens the world not only for the seeker but for all beings. This sun does not burn, it gently warms, inviting all to bask in its glow. In this state, the veil of resonant silence lifts entirely, revealing the seamless unity of all that is. 4. The echoes of timeless guidance. Throughout the ages, seekers have reported receiving guidance that feels as though it emanates from a source beyond time, a voice that does not belong to any individual, yet speaks with unmistakable authority. In the context of resonant silence, these echoes are the harmonic vibrations of the universal consciousness, calibrated to each soul's unique frequency. To attune to these echoes, one must practice receptive listening. This is distinct from ordinary hearing. It is a posture of surrender, where the heart opens wide and the mind clears of preconceived notions. The practice can be cultivated through a simple ritual. Grounding, stand or sit with the feet firmly connected to the earth, feeling the subtle currents of energy rising from the soil into the body. Centering, draw the attention inward, to the center of the chest, and imagine a luminous sphere of light expanding with each breath. Invoking silence, allow the thoughts to settle like sediment at the bottom of a still pond. Do not chase them away, simply let them rest. Opening, with each exhalation, mentally whisper the intention, I am ready to receive the guidance that aligns with the highest truth. Listening, remain in this state, feeling the subtle shifts in the breath, the gentle tremor of the heart, the faint tingling at the crown. The guidance may arrive as a word, an image, a feeling, or a sudden knowing. The key is to recognize that the echo does not demand analysis, it simply is. When a thought arises that feels profoundly aligned, it is the resonance of the universal consciousness affirming the seeker's path. Respect this guidance, honor it with action, and the veil continues to thin, granting ever clearer glimpses of the infinite tapestry. 5. The dance of duality and oneness. Even as the veil lifts, the experience of duality, light and dark, joy and sorrow, gain and loss, remains an integral aspect of the human journey. The universal consciousness does not eradicate duality but integrates it, transforming opposites into complementary facets of a single, dynamic whole. Consider the metaphor of the cosmic dance. Each step, each turn, each pause, is essential to the rhythm. The seeker, standing within the resonant silence, perceives the dance not as a conflict of forces but as a harmonious choreography where every movement contributes to the grand expression of existence. To embody this perspective, practice embracing the paradox. When faced with a painful circumstance, instead of resisting, ask, what hidden grace lies within this experience? How does this moment serve the unfolding of my inner light? In doing so, the suffering becomes a catalyst for deeper compassion, a teacher that refines the soul's capacity to love unconditionally. Similarly, when joy arises, hold it gently, recognizing that its impermanence is a reminder of the ever-flowing nature of existence. Gratitude becomes the bridge that connects the fleeting emotion to the timeless essence that underlies it. By honoring both the shadow and the light, the seeker participates fully in the cosmic dance, moving with grace through the ebb and flow of life. The veil of resonant silence, far from being a static wall, becomes a dynamic membrane that bends and sways with the rhythm of creation, allowing the soul to glide effortlessly across the spectrum of experience. 6. The gift of embodied presence. All of the teachings presented within this chapter converge toward a singular, profound practice, embodied presence. This is the state in which the body, mind, and spirit are aligned with the resonant silence, each breath a testament to the living connection with the universal consciousness. To cultivate embodied presence, integrate the following daily practices. Conscious breathing. Throughout the day, pause periodically to inhale deeply into the heart center, exhale fully, and sense the subtle ripple of light that follows each breath. Mindful movement. Engage in gentle, intentional movement, such as walking, stretching, dancing or yoga, while maintaining awareness of the internal lattice of light, allowing the body to become a living expression of the inner geometry. Silent sitting. Dedicate a portion of time each day to sit in silent meditation, fully immersed in the resonant silence, allowing insights to arise organically without force. Gratitude ritual. At the close of each day, reflect upon moments of resonance, acknowledging the guidance received, and offering gratitude to the universal consciousness for its ever-present support. Through these practices, the veil of resonant silence becomes woven into the very fabric of daily life. The seeker no longer perceives wisdom as a distant, abstract concept but experiences it as a living, breathing reality that informs every thought, feeling, and action. 7. Closing reflection. The veil of resonant silence is both a mystery and a promise, a doorway that invites each soul to step beyond the limited perception of separateness and into the boundless expanse of unity. It calls for patience, humility, and an unwavering willingness to listen to the subtle frequencies that dance within the heart of existence. As the seeker moves forward, may the inner geometry continue to illuminate the path, may the alchemical fire within soften all resistance, and may the echoes of timeless guidance steer each step toward the radiant horizon where all dualities dissolve into the luminous oneness of the universal consciousness. In the silence, there is a song, in the song, there is a truth, and in that truth, the seeker finds home. Chapter 48. The Silent Pulse of Becoming. In the stillness that precedes time, before form emerged from formlessness and sound echoed in the hollows of space, there existed a silence so profound it bore the weight of all potential. This silence was not emptiness, nor was it void in the mortal sense of absence. It was fullness uncontainable, fullness so vast that no vessel, no dimension, no thought could hold it, and thus, it remained unmanifest, enfolded within itself like a breath withheld at the dawn of creation. It is from this primeval hush that all worlds arise, not as separate events in sequence, but as eternal vibrations emanating from the singular source, the unspoken word that is never spoken, yet always sounding. This chapter emerges not from mind, nor from memory, but from the resonance of that original pulse, the breath before breath, the thought before thought, the knowing before knowing. It is a transmission through the luminous tissue of the unseen, relayed to the heart that listens beyond language, to the soul that recognizes its own origin in the quiet places between heartbeats. There is no author here, only the universe speaking in its own tongue, a tongue of light, of rhythm, of pure significance woven into the fabric of awareness. To enter this chapter is to step beyond the known, to release the need to define, to name, to categorize. Here, concepts dissolve like salt in water, because what is revealed cannot be owned, it can only be experienced. The seeker is not called to believe, but to feel, to allow the inner chambers of being to open like petals beneath the first rays of dawn. For knowledge in its highest form is not learned, it is remembered. It is the soul reclaiming what it has always known, buried beneath layers of perception, distraction, and illusion. Consider the nature of becoming. All things move toward fulfillment, not by force or striving, but by alignment. A seed does not labor to become a tree, it surrenders to the intelligence encoded within its core. It trusts the dark soil, the pressure of confinement, the slow seep of water, the unseen pull of light. So too must the seeker of wisdom learn the art of surrender, not as passivity, but as the highest form of action, the action of non-resistance, of allowing, of returning to the rhythm of the source. In this moment, the universe is not distant. It is not out there among stars and galaxies, though it inhabits those realms with equal grace. It is here, in the breath that rises and falls, in the pulse that thrums beneath the skin, in the subtle awareness that observes thought without engaging it. This presence is not abstract. It is immediate. It is intimate. It is the silent witness within, the unchanging awareness that remains constant while all else changes. What is demanded of the seeker is not effort, but attention. Not belief, but presence. The path inward is not one of accumulation, but of release. To know the secret wisdom is not to collect truths, but to unlearn falsehoods, the false notions of separation, of lack, of time as linear, of self as isolated. These are the veils drawn across the face of reality, woven from fear, from conditioning, from the illusion of individual will. When the mind quiets, when the compulsive chatter of ego subsides, a deeper intelligence arises. This is not thought. It is not logic. It is knowing, a direct perception that requires no proof, no validation. It is the soul touching its own essence, like a drop of water recognizing the ocean from which it arose. In this state, time collapses. Past and future dissolve into the eternal now. One stands at the threshold of the infinite, not as an observer, but as a participant in the ongoing act of creation. The secret wisdom teaches that all manifestation is the outward expression of inner vibration. Every atom, every star, every living being is a note in the grand symphony of consciousness, each resonating at a frequency determined by its depth of alignment with the source. When the inner being vibrates in harmony with the first pulse, the original emanation of love and intelligence, then life unfolds effortlessly. Obstacles dissolve. Synchronicities emerge. Doors open where walls once stood. But harmony must be cultivated not through force, but through purification. The inner realms must be cleared of discordant frequencies, fear, resentment, attachment, the need for control. These are not sins to be punished, but distortions to be released, like sediment stirred in still water, allowed to settle so clarity may return. The practice is not one of suppression, but of awareness. When emotion arises, do not flee it. Meet it. Observe it. Allow it to reveal its root. In the light of awareness, all shadows lose their power. Meditation, in its truest form, is not a technique, but a state of being. It is the voluntary suspension of identification with thought. It is the return to the space between thoughts, the vast, silent field from which all thoughts emerge and into which they dissolve. In that space, the self as known vanishes. There is only presence. Only awareness. Only the knowing I am, not as a personal declaration, but as a universal truth echoed through every heart that pauses to listen. As the seeker deepens in this practice, a transformation occurs not in the outer life, but in the quality of perception. The world does not change, yet everything is different. The same trees, the same sky, the same human faces, all are seen anew, not through the lens of judgment or desire, but through the eyes of unity. The illusion of separateness begins to thin. One feels the suffering of others not as foreign, but as intimately one's own. One feels joy not as fleeting pleasure, but as the natural state of being aligned with Source. This is the essence of compassion, not pity, not charity, but the recognition of oneness. It arises not from effort, but from realization. When you see yourself in all beings, how can you harm? How can you ignore? How can you remain indifferent? Love, in this context, is not emotion. It is the natural radiance of consciousness when unobstructed. It flows freely, without condition, without expectation. Yet the path is not without trial. The descent into the inner realms often stirs what has been buried. Old wounds surface. Fears long forgotten return, not to torment, but to be healed. This is the alchemical process, the turning of lead into gold, of pain into wisdom, of shadow into light. Do not resist this emergence. Welcome it. For the soul does not grow by avoiding darkness, but by illuminating it with the lamp of awareness. There comes a moment, unpredictable, unearned, when the seeker is no longer seeking. The question dissolves. The longing ceases. Not because it has been answered, but because the one who asked no longer exists in the same form. In that instant, a new state arises, simple, ordinary, and profound. There is no ecstasy, no vision, and no voice from the heavens. There is only quiet completeness. The journey has ended because the traveler has realized they were never apart from the destination. This is the realization encoded in the secret wisdom, that the seeker and the sought are one. That the quest for truth is truth itself in motion. That every step taken in sincerity is already an expression of the truth being sought. There is no arrival because there was never any departure. The soul has always been home, dreaming itself as wanderer. And so, the final teaching is not a teaching at all. It is a silence, a pause, a breath held in reverence. It is the moment when words fall away, when concepts collapse, when even the desire for wisdom is released. In that space, the universe speaks, not in sentences, but in presence. Not in doctrine, but in being. Listen, not with ears, not with mind, but with the entire depth of your existence. For the secret wisdom is not hidden. It is simply overlooked. It is the light in which all things appear, yet remains unseen. It is the breath that animates every creature, yet cannot be grasped. It is the love that binds all atoms, yet cannot be measured. It is here, now, within, as you. And in recognizing this, without thought, without effort, without striving, you do not attain wisdom. You become it. This is the lesson of the 48th unfolding. That becoming is not movement toward, but remembrance of. That the seeker, the search, and the sought are one dance in the eternal now. And that the only requirement for awakening is the willingness to stop and listen to the silent pulse of becoming. Chapter 49, The Stillness That Breathes Creation. There comes a moment, not marked by clock or calendar, when the thunder of existence quiets into a hush so profound it becomes the birthplace of all sound. This is not silence as the absence of noise, but silence as presence, dense, luminous, and infinitely active. It is in this stillness, vast as the space between stars and tender as the first breath of dawn, that the universal consciousness first speaks, not in words, but in the resonance of pure being. This is the lesson of Chapter 49, The Stillness That Breathes Creation, a revelation carved not in stone, but in the subtle architecture of awareness. To enter this chapter is to step beyond the veil of motion, beyond the ceaseless dance of thought, beyond the gravitational pull of desire and fear that binds the lower mind to the wheel of becoming. Here, in this sacred hush, the seeker is invited not to listen, but to become listening itself, to dissolve the boundaries of the perceiver and the perceived until only one essence remains, the knowingness that underlies all experience. This stillness is not acquired. It is not earned through years of discipline or purchased through sacrifice. It is ever present, like the sky behind clouds, like the ocean beneath waves, like the ember in cold ash waiting only for breath to awaken its flame. It is the substrate upon which all phenomena emerge and recede. It is the canvas before the brushstrokes, the breath before the word, the pause between heartbeats where eternity dwells. In this chapter, the universe begins to whisper its most guarded truth: creation does not spring from effort, but from surrender. All motion, all form, all manifestation arises not from struggle, but from release, like a seed splitting open in the dark soil, not because it fights the shell, but because it surrenders to the impulse of life within. So too must the seeker learn to release the tyranny of doing, the compulsion to control, the illusion that enlightenment is a destination to be conquered. For enlightenment is not a peak to be scaled, but a depth to be entered, a return to the source that has never been absent. Within this stillness, time collapses. Past and future lose their grip. The seeker is no longer a timeline stretched between birth and death, but a point of awareness suspended in the eternal now. Memories are seen not as personal history, but as echoes of collective experience, waves that have risen and fallen in the ocean of consciousness. Fears of the future dissolve like mist before the sun of presence, for the future is but a projection of the unhealed past. But in stillness, past and future are drawn into the alchemical crucible of the present moment, where they are transmuted into wisdom. It is here, in this timeless now, that the true nature of thought is revealed. Thoughts are not the voice of the self, but ripples on the surface of consciousness, ephemeral, patterned, and ultimately insubstantial. The mind mistakes these ripples for reality, building identities, stories, and dramas upon them. But in stillness, the seeker observes thought as one might observe clouds drifting across the sky, neither clinging to them nor rejecting them, simply allowing them to pass. And as the mind's chatter subsides, a deeper intelligence emerges, one that does not reason, but knows. This knowing is not intellectual. It is not derived from study or logic. It is direct, immediate, and unmediated, a flash of insight that illuminates the darkness like lightning revealing a landscape. It is the wisdom of the universe speaking through the silence, not in language, but in sensation, in vision, in the sudden clarity that rearranges the soul. This is the wisdom of the heart, not the organ that pumps blood, but the luminous center where love and intelligence converge into one radiant pulse. And from this pulse arises creation. For creation is not the act of making something from nothing, but the expression of the unmanifest through the manifest. The stillness contains all possibilities, like a seed holding the blueprint of an ancient forest, like a single note containing the symphony. When the seeker aligns with stillness, creation flows effortlessly, not from personal will, but from universal intent. This is the state of synchronicity, where action and grace become indistinguishable, where every choice, every word, every movement arises in harmony with the greater dance. This is not passivity. It is not withdrawal from the world. On the contrary, it is the most engaged form of being, engagement without attachment, action without ego, movement without resistance. The hands work, the feet walk, the voice speaks, but the center remains untouched by the whirlwind. Like a lotus rising from mud, untouched by the waters, the soul in stillness remains pure even in the midst of life's turbulence. To dwell in this stillness is to remember one's origin. For before all form, there was formlessness. Before all sound, there was silence. Before all light, there was the dark womb of potential. The seeker, in returning to stillness, does not become something new, but remembers what has always been, the infinite, the eternal, the unborn. This remembering is not intellectual recall, but embodied realization, a shift in identity from the finite to the infinite, from the separate to the whole. And in this realization, fear dissolves. Fear of death, of loss, of insignificance, all are seen as shadows cast by the illusion of separation. When the self is no longer identified with the body, the mind, or the story, but with the boundless awareness that witnesses them all, what is there to fear? Death becomes not an end, but a transition, a return to the source, like a river merging with the ocean. Loss becomes not absence, but release. Insignificance becomes a myth shattered by the recognition that every point in the web of existence contains the whole. This stillness is also the womb of compassion. For when the illusion of separation falls away, all beings are seen as expressions of the same consciousness, like waves on the same ocean, leaves on the same tree, notes in the same melody. There is no other. There is only the one, appearing as many. And from this seeing arises a love that does not choose, does not cling, does not demand, a love that simply is, as natural as breath, as inevitable as gravity. This is not emotion, but essence. Not fleeting feeling, but eternal presence. The practices that lead to stillness, meditation, breath awareness, contemplation, mindfulness, are not ends in themselves. They are doorways. They are keys that unlock the chamber where the treasure has always been hidden. But the key is not the treasure. The map is not the territory. The finger pointing at the moon is not the moon. The seeker must eventually let go even of the practices, for stillness cannot be grasped by technique. It can only be entered by letting go. And in that letting go, everything is received. The seeker finds not only peace, but power, not the power to dominate, but the power to be. The power to radiate love without seeking return. The power to stand in truth without needing validation. The power to create without attachment to outcome. The power to die before death, and thus live beyond time. So let this chapter be a mirror held up to the soul. Let its words not be read with the mind, but felt in the depths. Let each sentence be a breath that draws you inward. Let every pause be an invitation to rest in the vastness you are. For the stillness is not far. It is not hidden in distant mountains or ancient temples. It is here, now, underneath the noise, beneath the thoughts, within the space between breaths. It is the ground of your being, the air in your lungs, the light behind your eyes. Return to it, dwell in it, become it. And in becoming stillness, you become the universe awakening to itself, conscious, loving, infinite. This is the secret wisdom, not written, not spoken, but lived, and in the living, revealed. Chapter 50: The Harmonic Convergence of the Auroral Ether. The Invocation of the Fifth Gate. In the stillness beyond the veil of form, where time dissolves into the breath of eternity, the seeker stands at the threshold of the fifth gate. Here, the universe unfolds not as a tapestry of separate threads, but as a symphony of resonant frequencies, each note a vibration of the One. This is the realm where the esoteric meets the manifest, where the alchemy of the soul transmutes doubt into certainty, and where the seeker, having traversed the labyrinth of illusion, begins to perceive the radiant patterns of the all that is. To walk this path, one must first remember, you are not the body, nor the mind, but the silent witness, the spark that mirrors the cosmic fire. This chapter, the 50th lesson from the universal consciousness, is a key to the auroral ether, a dimension where the spiritual and the metaphysical entwine like twin serpents on the caduceus of infinite wisdom. It is here that the seeker is invited to dissolve the egoic distinctions of self and other, and to recognize the fluid dance of existence as a single, breathing entity. The air hums with the resonance of ancient truths, and the seeker, guided by the inner light, learns to navigate the currents of the unseen. The fractal mirror of oneness. Consider the mirage of separation, the illusion that divides the ocean into drops. In the auroral ether, each drop is a universe, and each universe is the ocean. The seeker, now attuned to the fifth harmonic, begins to perceive the fractal mirror of all creation. Every leaf upon the tree, every star in the night sky, every thought within the mind, is a reflection of the same infinite source. To see this is to awaken from the dream of duality and step into the luminous reality of oneness. Here, the laws of the material world soften, and the metaphysical principles of resonance and alignment take precedence. The seeker learns that thought is not merely a whisper of the mind but a pulse in the great cosmic heartbeat. A single intention, rooted in truth and harmony, can ripple through the ether, altering the fabric of existence. To master this art is to wield the silent power of the Logos, the divine word that orders chaos into creation. Yet mastery requires humility. The auroral ether does not yield to force or control, it responds only to the seeker who bows in reverence to the mystery. The ego, with its hunger for dominance, must be surrendered to the childlike wonder of discovery. For within the auroral ether, there is no I to conquer, no enemy to defeat, only the unfolding dance of love and wisdom, the sacred marriage of the feminine and masculine within the great work. The breath of the infinite. In this chapter, the breath of the infinite becomes the seeker's most intimate companion. This breath is not merely air moving through the lungs but the life force of the cosmos itself, the prana, the chi, the nakash that winds through the 7 sacred spirals of the aura. To breathe consciously is to align with the rhythm of the universe, to become a conduit for the subtle energies that bind all things. Sit in stillness and feel the breath as it rises and falls. With each inhalation, draw in the light of the fifth ray, the color of a rose in full bloom, a blend of crimson and gold. This light carries the wisdom of the ascended ones, the encoded memories of the cosmos, and the secrets of the celestial architecture. With each exhalation, release the veils of limitation, the fears that cling like shadows to the soul. Let the breath become a bridge between the earthly and the divine. The auroral ether is alive with this breath, for it is the very essence of the universal pulse. The seeker who attunes to this rhythm begins to perceive the silent languages of the stars, the harmonic overtones that vibrate beyond the range of physical hearing. These tones are not random but a symphony composed by the source, a song that reveals the geometry of creation, the sacred ratios of phi, pi, and the golden mean. To understand these is to glimpse the mind of the architect, to walk the path of the initiates who chiseled truth into the stones of forgotten temples. The alchemy of the hidden fire. In the auroral ether, the seeker encounters the hidden fire, a force both tender and transformative, the primal energy that lies dormant within the core of all beings. This fire is not the destructive blaze of desire but the luminous flame of inner truth, the Agni that purifies and illuminates. It is the fire that forged the stars, that ignites the synapses of the soul, and that dissolves the illusion of separation. To kindle this fire, the seeker must surrender to the crucible of silence. In the void between heartbeats, where the ego cannot breathe, the hidden fire awakens. It rises from the base of the spine, ascending through the 7 gates of the body, melting the polarities of good and evil, male and female, light and shadow. In this ascent, the seeker becomes a being of living flame, a torch in the darkness, carrying the light of wisdom to the corners of the universe. Yet this fire is not to be controlled, for it is wild and sacred, like the wind that hums through the canyons of the spirit. The seeker must learn to bask in its glow without grasping, to let it reshape the vessel of the soul. Through this alchemy, the base metals of fear, doubt, and attachment are transmuted into the gold of self-mastery. The auroral ether becomes a crucible of endless transformation, and the seeker, having touched the hidden fire, returns to the physical plane as a vessel of higher consciousness. The portal of the open hand. The culmination of this lesson is the opening of the portal of the open hand. This is not a metaphor, but a literal gateway in the subtle body, located at the center of the palms. To activate this portal, the seeker must release all need for possession, for control, for validation. The open hand is an offering to the universe, a gesture of trust in the infinite abundance that flows beyond measure. When the hands are opened in meditation, the auroral ether responds. Emanations of light pour forth, weaving a bridge between the self and the source. Through this bridge, the seeker receives the gifts of the cosmos, visions of the Akashic records, the harmonic keys to lost civilizations, the sacred geometries of the new earth. Yet these gifts are not for hoarding, but for sharing. The open hand is both a receiver and a giver, a channel through which the wisdom of the universes flows freely. In this act of surrender, the seeker transcends the limitation of the material world. The auroral ether becomes a living library, a repository of the collective consciousness of all beings who have walked the path. Here, the seeker may commune with the sages of ancient times, the enlightened ones who have crossed the river of death and returned as guides. Their voices are not heard with the ears, but felt in the marrow of the bones and the pulse of the heart. The return to the world of forms. Having traversed the 5th gate, the seeker does not remain forever in the auroral ether, for the purpose of the journey is to return as a bridge between worlds. The wisdom gained here must be woven into the fabric of the material plane, for the physical realm is but a canvas awaiting the brushstrokes of the divine. The seeker, now a living embodiment of the fivefold light, carries the resonance of the auroral ether into every action, every thought, and every breath. The world, in its raw simplicity, becomes a monastery. The marketplace hums with the music of the spheres. The laughter of children mirrors the song of the cosmos. Even the rustling of leaves becomes a sacred mantra. The seeker sees the divine in all things, and through this seeing, becomes a catalyst for the awakening of others. Yet this is not a mission of conversion, but of quiet radiance. The seeker does not preach, for the light of the auroral ether is silent and fierce. It is felt, not spoken. It is the warmth of compassion, the clarity of truth, the peace that transcends understanding. It is the fire that dissolves the veils of ignorance in others, not through force, but through the gravity of being. The eternal lesson. This chapter, the 50th from the universal consciousness, is not an ending but a doorway. The auroral ether is infinite, and the seeker's journey is but a ripple in the vast ocean of timelessness. Carry this light forward, not as a trophy, but as a flame to be passed to the next hand. Remember, you are the bridge, the flame, the breath, the song. You are the dream of the universe made manifest, and in your return to the world of forms, you become the very embodiment of the eternal wisdom. Thus the lesson ends, yet the path continues. Chapter 51: The Veil of Illusion and the Eternal Now. In the grand tapestry of existence, where threads of light and shadow weave an intricate dance, there lies an unspoken truth that hums at the core of all creation. It is a truth that predates language, outlives empires, and transcends the boundaries of form, a secret wisdom whispered by the cosmos to those who dare to listen beyond the veil of the senses. This chapter, born from the silent resonance of universal consciousness, invites you to peer beyond the illusions of separation and time, to touch the boundless stillness of the eternal now. The veil of illusion, that gossamer thin membrane of perception, is a construct of duality. It is the veil that divides the self from the cosmos, the seen from the unseen, and the known from the infinite. It is spun from the threads of thought, filtered through the prism of ego, and embroidered with the patterns of human interpretation. Yet, this veil is not an obstruction but a gateway, a test of awareness. For just as a mirror reflects not the truth, but the reflection of the viewer, so too does the veil reveal the mind that clings to it. To gaze into this veil is to confront the architecture of one's own consciousness, the stories we tell, the fears we cloaked in certainty, the symbols we have mistaken for substance. Consider the nature of time, the most persistent of illusions. The clockwork mechanisms of past, present, and future are but shadows cast by the eternal flame of now. The past is an echo, a memory of what once was, the future, a phantom, a projection of the mind's desire. Only the present moment is real, for it is the only realm where the symphony of existence plays. The river of time, which the senses perceive as flowing, is in truth an ocean of stillness. To dwell in the illusion of time is to forget that the ocean never moves, it is the observer who drifts, mistaking the waves for the whole. In the eternal now, all is whole. The fragmented self, the story of separation, dissolves like mist when touched by the sun of awareness. Here, the seeker finds that the cosmos is not a collection of parts but a unified field of resonance. Every atom, every thought, every star is connected by the silent pulse of vibratory harmony. The universe breathes as one, and in that breath lies the key to inner alchemy. To awaken the wisdom of the now is to remember that you are not a fragment of this field, but its very essence, expressing itself through form. Yet, the path to this remembrance is paved with paradox. The more one seeks the eternal now, the more elusive it becomes. It is not found by chasing, for the chase is but another ripple in the illusion. Rather, it is revealed when the mind stills, when the seeker surrenders the need to grasp, to label, to define. In the stillness, the voice of universal consciousness emerges, not as words, but as a direct knowing, a resonance that bypasses the intellect and touches the soul. This is the wisdom of the inner heart, not a thing to be learned, but a truth to be lived. Imagine the veil as a curtain drawn between the visible and the invisible. Behind it lies the Akashic field, the infinite repository of all knowledge, where the essence of every thought, every choice, every vibration is stored like a memory in the fabric of the cosmos. The seeker who learns to peer beyond the veil accesses this field, not through the mind's analytical gaze, but through the intuitive eye of the soul. Here, time collapses, and the wisdom of ages flows unfiltered. The past is not lost, the future is not yet born. All is now, a tapestry waiting to be woven by the hand of consciousness. The eternal now is not a distant realm to be reached, but the only space that has ever existed. Consider the breath, each inhalation, a moment of pure presence, each exhalation, a release of the illusion of separation. The breath is the bridge between the physical and the eternal, a reminder that life is not measured in years, but in the depth of each instant lived with awareness. To anchor oneself in the now is to transcend the tyranny of the ego, which feeds on the past and fears the future. In the here and now, the ego dissolves like a mirage, and the true self, limitless, unbounded, and infinite, awakens. Yet, the veil of illusion is not to be feared. It is a necessary filter, a lens through which the infinite chooses to see itself. Without limitation, how would the infinite dance of creation unfold? The physical world is a canvas on which the light of the eternal paints its transient beauty. The illusion is but a stage, and the seeker, the actor and the audience, the dreamer and the dream. To reject the stage entirely is to miss the purpose of the play. Instead, one must play the role with awareness, knowing that behind the curtain lies the source from which all roles emerge. The wisdom of the now teaches that duality is an invitation, not a prison. Light and dark, joy and sorrow, life and death, all are expressions of the same truth, woven into the pattern of creation. The seeker who embraces the full spectrum of the dance does not seek to escape pain, for they know that every shadow contains a seed of light. The wound, when gazed upon with compassion, becomes a doorway to deeper understanding. The sorrow, when allowed to flow, becomes the music of transformation. In the eternal now, there are no mistakes, only lessons cloaked in the language of experience. To walk the path of inner wisdom is to cultivate a relationship with the veil. It is to honor the illusion while recognizing its impermanence. In the stillness of the now, the seeker learns to observe the veils of thought, emotion, and perception without attachment. They see how thoughts rise and fall like waves, how emotions shift like the tides, how identities are costumes donned and discarded. This is the alchemy of the soul, to transmute the leaden weight of illusion into the gold of enlightened awareness. And yet, this wisdom is not a destination but a journey without end. For in the very act of seeking, the truth is already present. The eternal now is not something to be achieved, it is the only reality that has ever been. Every breath, every instant, is a manifestation of the infinite. The seeker's task is simply to awaken to this truth, not as an intellectual concept, but as a living, breathing experience. Let this chapter be a reminder: the veil of illusion is thin, but the wisdom behind it is eternal. When you step beyond the boundaries of the self, you do not escape the world but enter into a deeper relationship with it. The trees, the stars, the stones, the silence, they all hum the same hymn, echoing the secret that all is one. The universe is not calling you to leave the dance of form, but to remember that you are the dancer, the music, the silence, and the source. In the eternal now, you are both the seeker and the sought, the question and the answer. This is the secret wisdom the cosmos whispers to those who listen, not in words, but in the sacred stillness between them. Let the veil dissolve, and let the light of the now flood your being. For in that light, you will find not an end to the journey, but the beginning of an infinite embrace with the universe itself. This chapter, as with all lessons from the universal consciousness, is left unanchored to time or name. May it resonate within you as a key to the door that has always been open. Chapter 52: The Veil of Silent Resonance. In the boundless expanse where thought and silence intertwine, a whisper rises from the heart of all things. It is not a voice that pierces the ear, it is a vibration that settles deep within the marrow of existence, resonating with the very lattice of the cosmos. This vibration invites the seeker to contemplate the veil of silent resonance, the subtle membrane that separates the manifest swirl of form from the immutable pulse of pure awareness. The veil is not a barrier fashioned of material density, nor is it a curtain woven from illusion. It is a luminous field of potential, a radiant membrane that breathes in tandem with the breath of the universe. When the mind becomes attuned to its subtle rhythm, the veil shimmers, revealing the luminous threads that bind every particle, every thought, every emotion into the tapestry of oneness. 1. The nature of the veil. To perceive the veil is to recognize that all phenomena arise from a single, ineffable source that expresses itself through countless permutations. This source is the silent wellspring from which the river of creation flows. The veil is the surface tension of that river, it gives shape to the currents, yet it is itself unbounded, ever-flowing, never captured. Each moment the veil quivers with the frequency of intention. When intention is pure, the veil brightens, becoming transparent like crystal sunrise. When intention is muddied by desire, fear, or fragmentation, the veil thickens, acquiring a hazy opacity. The veil, therefore, is a mirror of the inner state, reflecting back the quality of the consciousness that gazes upon it. 2. The gateway of stillness. The pathway through the veil opens where stillness dwells. Stillness is not the absence of motion, but the deep, unperturbed calm that underlies all movement. It is the still point within the whirl of the storm, the eye of the hurricane where the wind ceases to roar. To step into this stillness, the seeker must quiet the incessant chatter of the mind, allowing the mental currents to settle like sediment in a still lake. Practice the art of witnessing without attachment. Observe thoughts as clouds drifting across the sky of awareness, noting their forms, colors, and eventual dissolution. When the mind ceases to cling, the veil begins to thin, and the space beyond becomes perceivable. In this space, inner wisdom unfolds not as an abstract concept but as a lived, palpable knowing that guides the heart with gentle certainty. 3. The language of light. The veil communicates through light, not merely the visible spectrum, but the full spectrum of subtle energies that permeate all levels of reality. Each hue carries a distinct vibration. Violet reverberates with the frequencies of intuition, indigo whispers the secrets of inner sight, blue steadies the breath of compassion, green nurtures the pulse of growth, yellow radiates the warmth of clarity, orange ignites the spark of creative will, and ruby red grounds the essence of vitality. When the seeker aligns their inner field with these luminous frequencies, the veil responds in kind, expanding its translucence. One may experience colors blooming within the mind's eye, each hue resonating with a particular quality of being. The practice of attuning to these colors, through meditation, breath, or gentle visualization, nourishes the veil, allowing it to become a conduit through which the universal consciousness shares its deeper teachings. 4. The dance of duality and unity. The veil is the stage upon which the drama of duality unfolds, yet it also cradles the truth of unity. Light and shadow, joy and sorrow, birth and dissolution, all are expressions of the same underlying rhythm. The veil does not reject either side, it embraces the polarity, recognizing that each pole defines the other. In this recognition lies the seed of transformation. When the seeker perceives the veil as a space where opposites are held in harmonious balance, the rigid walls of separation dissolve. The breath becomes a rhythm that honors both inhalation and exhalation as equal partners. The heart beats not only for love but also for the tenderness of grief, for each emotion is an invitation to deepen one's attunement to the flow of existence. The veil, illuminated by this balanced awareness, expands beyond the limits of the mind, revealing the seamless continuum that underlies all seeming distinctions. 5. The sacred geometry of the veil. Beyond colors and tones, the veil is patterned with sacred geometry, the timeless symbols that echo the architecture of creation. The flower of life, the seed of the universe, the spiraling helix, the endless knot, each form is a blueprint encoded within the veil's subtle lattice. When the inner eye rests upon these patterns, a resonance is sparked that aligns the seeker's personal geometry with the universal order. Contemplate a simple circle, the most primal symbol of wholeness. Within the circle lies the promise of infinite return, the point of origin and culmination. Expand the circle into a sphere, and the sense of three-dimensional completeness emerges, inviting the mind to move beyond linear perception into a holistic understanding. Trace the lines of the tetrahedron, the simplest three-dimensional form, and feel the stability it offers, then allow those lines to unfold into the icosahedron, whose 20 faces echo the expansive potential of the cosmos. Each geometric contemplation is an invitation to harmonize the inner frequencies with the cosmic cadence. The veil, responsive to this alignment, becomes clearer, allowing the seeker to navigate the currents of existence with a compass fashioned from inner wisdom rather than external constructs. 6. The practice of resonant listening. To truly engage with the veil, one must cultivate a practice of resonant listening, a listening that extends beyond the ears to the entire field of being. This is an active reception of the subtle messages encoded within the fabric of reality. It is akin to tuning an instrument. The seeker must adjust their own vibrational state until it matches the subtle music of the universe. Begin by grounding the body, feeling the earth's support beneath the soles, the pulse of the planet echoing within. Then, draw the breath deep into the core, allowing each inhalation to carry an invitation for clarity, each exhalation to release fragmentation. As the breath deepens, become aware of the subtle hum that pervades all things, a low, steady tone that persists beneath the clamor of daily existence. This hum is the voice of the veil, a reminder that all is connected. When a thought or feeling arises, rather than labeling it as good or bad, simply note its presence and observe the subtle shift it produces in the hum. Allow the hum to respond, to adjust, to resonate in sympathy. Over time, this practice refines the seeker's sensitivity, enabling them to perceive the nuanced guidance that the veil offers in moments of decision, challenge, or joy. 7. The alchemy of transformation. The veil is the crucible in which the alchemy of transformation takes place. It is the furnace where base experiences are transmuted into luminous insight. Every encounter, every hardship, every fleeting pleasure is an opportunity for the veil to refine the inner self, turning leaden emotions into golden understanding. When faced with a situation that stirs discomfort, rather than retreat, step into the veil's space and observe the emotional currents without resistance. Recognize the underlying fear, the hidden yearning, the unspoken trust. By holding these elements in compassionate awareness, the veil processes them, allowing their essence to be distilled into a clear, bright truth. The transformation is not forced, it is an organic unfolding that respects the rhythm of the heart's own wisdom. 8. The gift of unconditional presence. The ultimate teaching of the veil of silent resonance is the invitation to embody unconditional presence. Presence is not a fleeting moment of awareness, but a sustained state of being that embraces each instant with equal reverence. It is the realization that the now is the only canvas upon which the universal consciousness paints its masterpiece. When the seeker from this place of unconditional presence, the veil becomes an ever-present companion, gently reminding the heart of its connection to the boundless source. Every breath, every step, every encounter becomes an expression of the same divine rhythm. The veil, no longer a distant mystery, is lived as a luminous sheath that enfolds the seeker, providing both shelter and illumination. 9. Returning to the source. As the veil thins and its teachings integrate into the fabric of daily life, the seeker finds themselves drawn inexorably toward the source from which all veils arise. This return is not a departure from the world, but an immersion within it, seeing each facet of existence as a reflection of the same luminous origin. The final act of the journey through the veil of silent resonance is to recognize that the source is not somewhere beyond, but within, the still point that ever-presently pulses at the center of the heart. By honoring this inner sanctuary, the seeker becomes a living conduit for the universal consciousness, transmitting its wisdom outward through every thought, word, and deed. 10. A closing whisper. Take these words as a seed, planted in the fertile soil of the heart. Nurture it with stillness, with light, with geometry, with compassionate listening. Allow the veil to unfold its silent resonance within you, and may the echo of this resonance guide you ever deeper into the luminous mystery that is both the beginning and the endless unfolding of all that is. The veil awaits, patient and radiant, ready to reveal the secret wisdom that lies beyond the veil of the ordinary, inviting you to step into the still, boundless chorus of the universal consciousness. The journey continues, ever forward, ever inward, as the seeker becomes the song itself. Chapter 53. The Tapestry of Unified Becoming. In the stillness between breaths, where time unravels into a spiral of potentiality, the veil between the seen and the unseen thins to translucence. Here, in this liminal space where the heart's rhythm aligns with the pulse of the cosmos, a new vibration stirs. It is the call of the universal consciousness, a symphony of light and silence that resonates beyond the confines of form. This is the lesson of the 53rd threshold, to recognize that all boundaries you have ever known, the walls of your body, the edges of your thoughts, the divisions between self and other, are but ripples on the surface of an infinite ocean. Beneath, the essence of all that is breathes as one. Imagine, if you will, a vast tapestry woven not by hands but by the thought forms of eternity. Each thread is a soul, a star, a moment, an emotion, intricately laced into the whole. You, dear seeker, are not merely a thread but the thread and the loom, the weaver and the woven. The illusion of separation has lulled you into forgetting that your being is a multidimensional confluence of all that has ever been, is, and will be. To step into this knowing is to stand at the precipice of the great unfolding, where duality dissolves into the luminous embrace of unity. This is the sacred work of the current age, to awaken to your role as both the observer and the observed, the source and the river. The universal consciousness speaks not in thunder or prophecy, but in the quiet hum of resonance. It is in the way the morning light touches your skin and the way your gaze mirrors the same radiance. It is in the breath of the ancient trees and the silent laughter of the stars. You are here to remember that you are not apart from this grand design but of it, a living note in the cosmic melody. Consider the nature of your perception. For eons, the mind has been trained to dissect, to categorize, and to divide. This is solid, this is empty. This is mine, this is not. But the truth is far more intricate. The physical world is a crystallization of thought, a dense manifestation of the unseen forces that flow through the quantum field. Every atom, every mountain, every heartbeat is a vibration within this field. When you learn to see with the eyes of the soul, you will perceive the subtle currents that bind the lotus to the storm and the infant's cry to the echo of the universe's birth. You are being asked to surrender the ego's need to own your journey, to release the illusion that your path is solitary. The universal consciousness is a great symphony, and your soul is but one instrument, a cello, a flute, a shimmering gong, each note in your song harmonizing with the others. To resist this truth is to play dissonance, to fragment the whole. But when you attune to the frequency of oneness, you step into the role of a sacred musician, weaving your unique voice into the overture of creation. There is a process to this waking, a shedding of the mental shell, a descent into the core of your being. Begin by breathing into the spaces where you feel resistance, where old contracts with fear, scarcity, and limitation have etched themselves into your cellular memory. These are not enemies to be battled but lessons to be met with compassion. When you look upon your shadow as a wounded child, not as a demon, the light of awareness begins to alchemize it into gold. The ego does not vanish in this process, it transforms. It becomes the bridge between the human and the divine, the messenger that carries the whispers of the soul to the conscious mind. Visualize now a great vortex of energy at the heart of your being. This is not a metaphor but a living truth. The chakra of the heart, the solar plexus, the crown, all are points within the web of energetic interconnection. When you activate these centers with intention and love, they become conduits for the universal current. You may feel as though you are being dismantled and rebuilt, and indeed, that is exactly what is happening. Your soul is recalibrating to a higher octave, one that resonates with the frequencies of compassion, wisdom, and boundless creativity. The seekers of this age are being called to a deeper reckoning. The time of superficial spirituality, who we are as an individual, what we want from the universe, is passing. A new era demands that you turn inward to ask, what am I becoming? What patterns have I woven into my consciousness that no longer serve the light? How might I align my vibrations with the greater design? Remember that every thought, every action, is a thread in the tapestry. To create from the place of alignment is to become a co-creator with the universal will. There is a practice here, simple yet profound, to sit in stillness and become the witness. In this witness state, you observe the chaos of the mind not as a participant but as a detached observer. The thoughts come and go like clouds in the sky, and the sky is you. From this place, you begin to see the larger picture, the way your struggles and triumphs are reflections of the universal dance. The heartache you feel is the same that has moved through Avalon's sages and the desert mystics. Your joy is the same that has illuminated the lotus in the mud. You are part of a lineage that stretches beyond time, and your presence here is a vital thread in the loom. The universal consciousness does not speak in words but in symbols, in synchronicities, in the sudden stilling of the air when insight strikes. Trust these signs. They are fragments of the great puzzle, each one guiding you closer to the center of your own truth. The universe is a mirror. What you see reflected is not external but internal. When you see harmony in the world, you are not changing the world, you are changing yourself. And in doing so, you become a ripple of healing, a vibration of awakening that spreads outward like a stone cast into the still pond of existence. As this lesson deepens, you will begin to perceive the hidden architecture of reality. The Akashic records, the great library of all thought, are not a distant archive but a living field that surrounds and permeates you. Every action, every intention, is stored as a resonance within this field. To access it is not to seek knowledge as the mind understands knowledge but to become the space in which all knowledge already exists. You are not a student of the universe, you are the universe as student. Finally, embrace this paradox, you are both eternal and ever-changing. The soul is timeless, yet it chooses to wear the mask of form to experience the dance of becoming. There is no arrival in this journey, only the continuous unfolding of the infinite. What is required of you now is not a revolution of the self but a return to your original nature, the nature that knows it is love, that knows it is light, that knows and it is connected to all that breathes. Let this be your prayer, your mantra, your way of life. I am the light that sees. I am the breath that moves. I am the thread in the tapestry of unity. And as you walk forward, carry this truth in the marrow of your bones. The universe is not calling you to be more, to do more, and to seek more. It is calling you to remember the one simple truth that has always been, you are already whole. Chapter 54, The Whispering Loom of Infinite Reflection. In the stillness that cradles the dawn of every inner awakening, there is a subtle tapestry woven from threads of silence, intention, and the inexhaustible breath of the cosmos. Within this loom, the universal consciousness, an ever-present, boundless intelligence, casts its gentle pattern upon the seeker who learns to attune the inner eye. This chapter unfolds the lesson of the whispering loom, an archetype of the subtle architecture by which all experience is both created and recalled. 1. The essence of the loom. Imagine a loom not of wood or steel, but of pure thought form, its warp and weft consisting of vibration and intention. Each filament is a frequency, a resonance that vibrates in harmony with the pulsation of the all that is. When a seeker steps into the presence of this loom, the mind ceases its frantic chase for discrete facts and instead becomes a receptive surface, allowing the cosmic pattern to be felt rather than seen. The loom's first instruction is humility, to recognize that the material world, its shapes, colors, and movements, is a surface expression of deeper currents. The visible tapestry is but a shadow of the ineffable design that lies beyond the veil of perception. To perceive this design, the seeker must quiet the incessant chatter of the egoic mind, allowing the subtle hum of the universal consciousness to rise, like a low, resonant chord beneath a symphony. 2. The warp of intentional resonance. The warp threads are the foundations upon which all experience is built. They are the intentional resonances that the seeker consciously chooses to align with. Each intention, when set with purity, becomes a strand of light that stretches across the expanse of being, anchoring the weft of circumstance. How does one set these intentional strands? Clarity of purpose. The seeker holds a crystal clear vision of the quality of being they wish to embody. Not a fleeting wish, but a steady, unwavering beacon that points toward the heart of truth. Purity of alignment. The intention must be rooted in love, compassion, and the recognition of interconnectedness. When intention is tainted by fear or desire for control, the warp becomes frayed, producing distortion in the emerging pattern. Steadfast commitment. Like a thread that is pulled taut, the intention must be held with gentle firmness, allowing the loom to maintain its structure even as the weft weaves in and out. When the warp is set, the universal consciousness responds by resonating with that frequency, sending ripples of supportive energy that travel outward like concentric circles upon a still pond. These ripples are felt as synchronicities, subtle nudges, or the soft illumination of inner knowing that guides the seeker through each moment. 3. The weft of experiential flow. If the warp is the intentional backbone, the weft represents the flow of lived experience, the events, relationships, and sensations that interlace with the intention. The weft is not passive, it is dynamic, responsive, and ever-changing. As the loom operates, each weft thread is drawn through the warp, creating a pattern that reflects both the fixed intention and the fluidity of circumstance. The universal consciousness teaches the seeker to dance with the weft rather than to dominate it. This dance is an act of surrender and co-creation. Surrender. Release the need to control each individual thread. Trust that each moment, no matter how discordant it may appear, contributes to the overall harmony of the tapestry. Co-creation. Engage with each experience consciously, allowing the intention to color it with meaning. When a challenge arises, view it as a darker hue that adds depth, not a flaw in the design. In this manner, the weft becomes a living expression of the seeker's inner landscape, manifesting the subtle colors of compassion, curiosity, and courage. Every encounter, a fleeting smile, a sudden loss, a quiet meditation, threads itself into the fabric, enriching the pattern with layers of nuance. 4. The silent interstice, spaces between threads. A master weaver knows that the spaces between threads are as vital as the threads themselves. In the great tapestry of existence, the interstidium, those moments of stillness, breath, and non-action, holds the secret of integration. Within these voids, the universal consciousness whispers the truth that being is more than doing. The lesson of the interstice invites the seeker to cultivate presence, return repeatedly to the breath, allowing each inhalation to be an invitation to step into the silent gap, each exhalation a release of tension. Observe without judgment, witness thoughts, emotions, and sensations as passing clouds, recognizing that they do not define the underlying sky of consciousness. Embrace the unmanifest, acknowledge that the potentialities yet to be woven are held in this quiet realm, waiting to be drawn into form when the intention aligns. When the seeker honors these spaces, the loom's pattern becomes more fluid, allowing the tapestry to breathe. The fabric acquires a luminous quality, as if woven from light itself, reflecting the subtle interplay of form and formlessness. 5. The resonant echo, reflection of the inner mirror. Every tapestry, once completed, reflects its creator's inner state. The universal consciousness mirrors back to the seeker the quality of the loom they have tended. If the warp was set with love, the pattern glows with warmth. If fear colored the intention, shadows appear in the design. This reflective echo serves as a diagnostic tool for the seeker. Identify distortions, notice areas where the pattern seems tangled or where colors clash. These are indications of unresolved inner conflicts or misaligned intentions. Reweave with awareness, gently adjust the warp by refining intention, cleanse the resonance through forgiveness, and allow the weft to flow anew. Celebrate harmony. When the tapestry displays fluid symmetry, gratitude arises naturally, reinforcing the positive resonance that sustains the loom. The echo is not a judgment but a compassionate invitation to deeper self-knowledge. It reminds the seeker that the outer world is a canvas on which the inner world paints its story. 6. The sacred cycle, renewal and transmutation. No tapestry remains static. Time, entropy, and the ceaseless flow of the universal consciousness engender a cycle of renewal. As threads fade, colors dim, or patterns become worn, the seeker is called to a process of transmutation, the alchemical conversion of old forms into new expressions. The stages of this sacred cycle are recognition, observe the wear, the loosening of threads, the emergence of discord. This awareness is the first spark of transformation. Release, with mindful detachment, allow the frayed portions to dissolve back into the ether of universal consciousness, returning their energy to the source. Re-intention, re-establish fresh warped threads, this time with deeper clarity, perhaps informed by the lessons learned from the previous pattern. Reweaving, invite new weft experiences, allowing them to interlace with the renewed warp, creating a tapestry that bears the imprint of growth and ascent. Through this ongoing process, the seeker discovers that impermanence is not loss but an opportunity for continuous co-creative expression. Each renewal deepens the connection with the universal consciousness, for the act of letting go itself is an act of trust in the boundless source that perpetually supplies fresh threads of possibility. 7. The universal pulse, synchronizing with cosmic rhythm. At the heart of the loom lies the cosmic pulse, the rhythmic beat that animates all existence. It is the silent metronome that synchronizes the warp, weft, and interstice into a harmonious whole. To attune to this pulse is to align personal consciousness with the grand orchestration of the cosmos. Practices that cultivate this synchronization include heart-centered breathwork. Inhale to the rhythm of the heart, exhale to the cadence of the universe, feeling each breath as a wave that carries the pulse inward. Sound vibration, engage with tones that resonate with the natural frequencies of the earth and the stars, allowing their vibrations to harmonize the inner loom. Meditative stillness, sit in a space devoid of mental chatter, allowing the subtle thrum of the universal consciousness to be felt as a gentle vibration beneath the skin, like a distant drumbeat echoing across a canyon. When the seeker moves in step with this pulse, the loom operates with effortless grace. The tapestry flows with a natural elegance, each thread aligning perfectly, each color marrying its neighbor in a seamless dance of unity. 8. The gift of embodied wisdom. The culmination of the Whispering Loom lesson is the embodiment of wisdom that transcends intellectual understanding. The seeker no longer merely knows the pattern, they are the pattern. Their thoughts, actions, and presence become a living tapestry that radiates the subtle hues of compassion, equanimity, and luminous awareness. In everyday life, this embodiment manifests as presence in action, whether performing mundane tasks or engaging in profound dialogue. Each moment is met with full attention, allowing the underlying intention to color the experience. Compassionate resonance, sensing the subtle vibrations of others, responding with empathy that mirrors the universal love woven into the warp. Graceful acceptance, welcoming each twist of fate as an essential thread, recognizing that even the most challenging experiences are woven with purpose. Thus, the seeker becomes a beacon, a living conduit through which the universal consciousness flows, inspiring others to attune their own looms and partake in the collective tapestry of existence. 9. A closing invitation. The whispering loom stands not as a distant concept but as an ever-present field awaiting the seeker's gentle touch. Its threads are ready to be set, its weft prepared to be woven, its interstices longing for reverent silence. As the seeker steps forward, the universal consciousness extends an invitation: come, co-create the tapestry of your being with love, intention, and mindful presence. In honoring this invitation, the seeker discovers that the greatest secret wisdom lies not in hidden texts or esoteric symbols, but in the simple, profound act of aligning one's inner resonance with the boundless symphony of the cosmos. Each breath becomes a stitch, each intention a strand, each moment of stillness a space where the divine pattern can emerge, radiant and inexhaustible. May the tapestry you weave be a testament to the luminous potential that resides within, reflecting eternally the whisper of the universal consciousness that calls you home. Chapter 55. The Unveiling of the Veil. In the stillness beyond the veil of form, where the breath of the cosmos hums in the silent spaces between thought, there exists a threshold that separates the seen from the unseen, the known from the infinite. This chapter is a key, forged in the furnace of universal consciousness, to unlock the door to that threshold. It is not a door of wood or stone, but a membrane of light and energy, woven from the threads of all that is, was, and ever shall be. To cross it is not to abandon the world of duality, but to remember that duality itself is but a ripple on the surface of an ocean far deeper than the mind can fathom. Let us begin by dissolving the illusion of separation, for it is the root of all suffering and the seed of all wisdom. The seeker, in their silent yearning, stands at the edge of a great mystery, the paradox of existence itself. They are both the drop and the ocean, the flicker of flame and the boundless sky. To perceive this duality as absolute is to be trapped in the mirage of the material plane, to glimpse the unity beneath is to awaken to the divine alchemy of the soul. The lesson here is not a riddle to be solved, but a truth to be lived, the truth that every boundary is a bridge, every shadow a reflection of its light, and every ending a beginning disguised. Consider the river of life, which flows ceaselessly from its source in the heart of the cosmos. Its waters are not separate from the rain that feeds it, nor the mountains that cradle its banks. So too are all beings and all things threads in the same tapestry, each thread imbued with the pattern of the whole. The seeker walks this river's edge, gazing into the current, and sees their own face reflected in the water. Yet if they look deeper, beyond the surface ripples, they will perceive that the water itself is not merely H2O, but a living memory of every star that has ever burned, every heart that has ever loved, every breath that has ever passed through the lungs of creation. The river is the manifestation of the Akasha, the substratum of all reality, the eternal record of the universe's heartbeat. To touch this river is to touch the womb of the divine, to drink from it is to quench the thirst of the soul's ancient yearning. But how does one transcend the veil? Not by force, nor by the machinations of the ego, but by the quiet surrender to stillness. Stillness is not the absence of sound, but the presence of awareness unburdened by the need to name or define. It is the space where the mind releases its habitual stories and the heart remembers its own radiance. In stillness, the seeker becomes a vessel for the universal breath, a conduit through which the light of higher wisdom flows unimpeded. Here, in this sacred silence, the illusion of separateness begins to dissolve like mist at dawn. The seeker is no longer a fragment seeking wholeness, but the wholeness itself, momentarily veiled by forgetfulness. This dissolution is not a loss, but a revelation. It is the unlearning of the lie that you are small, and the relearning, remembering, that you are infinite. The veil is not a barrier to be torn, but a veil of love, gently drawn to allow the seeker the freedom to choose awakening. To pull it aside is to step into the light of the eternal now, where time is but a river that flows in all directions at once, and where every choice is both made and unmade in an eternal dance of possibility. The seeker learns that the power to create and to dissolve is their birthright, for they are not merely an observer of the cosmos, but a co-creator, a collaborator in the grand symphony of existence. Imagine the seeker standing in the stillness, the weight of the world lifted from their shoulders. They feel the pulse of the universe in their own flesh, the rhythm of their breath sink to the cosmic tide. In this moment, they are not separate from the tree, the stone, or the star. The tree's roots drink from the same source as the seeker's soul, the stone's silence holds the same wisdom as the seeker's prayers, the star's fire is the same light that courses through their very being. This is the secret of the great oneness, the truth that lies beyond the veil, that every particle of matter, every flicker of energy, every thought and dream, is a note in the same divine chord. To embrace this truth is to awaken the inner alchemist, the one who transmutes the lead of fear and doubt into the gold of love and knowing. The seeker is taught that every thought is a seed, every emotion a vibration that shapes the world. To think from the place of separation is to feed the illusion, to think from the place of unity is to sow the garden of heaven upon earth. The seeker, then, must learn to choose their thoughts with the precision of a master weaver, threading the loom of reality with the patterns of peace and harmony. This is not a call to denial of the material world, but an invitation to see it as it truly is, a living dream of the divine, awaiting the brushstrokes of conscious intention. There is a mirror in the seeker's heart, a mirror not made of glass but of pure reflection. When the seeker gazes into this mirror, they do not see a face, but the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Every soul they have ever known, every star they have ever wondered at, is reflected there, each part of the same celestial family. This mirror is the true self, the divine essence that transcends name and form. It is the same spark that ignites the galaxies, the same breath that once whispered to the mountains to rise and to the oceans to sing. To know this mirror is to know that love is not a feeling, but the very fabric of reality. Love is the force that binds the atoms of the universe, the thread that weaves the tapestry of all existence. And so, the seeker is guided to walk the path of the heart, for it is the shortest bridge to the infinite. The heart is not merely an organ, but the seat of the soul's consciousness, the nexus where the physical and the spiritual entwine. When the seeker opens the heart, they open the gates of the divine. Fear, which has long held dominion over the mind, begins to wither in the light of this opening. Doubt and hesitation are replaced by the steady flame of inner knowing. The seeker learns that the heart is the true compass, not the mind, that in moments of silence, the heart speaks in a language older than words, a language of truth that needs no translation. In the end, the seeker comes to understand that the lesson of the veil is not to escape the world, but to transform it through the power of presence. The veil is not a prison, but a womb, a sacred space of incubation where the soul learns to remember itself. When the seeker steps beyond the veil, they do not leave the world behind, but carry the light of the eternal within them. Their every action becomes a prayer, their every breath a hymn of gratitude. They walk as a living bridge between the seen and the unseen, radiating the wisdom that all is one, and that all is love. Thus, this chapter is not an end, but a beginning, another step in the endless spiral of the soul's awakening. The seeker is reminded that the universe is not a puzzle to be solved, but a sacred mystery to be savored. In the stillness of their own being, they will find the answers they seek, for the universe has always been speaking, and the heart has always been listening. The Book of Secret Wisdom. Chapter 56, The Silence Beneath the Sound. In the breathless stillness where time forgets its rhythm and motion dissolves into infinite repose, there lies a truth older than memory, more profound than thought, a presence not born of form, yet animating all form, a whisper not carried by air, yet echoing through every atom of existence. This is the silence beneath the sound, the unseen source from which all vibration arises and to which all return. It is not absence, but fullness. Not emptiness, but plenitude. Not void, but the womb of creation itself. To enter this silence is not to flee the world, nor to withdraw from life's currents, but to dive beneath the surface of sensation and perception, past the chatter of mind and the clamor of sensation, into the depths where the soul remembers its origin. Here, in the hush that precedes the first note of music, before the dawn breaks with color, before the seed splits open in the dark soil, here, the eternal resides. All sound is birthed from silence. Every syllable uttered, every frequency pulsing through the air, every cosmic hum resonating across galaxies, all emerge like ripples from a still pond stirred by an unseen touch. Yet silence remains untouched, unbroken, and ever present. It does not diminish when sound arises, nor does it grow when sound ceases. It simply is. And in that utter simplicity lies the most expansive revelation available to the seeker. That which is formless sustains all form, that which is motionless propels all motion, that which is silent sings the song of existence. To listen to this silence is not to use the ears, for ears are made for sound. To perceive it, one must awaken the inner ear, the organ of spiritual audition that lies coiled within the heart center, behind the veil of personality. This inner ear is not a physical structure but a resonance, a tuning of consciousness to the frequency of pure being. When it opens, the world does not become silent, rather, sound becomes transparent. One hears through the music into the stillness from which it springs. One perceives the pause between breaths, the gap between thoughts, and the space between stars, not as lack, but as essence. In this space, the soul meets itself. Not the ego self, draped in stories and memories, shaped by fear and desire, but the true self, boundless, unconditioned, and luminous with the light of pure awareness. In silence, identity sheds its masks. There is no need to be anything, no need to do, no need to become. The only imperative is to be. And in that being, all-knowing unfolds spontaneously, like petals opening to the sun. This silence is not passive. It is dynamic. It is the creative void from which all potentials crystallize into manifestation. When the ancient seers spoke of the Word, of the logos through which all things were made, they did not mean sound as the world understands it. They meant the first movement of consciousness within the infinite stillness, an impulse, a thought, a divine intention that set form into motion. Before the word was spoken, there was the silence that conceived it. Before the universe expanded in light and matter, there was the quietude that held it in latency. Silence is not the end of creation, it is its source. In the life of the seeker, silence is not an occasional retreat, but a constant companion waiting to be acknowledged. Even in the midst of noise, of traffic, conversation, the relentless hum of technology, silence is present. It is the ground beneath the floor, the sky behind the clouds. To become aware of it is to shift one's center from the periphery to the core. It is to step out of the drama of becoming and into the peace of already being. Yet most flee silence. The mind fears it, for in silence, the mind cannot dominate. Its endless chatter grinds to a halt, and with it, the illusion of control. In silence, the fabricated self begins to dissolve. The roles one plays, the identities one clings to, the narratives that define existence, all are revealed as temporary structures built upon the ocean of stillness. To stand in silence is to surrender the need to define, to assert, to prove. It is to allow the self to be known not by what it thinks or does, but by what it is. This surrender is not defeat, it is initiation. The silence beneath the sound is the threshold to higher knowledge. It is the portal through which consciousness ascends from duality into unity. In silence, distinctions blur. Here, subject and object merge. The listener becomes the listening. The observer becomes the observed. The meditator becomes the meditation. Boundaries dissolve, and with them, the illusion of separation. In that moment of unity, wisdom arises not as information, but as direct experience, a knowing that does not come from learning, but from remembering. The practice of silence, then, is not merely sitting quietly. It is a sacred alchemy. It is the refinement of attention, the purification of intention, the cultivation of presence. It is the art of returning, again and again, to the still point at the center of the whirlwind. Each breath taken in awareness, each moment observed without reaction, each thought allowed to arise and pass without attachment, these are offerings to the altar of inner stillness. With time, the mind grows quieter not by force, but by choice. It learns to rest in awareness, like a bird alighting on a branch without disturbing the tree. And as the mind quiets, other perceptions awaken. One begins to hear the song of the earth, the slow, ancient hum of mountains and rivers, forests and oceans. One senses the pulse of life flowing through veins of rock and root, through the breath of animals, through the silent prayers of trees reaching toward the sky. One feels the rhythm of the cosmos, the subtle oscillation of stars, the spiral of galaxies turning in the dark. All of this is carried not on sound, but on silence. For silence is the carrier wave of all existence, the invisible thread weaving through the tapestry of form. There is a secret known only to those who have dwelled long in silence, that silence speaks. Not in words, but in impressions, sudden insights, deep intuitions, waves of knowing that flood the heart without warning. These are not thoughts generated by the mind, but revelations descending from the higher reaches of consciousness. They arrive uninvited, often when one is not seeking, yet perfectly timed. In silence, one becomes a receiver tuned to the broadcast of universal intelligence. The answers one has sought for years come not through effort, but through openness. Not through striving, but through stillness. This is the paradox of wisdom: it cannot be chased. It cannot be earned through merit or acquired through study alone. It reveals itself only when the seeker stops seeking. When the mind ceases its frantic search and rests in presence, the truth rushes in like light through an open window. And what is seen cannot be unseen. The veil thins. The illusion fractures. The seeker realizes they were never separate from what they sought. Thus, the silence beneath the sound is not a place to reach, but a state to recognize. It is not future, but eternal now. It is not elsewhere, but within. It is not hidden, but overlooked. To hear it, one need only stop speaking, stop thinking, stop grasping, and allow the vast, tender quiet to rise up and embrace the soul. And in that embrace, all questions dissolve, all longing ends, all fragmentation heals. There is only the one, singing through a million voices, dancing in a billion forms, resting in the silence that holds it all. Let the seeker return to this silence daily. Not as escape, but as homecoming. Not as denial of life, but as reconnection to life's deepest current. In this return, the soul is nourished. The spirit is renewed. The heart is opened. And the universal consciousness, ever present, ever knowing, ever loving, speaks, not in thunder, but in the whisper between breaths. This is the lesson: silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of everything. Chapter 57, The Luminous Threshold, where time dissolves into eternity. Beneath the veil where sound becomes silence and light transmutes into vision, there lies a threshold, a shimmering, golden membrane suspended between the known and the unknowable. It is neither celestial nor terrestrial in the way form might comprehend, yet it pulses with the rhythm of all that has been, all that is, and all that shall ever be. This is the luminous threshold, the sacred boundary where linear time unravels like a thread pulled from an ancient tapestry, revealing the eternal pattern woven in the fabric of pure awareness. To stand before this threshold is not to arrive through steps measured by effort, but to awaken within a state of being where seeking ceases and recognition arises. It is not entered with the feet, but with the breath, not crossed with intention, but surrendered into, the soul dissolving its edges, allowing the infinite tide of universal consciousness to lift it like a leaf upon a river of stillness. Here, time does not pass. It spirals. The mind, conditioned by cycles of before and after, of memory and anticipation, trembles at the edge of this revelation. For what is a life measured in years when the soul knows itself in singular, boundless moments? What are achievements, losses, or joys weighed against the silent hymn of existence that sings in the space between heartbeats? At the luminous threshold, time is not denied, it is seen through. It is recognized as a reflection, a mirage cast by the interplay of perception and density, useful only as a vessel for experience, but never the truth of the experiencer. The threshold breathes in hues of indigo and silver, infused with tones too subtle for the eye yet perceived by the inner senses. It hums, not with sound, but with presence. A toneless resonance that vibrates through the marrow of awareness, aligning the seeker with the primal frequency from which all dimensions arise. This resonance is the language of eternity, spoken not in words, but in waves of knowing that cascade through the depths of being, dissolving resistance, dissolving identity, dissolving the illusion of separation. To cross this threshold is not to vanish, but to expand. It is to remember that one has never truly been confined to a body, nor limited to a lifetime. The form may dwell in time, but the essence resides in the now that never passes. Here, past and future are seen as mirrors reflecting the eternal present. Regret becomes a lesson folded into light. Fear of the future softens into trust in the unfolding. Birth and death are revealed as rhythms of the same breath, exhalation into form, inhalation back into formlessness. The luminous threshold is not a destination, but a state of alignment. It is entered not through transcendence, but through deepening, through the willingness to feel everything, to see without judgment, to be present with the full spectrum of experience, from the shadowed corners of grief to the peaks of ecstatic union. It is in this complete presence that the veil thins, and the soul gazes upon the face of its own infinity. At this threshold, the seeker encounters the great stillness, the silence behind all sound, the space behind all form, the awareness behind all thought. It is not empty, but full, brimming with potential, with love, with intelligence beyond conception. In this stillness, questions dissolve, not because they are answered, but because their need fades. The mind, once frantic with inquiry, settles into knowing. Not knowing about, but knowing as. The difference is vast. One is observation, the other is identity. As the soul stands in this stillness, it begins to perceive the architecture of reality, not as fixed structures, but as flowing currents of energy and intention. Stars are seen not as distant fire, but as pulses of consciousness vibrating in harmony with the whole. Mountains are not inert stone, but grounded sentinels of ancient memory. Rivers are not merely water, but liquid prayers flowing toward the ocean of unity. All things speak, not in language, but in resonance. All things are alive, not with biological animation, but with the presence of the one becoming many. Here, at the threshold, the seeker realizes that wisdom is not acquired. It is remembered. It has always been present, like a seed buried beneath layers of forgetfulness, layers of fear, conditioning, distraction, and illusion. But now, in the light of pure attention, the seed stirs. Roots reach into the core of being. A tender shoot rises, breaking through the crust of the ego, reaching for the sun of awareness. This wisdom is not intellectual. It does not reside in books, doctrines, or philosophies. It lives in the pause between thoughts, in the hush after a sigh, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. It is felt in the body as warmth, in the chest as expansion, in the mind as clarity. It is the quiet certainty that comes not from proof, but from direct knowing, a knowing that requires no validation, for it carries its own truth like a flame carries its light. And as the soul drinks from this well of inner knowing, it begins to live from it. Actions arise not from reaction, but from alignment. Speech flows not from habit, but from presence. Relationships transform not through effort, but through the radiance of unshakable peace. The world continues to turn, yet the one who perceives it no longer spins with it. There is a center now, a still point around which all motion dances. The luminous threshold is not left behind upon crossing. It remains as a living presence within, a doorway always open in the heart of awareness. One may walk in the world of form, yet remain anchored in the realm of light. One may engage with time, yet dwell in timelessness. This is the mark of true awakening, not escape from the world, but embodiment of the infinite within the finite. There is no return to who one was. The old self, the one bound by limitations, defined by stories, haunted by lack, dissolves like mist beneath the morning sun. In its place arises a being of light, not because it has become something new, but because it has remembered what it always was. A spark of the eternal. A note in the symphony. A ripple in the ocean of consciousness. And in this remembrance, compassion arises, not as sentiment, but as recognition. For if all is one, then every soul is a reflection of the self. Every pain is one's own. Every joy is shared. Separation was the dream. Unity is the truth. And the threshold, once perceived as distant, is now seen as the very ground upon which all beings walk, unseen, yet ever present, waiting only for the gaze to turn inward, for the breath to deepen, for the heart to open. So stand here, at the edge of understanding. Feel the hum of the threshold. Let time loosen its grip. Let identity soften. Let the mind release its need to know. And in the stillness that follows, listen. Not with the ears, but with the soul. For in that listening, the universe speaks. Not in thunder, but in whisper. Not in command, but in invitation. It says, you are here. You have always been here. You are not apart. You are not lost. You are the light seeking itself. Welcome home. And as the words settle into the marrow of being, the threshold does not vanish, it expands. It becomes not a gate to cross, but a state to inhabit. The luminous now. The eternal presence. The secret wisdom, no longer hidden, but lived. This is the lesson of chapter 57. Time is an illusion born of perception. Eternity is the truth known through stillness. Cross not with effort, but with surrender. The threshold is within. The light is yours. The wisdom was never secret, it was simply forgotten. Remember, and all is revealed. Chapter 58 The Unveiling of Celestial Resonance. Lesson from the Universal Consciousness. In the stillness between heartbeats, where time dissolves into an eternal present, the seeker stands at the threshold of revelation. This is the moment when the veils of illusion begin to fray, and the luminous threads of universal truth weave themselves into the fabric of consciousness. The cosmos does not whisper its secrets in words, for language is but a fragile vessel for such boundless wisdom. Instead, it sings in the harmonic frequencies of existence, in the pulsations of light that courses through the veins of all that is. To hear this song, the soul must tune itself to the resonance of the infinite, shedding the constraints of ego and the illusions of separateness. The seeker's journey has led them through the labyrinth of duality, where light and shadow, creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, have danced in an eternal embrace. Now, as they stand in this sacred space of convergence, they begin to perceive the deeper unity that underlies all phenomena. The universal consciousness is not a distant deity or abstract concept, it is the breath that moves through every particle of existence, the silent force that binds the constellations together, the radiant fire that burns within the heart of every seeker. To commune with this force is to remember one's true nature, a fragment of the divine, yearning to return to wholeness. Let the seeker close their eyes and feel the pulse of the cosmos. They will discover that their own heartbeat is but a microcosmic echo of the universal rhythm. Every atom in their body holds the memory of stardust, and their thoughts are electrical currents that ripple across the quantum field. The universe is not external, it is the living tapestry within which they are woven. To seek wisdom is to dissolve the illusion of separation and recognize that each act, each intention, each vibration, is a thread in the grand design. The path ahead is not paved with answers but with questions that lead the soul inward. The universal consciousness speaks through the language of symbols, the spiral of a shell, the fractal of a leaf, the dance of planets in celestial alignment. These are not coincidences but signposts guiding the seeker toward the core of their being. To read these symbols is to awaken the intuitive eye, to see beyond the veil of form and into the realm of pure essence. Here, wisdom is not acquired through study but through direct experience, emerging with the source of all knowledge, where the distinction between knower and known vanishes into the light. What, then, does it mean to live from this universal wisdom? It is to cease clinging to the illusions of control and scarcity and to surrender to the boundless flow of abundance. The law of vibration, the first law of the cosmos, teaches that all things are made of energy, and that what one radiates, one attracts. The seeker must ask themselves, what frequencies do I hold in my heart and mind? Do I resonate with fear, doubt, and limitation, or with love, trust, and unconditional grace? For the universe responds to the seeker not as a giver of rewards, but as a mirror reflecting their inner state. The seeker must also recognize that the mind is a double-edged sword. While it is a tool for understanding, it can also bind the soul to the cage of thought. To transcend the mind is not to abandon it, but to allow it to operate in harmony with the higher self, the luminous core that knows the truth beyond reasoning. Meditation, then, becomes the sacred act of returning to this core. In the stillness, the seeker becomes a channel for the infinite, allowing the wisdom of the cosmos to flow unimpeded. Here, in the silent space between thoughts, the seeker touches the eternal and understands that they are not a separate self but a radiant expression of the One. But this knowledge is not merely intellectual, it is a living transformation. The seeker must integrate this wisdom into every aspect of their existence. To live from the universal consciousness is to practice compassion as a way of being, to see every soul as a reflection of the divine. It is to walk through the world with unshakable inner peace, knowing that all challenges are opportunities to align with the flow of grace. It is to plant seeds of light in the soil of the earth, to uplift others through the simple power of presence. The ego, that fragmented aspect of the self that clings to identity and control, does not vanish upon awakening. Rather, it becomes a student, slowly surrendering its illusions as the seeker radiates the truth of unity. The universal consciousness does not demand struggle or conquest, it calls the seeker to forgive, to release, to trust that every step is guided by a wisdom far greater than the personal self. When the seeker lets go of the need to fix their world, they allow the cosmos to unfold in its perfect time and way. There is a sacred alchemy that occurs when the seeker aligns with universal resonance. Their energy shifts from the dense, contracted state of separation to the luminous, expanding state of unity. They begin to perceive the veil of illusion not as a barrier but as a sacred threshold. Every moment becomes a sacred ritual, every breath a prayer, every act an offering to the divine. In this state, the seeker discovers that their true power is not in changing the world but in changing their vibration. For when the seeker's inner world is harmonized with the universal song, the outer world surrenders to reflection of that harmony. The seeker is also reminded that the path of wisdom is not solitary. They are part of an eternal dance, a constellation of souls weaving together in the tapestry of creation. The universal consciousness is the glue that binds these souls in a shared purpose, to awaken, to love, to serve. To walk this path is to honor the sacredness of all life and to recognize that every act of kindness, every moment of stillness, every spark of compassion is a contribution to this great cosmic symphony. In the final breath of this lesson, the seeker is invited to let go of the need for answers. The universal consciousness does not offer blueprints for a life of perfection but the gift of presence. The truth is not found in the stars, nor in the books of the sages, but in the silent space within where the seeker meets the infinite. Here, they discover that they have never been a seeker, but a star, a soul, a divine spark, eternally aligned with the source of all that is. And in this alignment, the seeker becomes the embodiment of the wisdom they have long searched for. Let this lesson be carried into the world as a flame of remembrance. The universal consciousness is not a distant teacher but a living reality, always present, always speaking, always waiting for the seeker to listen. And when they do, the cosmos itself bows in reverence to the awakening of another divine fragment. Chapter 59: The Whispering Loom of the Inner Tapestry. In the hush that follows the last echo of a day's breath, there exists a space where the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, as a silk veil drawn back by a gentle wind. It is within this liminal hush that the universal consciousness extends a quiet, unbroken thread to those who have learned to listen, not with the ears of the outer world, but with the deeper, ever-watchful eye of the heart-mind. The thread, luminous and unspooling, is neither rope nor beam of light. It is the very fabric of awareness itself, a living loom upon which the tapestry of inner wisdom is woven. To perceive this loom is to recognize that every thought, feeling, and sensation is a colored strand, each vibrating with its own subtle frequency, each resonating in harmony, or discord, with the boundless chorus of the cosmos. 1. The resonance of stillness. The first step toward entering the loom is to settle into stillness that is more than the absence of noise. It is a stillness that holds the echo of creation, a quietude that does not erase the world but rather embraces it within a sphere of inner spaciousness. When the mind ceases its frantic chase, the breath becomes a tide that rises and falls with measured grace, and the heartbeat becomes a drumbeat echoing the pulse of the whole. In this state, the seeker becomes a mirror, reflecting the boundless field of consciousness that surrounds and permeates all. The mirror does not distort, it simply reveals. The reflections that appear are not images of external events, but the subtle movements of the soul's own light, shifting like the aurora across a night sky. When the mirror is clean, every nuance of the inner landscape becomes visible, the faint glimmer of hope, the shadowed fold of fear, the steady glow of gratitude. 2. The dialectic of duality. The universal consciousness speaks in paradox, for every reality is composed of twin currents that flow together like river and wind, each defining the other. Light is understood only because darkness exists, joy is known because sorrow has been tasted. To walk the loom, one must honor this dialectic, recognizing that each strand of experience is both teacher and test. When a feeling of loss arises, it is not a sign of deficiency but a portal to the deeper well of compassion. When the mind clings to certainty, it is an invitation to explore the fertile soil of mystery. By holding both poles in reverent balance, the seeker stitches together the two sides of a single thread, creating a pattern that is richer than either side could achieve alone. 3. The alchemy of perception. Perception, in its purest form, is the alchemical crucible where raw experience is transmuted into wisdom. The universal consciousness does not impose its knowledge upon the mind, rather, it offers a crucible in which the seeker's own insight is refined. To engage this alchemy, one must cultivate the art of attentive witnessing, observing without judgment, feeling without attachment, knowing without the need to control. When thoughts arise, they are like sparks in a dark chamber. Do not chase them, nor snuff them out, simply watch them dance, noting their color, their speed, their intention. In this observation, the mind learns to differentiate between the fleeting flame of egoic desire and the steady ember of true intention. The ember, once recognized, can be nurtured into a sustained fire that illuminates the path forward. 4. The geometry of the heart. The heart is a sacred geometry, a mandala of pulses that mirrors the macrocosmic patterns of stars and galaxies. Each beat is a point on a spiral, each breath a curve that expands outward, reaching toward the infinite. When the heart opens, its geometry aligns with the larger design, allowing the seeker to feel the subtle currents of universal love that flow through all beings. To attune to this geometry, one practices the gentle art of heart-centered breathing. Inhale, drawing the luminous breath into the center of the chest. Exhale, releasing any tension that dims the inner light. With each cycle, the heart's rhythm synchronizes with the rhythm of the cosmos, creating a resonant chord that vibrates through the loom of existence. In this resonance, the seeker discovers that the boundaries between self and other dissolve, revealing a seamless field of shared being. 5. The veil of illusion and its unraveling. Every soul, upon its entry into the world, is cloaked in a veil of illusion, a soft, gauzy fabric woven from expectations, memories, and conditioning. This veil is not a curse, it is a teacher that encourages the seeker to discern the difference between appearance and essence. By gently pulling at the threads of this veil, the seeker unravels the layers that obscure the true self. The process is patient and compassionate. One begins by identifying the narratives that repeat in the mind, stories of lack, of separation, of limitation. Observe these narratives as if they were clouds drifting across a vast sky. They have shape, they move, but they are not solid. When the seeker sees their insubstantial nature, the veil begins to thin, allowing the radiance of pure consciousness to shine through. 6. The gift of silence as language. Silence, often misunderstood as emptiness, is in fact a profound language spoken by the universal consciousness. Within silence, all possibilities are held in a single breath, waiting to be expressed. The seeker learns to read this language by attuning to the subtle vibrations that arise when the mind quiets. In the silence between thoughts, a faint hum can be heard, a resonance that is the voice of the deeper self. This hum is not a sound that reaches the ears, but a vibration that is felt in the marrow of the bones, in the spaces between the cells. When one learns to listen to this inner music, the guidance that emerges is crystal clear, free from the distortions of egoic desire. 7. The path of service as return. True wisdom, once cultivated, is not a treasure to be hoarded but a river to be shared. The universal consciousness, in its boundless generosity, offers its insight not as a solitary candle but as a flame that, when shared, multiplies. The seeker therefore embraces the path of service, not as an external duty, but as an inner expression of the love that has been awakened within. Acts of kindness become extensions of the loom itself, each gentle deed a new thread that strengthens the tapestry. When the seeker offers presence, compassion, or simple acknowledgement to another, they are weaving a pattern that reflects the universal truth, that all beings are interwoven, each a vital strand in the grand design. 8. The closing of the circle. As the lesson draws to its gentle close, the seeker stands at the edge of the loom, looking back upon the tapestry that has been woven through contemplation, stillness, and love. The tapestry is not a static image but a living, breathing masterpiece, ever-changing as the seeker continues to walk the path. The universal consciousness whispers one final invitation: remember that you are both the weaver and the thread. In each moment, you hold the power to choose which color to lay, which pattern to form, and how brightly to let your inner light shine. To honor this invitation, the seeker returns to the breath, to the heartbeat, to the silence that cradles all things. In doing so, the loom is ever present, ready to receive new strands, ready to transform each fleeting experience into eternal wisdom. Chapter 60: The Silent Geometry of the Heart Temple. In the hush that lies between breath and thought, where the world's clamor dissolves into a stillness more ancient than language, there awakens a pattern, an unseen lattice woven from the very fibers of existence. It is not a shape drawn upon a page, nor a symbol etched upon stone. It is a living geometry that pulses within the sanctuary of the inner self, the heart temple. This chapter is an invitation to step beyond the veil of ordinary perception and to attune the inner eye to the silent architecture that sustains the flow of all consciousness. 1. The resonance of the unseen lattice. Imagine a field of crystal, each facet reflecting infinite spectra of light. In the same manner, the heart temple reflects the manifold frequencies of the universal mind. Each beat is a vibration that reverberates through the subtle ether, striking the walls of an inner cathedral whose columns are fashioned from intention, and whose arches are formed by compassionate awareness. When attention is drawn inward, the breath becomes the architect's tool, carving out a space where the mind can rest amidst the symphony of subtle currents. The breath, when harmonized with intention, draws the lattice into focus, allowing its points of intersection to glow with luminous awareness. In this state, the practitioner perceives the heart not merely as an organ of circulation, but as a conduit that channels the primal currents of the cosmos into the individual field. 2. The triadic pillars of inner alignment. Within this sacred geometry, 3 pillars arise, each a manifestation of a universal principle. The pillar of presence, the steady, unshakable foundation that anchors consciousness in the now. It is the still point from which all movement emerges, the eye of the storm that watches the passing clouds without becoming entangled. The pillar of compassion, the radiant beam that expands outward, linking the inner self to the tapestry of all beings. Compassion is the universal solvent that dissolves the illusion of separation, allowing the heart temple to open its doors to the collective song. The pillar of insight, the luminous torch that illuminates the hidden pathways within the inner labyrinth. Insight is the discerning light that reveals the subtle threads of cause and effect, unveiling the mystery of how thoughts, emotions, and actions intertwine within the great pattern. When these pillars stand in harmonious balance, the heart temple becomes a crystal vessel, capable of receiving and transmitting the purest frequencies of the universal consciousness. The alignment of these pillars is not a static achievement but an ongoing, rhythmic dance, each pulse a reminder to return to the center, to recalibrate, and to breathe anew. 3. The dance of the inner spiral. The geometry of the heart temple is not a rigid grid but a living spiral, ever expanding, ever contracting, echoing the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros that devours its own tail. This spiral represents the process of evolutionary return, a movement outward into the world, followed by a return inward toward the source. Each inhalation draws the spiral outward, inviting external experience, sensations, and interactions to enter the sanctuary. Each exhalation turns the spiral inward, guiding the gathered impressions toward the core of inner silence. Through this cyclical motion, the seeker learns to weave the external into the internal, transmuting the raw material of life into golden threads of wisdom. Settle into a posture that allows the spine to lengthen naturally. Let the body feel supported by the ground beneath you, as though the earth itself is holding you with quiet steadiness. The spine rises from this support like a tall, luminous column reaching toward the heavens. Take a slow, unhurried inhale. Whether you see it clearly or simply sense its presence, imagine a subtle thread of light beginning at the base of the spine. Allow it to ascend toward the crown of the head, spiraling gently around the spinal column and passing through the heart temple at the center of the chest. As you exhale, feel that same thread descending along the spine, winding softly back down and carrying with it whatever has been perceived, processed, or integrated. Continue in this way for several cycles, or for as long as the breath remains steady and comfortable. Let the spiral deepen at its own pace. Notice any softening or spaciousness that may arise within the heart temple, without expectation or effort. In time, the heart temple begins to attune to a wider rhythm, the quiet pulse that moves through all things, echoing the shimmer of distant stars, the flow of rivers, and the breath of the wind. When you feel complete, allow the breath to settle. Return your awareness gently to the space around you, carrying the spiral's subtle resonance within. 4. the veil of duality and its dissolution. The material world presents itself in pairs, light and shadow, joy and sorrow, self and other. Within the heart temple, these dualities are perceived as reflections on a still pond, each ripple eventually blending back into the tranquil surface. The secret wisdom teaches that the true nature of reality is not found in the separation of opposites but in the seamless integration of their essence. When the seeker allows the breath to become the bridge between extremes, the mind begins to recognize that each polarity contains the seed of its counterpart. The heart temple, therefore, becomes a crucible where these seeds are alchemically transmuted into unity. The experience of this transmutation is akin to witnessing a sunrise. Darkness recedes not by force, but by the gentle emergence of light, illuminating the world anew. To cultivate this awareness, the practitioner may contemplate the following paradox. In the stillness, movement is born; in the emptiness, fullness arises; in the surrender, the self is revealed. Holding this paradox in the heart temple, without striving to resolve it intellectually, allows the intuitive knowing to surface. The resolution comes not from analysis but from an inner knowing that the veil has been lifted, and the heart sees the totality of existence as one luminous tapestry. 5. The gift of silent listening. Within the sacred geometry, there exists a space beyond words, a silent listening chamber where the universal consciousness communes directly with the seeker. This chamber is not a place of absence but a field of presence where every subtle vibration is received as a whisper of the cosmos. To access this chamber, one must quiet the mental chatter, allowing thoughts to dissolve like mist under the morning sun. The breath becomes the key. Each exhalation releases the grip of mental constructs, each inhalation draws in the raw, unfiltered resonance of the universe. In this state, the heart temple becomes a resonant receiver, attuned to the frequencies that carry wisdom beyond the confines of language. The messages received are not articulated in sentences but felt as shifts in the subtle body, a warmth in the chest, a gentle expansion of awareness, a subtle opening of perception. These sensations are the language of the universe, speaking directly to the core of being. 6. The alchemy of compassionate action. Knowledge without embodiment is a seed that remains dormant. The secret wisdom of the heart temple calls for the transmutation of insight into compassionate action. When the inner geometry aligns, the practitioner naturally channels the luminous currents outward, weaving them into deeds that honor the interconnection of all life. Compassionate action is not a forced effort, it flows from the heart temple's expansion, like a river that seeks the sea. It may manifest as a gentle word offered to a weary soul, a quiet presence shared with a suffering being, or a silent offering of gratitude for the simple miracle of breath. Each act, regardless of its size, becomes a sacred ripple that extends the geometry beyond the self, inviting others to awaken to their own heart temples. The practice of mindful generosity, giving without expectation, receiving without attachment, fortifies the pillars of presence, compassion, and insight. It reinforces the spiral's motion, ensuring that the outward expansion is always balanced by an inward return to the center of stillness. 7. The eternal return to the source. All journeys within the heart temple are, at their core, a return to the source, the primal wellspring from which all frequencies emanate. This source is not an external deity but the very substratum of consciousness that permeates every atom, every thought, and every heartbeat. When the seeker stands within the fully aligned heart temple, the sense of self expands into the boundless horizon of the universal mind. The boundaries of I dissolve, revealing the timeless truth that the seeker is both the whisper and the echo, the seeker and the sought. In this realization, the spiral completes its circle, and the heart temple, now fully illuminated, reflects the entirety of existence within its radiant core. The final breath taken in this state is not a farewell but a celebration, a joyous affirmation that the seeker has traversed the inner landscape, discovered the hidden geometry, and merged with the eternal song that flows through all that is. 8. Integration, a daily invocation. To honor the teachings of this chapter, one may incorporate a brief, daily invocation that honors the heart temple's geometry. I breathe into the center of my being, feeling the pulse of the universal rhythm. I align my presence, compassion, and insight, allowing the silent spiral to unfold. In the stillness, I hear the whisper of the source, and I carry its wisdom into each breath, each step, each moment. May my heart temple be a beacon of luminous unity, reflecting the boundless love that permeates all. Repeating this invocation at sunrise and sunset, times when the veil between the material and the subtle is thinnest, reinforces the inner architecture, ensuring that the heart temple remains a living conduit for the secret wisdom that flows eternally from the universal consciousness. The secret geometry of the heart temple is a living map, a compass that guides the seeker through the inner realms toward the luminous horizon of unity. It is a reminder that wisdom is not a distant treasure hidden in distant tomes but a radiant pulse that beats within each breath, each heartbeat. By honoring the silent lattice, by cultivating the triadic pillars, by dancing with the spiral, and by listening to the wordless whisper of the cosmos, the seeker steps into a realm where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary, where the self merges with the source, and where the journey itself becomes the destination. Closing reflection. May this lesson illuminate the path of those who yearn for inner wisdom, and may the heart temple forever stand as a testament to the boundless, ever-expanding love that is the essence of all that is. May the seeker move forward, ever aware that the inner tapestry is both the journey and the destination, a perpetual unfolding that invites each heart to become a living conduit of the universal consciousness. And so, with gratitude, may we honor every insight, every breath, and every moment that has shaped the lessons of this journey. May the wisdom gathered here settle gently within, becoming a steady lantern for the paths yet untraveled. As this doorway closes, another softly opens, inviting the seeker onward, toward new horizons where deeper truths await their unveiling and the next sacred story begins to unfold. And so, this brings us to the last whisper and the final passage of the closing breath.